My name is Connor. I'm Unbroken Hades. I'm a cosplayer. The biggest thing in general with the community would be support. Whether you're creating artwork or creating cosplays, the love and support that you get from everybody inside the Apex fandom is overwhelmingly amazing. You can follow me on all social media at Unbroken Hades.
This is the Rampart Shopping Network, your one-stop shop for all your fighting needs. Oi, thanks for tuning in, mates. Crossplay is here. Time to spiff it up. Lickety-split. Huh? Right, first we got the Octane Tuna set. About time you put some clothes on. Don't have to look at that bloody midriff.
My legs are ready to go. Partes no están incluidos.
Next, the Caustic Clown set. Ain't great for birthday parties. But funerals? Ah, bloody tip-top if you ask me.
Join my experiment below.
Ah, what now? Oh, we got the Wraith Cat set. Hunt people down and destroy them. Just like a normal house cat.
I'm quick, and I'll finish this.
Well, I'm beaten, jonesing for Sheila. Had the lads put together a montage to do the rest. Take it away, underpaid editor.
I
Apex Legends Global Series family is coming to you live from around the globe to bring you the drama, the action, and the incredible gameplay that only Apex can supply. Join us today as our tournament follows the sun and those pesky rotating zones, and it all begins right now.
The seasons are changing, and so is the Apex Legends Global Series, with the arrival of the ALGS Autumn Circuit. All across the globe, top regional leaders will be going head-to-head as they compete for their share of a $500,000 prize pool. To get you ready for the action, let's talk about how participating teams qualify for this circuit's playoffs in December. Beginning October 3rd, the ALGS Autumn Circuit is an intense 4-month, 6-event series. Throughout these events, teams will compete in regional open tournaments, with the 10 highest placing teams earning advanced placement in the next Autumn Circuit tournament. As an added incentive, for the first 4 events, the top 2 teams from Europe and the top winning Middle Eastern or African team qualify for the ALGS Autumn Circuit playoffs in December. That means that at the end of the Autumn Circuit Open tournaments, 12 teams, 8 from Europe and 4 from Middle East and Africa, will have secured their place in the playoffs. 3 more teams will earn their way in with their seasonal accumulated ALGS points. As for the remaining 5 playoff slots, those will be decided in the Autumn Circuit Super Regional Last Chance Qualifier, where teams from the EMEA regions will battle it out in one last tournament. When the LCQ dust settles, the top 5 scoring teams will have earned their right to represent their regions in the Autumn Circuit Super Regional Playoff. Now it's time for regional rivalries to be reforged, to see which teams have crafted new metas, who adopted new legends, and best adapted to the ever-changing mapscape. Time for the drop chips to load up with familiar squad mates and fresh faces looking to make their mark. Who is going to get first blood? Who is going to pour bullets through amped cover? And who is going to make it to the final ring? Which team will stand victorious on a mountain of death boxes to be crowned Autumn Circuit champions? Hit the jets, we're dropping hot. It's time for the ALGS Autumn Circuit.
Oh man, oh man, oh man, Tom, I absolutely love that open. It hypes me up every single time, and a huge welcome to one and all those of you that are joining us from around the world. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit. This is our first EU regional tournament of the Autumn Circuit. It's our first tournament circuit of all time. And hey, we want to say a huge thank you. If you saw our open a little earlier, you saw some pretty impressive tech, and that, of course, is from our partners at Lenovo, who have outfitted us as our official sponsor for monitors and our laptops. We're coming to you actually from those laptops right now. In fact, the Lenovo Legion 7i features that i7 processor and RTX 2080 Super Max Q. It is a beast. It is the myth. It is the legend. Much like my analyst and cohort, Tom T-Squared. Welcome, welcome to our first ever Autumn Circuit tournament.
Yeah, we're back. You could tell, depending on where you are, if it's cold or not. You know it's autumn. It's no longer summer. I know it's hot where you're at. It's absolutely freezing where I am. We had a 34-degree the other night. So, yeah, welcome from wherever you are all over the world.
Absolutely, and we'll get into those regional schedules and our tournament breakdown. And of course, our Open did a great job of explaining how this Autumn Circuit has changed a little bit, but there's also some similarities, and we'll get into that in just a second. But first, let's take a look at your day, because we want to make sure we're a part of it right here, right now. As you can see, Stockholm, you're going to be joining us in the mid-afternoon. Here we go. There it is. That's the one. Stockholm. Those of you in Europe, welcome to the end of your day. You made it through a Monday, and to celebrate, we're going to give you some Apex glory and guts. Tom, I'm excited for Europe and, of course, for North America. That's kicking off a little bit later here in North America.
Yeah, the EMEA region, always exciting to watch. It's going to be 6 maps. It's going to be 3 Kings Canyon, 3 World's Edge. There's a lot to talk about. There's some disappointing teams that didn't make it in, and there's a lot of teams out there with new squads that are trying to make a name for themselves and trying to make their orgs happy.
Absolutely, and a great way to put that. There's some scary teams out there, and I'm very excited for us to be able to showcase that here. And again, that Open was a great example. We've had some differences between our summer circuit and now our autumn circuit. And one of those differences you're going to see is that we're in the EU right now. This is our regional. Don't worry, though. Those super regionals, those are MIA super regionals, those America's super regionals that incorporate North and South America, those are going to be all about our last chance qualifiers. They're going to raise the stakes, Tom, for our last chance qualifiers and put the super in front of our regionals, and I'm very excited for that. It's one of those things that I think it's a little fine-tuning here in our new autumn circuit that I think it's going to turn up the heat there a little bit later in that last chance qualifier.
Yeah, the last chance qualifier is the most intense moment of Apex. It's so exciting to see. Only a couple of teams make it in, and it's always very scary to play and fun to watch.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at how the tournament is going to work out today with our overview here. We've got a few little pieces of information so you can keep your head on a swivel because we've got a lot of Apex coming to you right now. Here's how it works. We've got, of course, 119 teams coming out for Europe to make it into just 20 teams that will be showcasing today, Tom. That sometimes I don't think people quite understand how many teams go out for this tournament only to get to the top 20 teams.
Yeah, and all the teams are familiar with each other. They all scrim. They play ranked against one another, especially in the European region where they're just constantly grinding it out over and over again. But teams participating over the weekend to get to this point, we'll go into the stats and details and talk about those teams that did pop up. But you can see on your screen 6 matches we talked about it, starting off on Kings Canyon, 3 Kings Canyon going on over to World's Edge. Obviously 60 participants, and the top 2 teams with the highest score after 6 matches qualify for the Autumn Circuit playoffs. So it's important to not only get top 2 if you can get it, but accumulate as many points as possible because your cumulative score does matter as you go and you try to make it into the playoffs.
And that is such a good point, Tom, because that really is where the grinders, where the people, where the teams that come out and do their business every single tournament, that's where they shine at the end of our autumn circuit. They certainly did at the end of our summer circuit. And then, speaking of autumn circuits, there's a little bit of money on the line here, Tom. Just a little bit of cash money.
Yeah, just $500,000. Not that big of a deal, you know, but it's gonna be.
I find that on my
It's
couch.
gonna be in December, so like you said, it's a grind. It's a seasonal event. A lot of these teams are the same teams that we saw over in the summer circuit. There's been a couple of tweaks, most notably at the top of the list, Nasty, Strafe, and Dell. They're over towards Cooler. You have Strafe over towards Na'Vi. Nasty, Strafe, and Dell, that old team, now known as Cooler. They have Yuki. Cooler did not qualify for this event, as well as Nessie and North. So when we go and we look at their teams to watch and see the leaderboards and things like that, those are the 3 teams that, to me, were standing out in the summer circuit that we're expecting to be here. But this is just the first of many. So again, this is their opportunity to go to the drawing board, new squad, see where their mistakes were made, and then come back just as strong a couple weeks later.
And I was going to say it's only been a couple of weeks since we crowned our finals champions in our EMEA and our Super Regional Americas area. There's so much that we're going to be able to talk about. There's so much that we're going to be able to analyze. But again, one of the big aspects to all of this is got to be the prizing. Of course, guts and glory. And of course, it takes a lot to get there. But you absolutely said it right. Prizing is one of those things that I think also sort of denotes exactly where you've gotten to. And this is what we are offering. This is what today's tournament is going to net our first, second, and third place teams here, Tom.
Yeah, the prizing's fantastic. But most importantly, getting that win under your belt is so huge for everything. You get the clout, Kate.
Huge.
Stream grows.
Yeah.
But most importantly, it's all of your hard work paying off because of the amount of time that's being put in. You're going to see the skill level for these Apex players are just absolutely insane. No matter the region, no matter the continent, country, doesn't matter. They're absolutely insane. It's a pleasure to watch, and we're looking forward to bringing you the action.
Oh, absolutely. And I think one more thing to remember, and this is for us, because of course we've gone back to our regionals. We are EU. We are here for you guys in the EU, and we're so excited that you're up with us after dinner. You're having some fun playing Apex, watching Apex here on a Monday afternoon, Monday evening. Only their top 2 are going to qualify. During our super regionals, our top 3 would qualify. Guess what? Not happening. Just top 2 from our EU regions going forward. So once again, helping with that cutthroatness. So if you get first and second, awesome. You're getting yourself a playoff berth. You're getting yourself some money. Third gets money, not that playoff. So something else to add to the
drama.
The fun, we'll say. Exactly. Hey, speaking of drama, Tom, you mentioned some teams to watch. Let's dive into some of your teams to watch. And again, I always know how hard this is for you. It's like Sophie's choice for you. How do you just narrow it down to 5?
Yeah, a lot of times I have to go by the weekend's results. So we're looking at Alliance, Flavor of the Month, Gambit, Navi, and New Esports. Going over some detailed stats here when you go and look at the domination of players like Taylor from Flavor of the Month. This guy dropped 14 kills overall. Next closest to him was going to be Postkill on New Esports with 13. You're going to have Leogri and Badoli now on Alliance tied with 11th. But these were the teams that really dominated over the weekend in the semifinals. Top 10 teams from each group went on. Now that's why we have 20. And again, Cooler not in, North not in, Nessie not in. North actually lost the tiebreaker to Third Impact for 10th place. They placed 11th overall. They had more kills, but they didn't have a better placement. I think Third Impact got second in one of their 4 games. So big heartbreak there for a lot of these teams, but these are the 5 teams that we narrowed it down to. You got to watch out for Matafe's new squad. They're always hungry, and they're Orgless. That's their team name, so watch out for them. But it's going to be really, really exciting. Again, I want one of these teams not on the list to come out here and surprise us.
And I think it's a really good point as well to remember that we are here in our top 20 teams. There were 119 teams fielded from our EU region, and these teams have been grinding for the last 2 days. They've been grinding, and they found themselves here now in our top 20. So they're not cold. They're properly warmed up, Tom.
Yeah, hopefully some of them slept. Hopefully they didn't stay up the entire time, so they stayed warm. Or some of them, played so good that they haven't showered over the weekend, because sometimes you got to have your lucky underwear on or something like that, Kate. Not really quite sure what it is. Some people, it could be I don't wear deodorant on tournament days because you want to sweat it all out, and really, you never know. You never know what these superstitions are, Kate.
boy, and you know what? That's something that esports, traditional sports, they all have it. And I got to tell you, why does it always have to do with smelling? I have questions. These are the questions that I have, fam, and I want you to help answer them anytime.
I'm a smelly
you
gamer.
can.
What can I say?
But yes. Hey, listen, you wear it proudly, Tom, and I love you for it. Hey, speaking of things that are worn proudly, we have a community spotlight for you for a cosplayer who I think deserves a lot of recognition, and that's what we're going to do right now. Take a look at this.
My name is Connor. I'm Unbroken Hades. I'm a cosplayer. I've been with Apex since pretty much the beginning, since week 1. My parents have said that since I could hold a pencil, I have been drawing. I really loved comic books and superheroes. I remember when I was younger, I would try making stuff out of cardboard or even paper. My love for just creating things artistically has just grown since then. So I am transgender. And once I found out that Bloodhound was non-binary, I immediately fell in love with the character because the representation really meant a lot to me, and I wanted to help bring that character to life to hopefully inspire other people. And once I released the photos for Bloodhound, it was a good 2 days where my phone did not stop. To see that kind of reaction to the Bloodhound cosplay, it surprises me, and it makes me really, really thankful that everybody loves the work that I create and also enjoys Apex. The community to me means family in general. I love how everybody in the community is very much supportive of everybody inside it, whether you're creating artwork or creating music or creating cosplays. The love and support that you get from everybody inside the Apex fandom is overwhelmingly amazing. Definitely look forward to me finishing Caustic, and I have the gender bent Wraith drawings drawn up to hopefully make that cosplay soon, and I plan on doing at least 2 more Bloodhound skins. You can follow me on all social media at Unbroken Hades. Look to see what I'm making next.
Wow, Tom, I gotta tell you, you love seeing that. And I love the Apex community so much. They're incredibly artistic, they're incredibly talented. And Unbroken Hades is just one example of that kind of creativity. And oh man, it gives me the feels this morning, this Monday afternoon for people.
Yeah, hats off to Unbroken Hades. Just absolutely ridiculous skill from the drawing all the way from the concepting to being able to put it together. I'm so impressed.
100%. And I got to tell you, these are difficult. They are not intricate. They are intricate, is what I'm trying to say. And anyone who can bring these characters to life is, I got to say, impressive in my book for sure. Tom, at this point, this is the beginning of our other circuit, man. We're coming into it. We're going to jump into gameplay here in just a second. But first, I want to real quick ask you, what are you looking forward to? You mentioned some of the teams. You mentioned some of those roster shuffles. But what are you feeling like in terms of these team comps and some of those map changes that we've seen in between these circuits? Is that going to cause some rifts?
Yeah, I think that everyone's going to be playing the Bloodhound meta. Everyone's going to be playing the Crypto meta. It's going to be a lot of aggressive play. You're going to see, again, the combination of probably Crypto, Watson, Wraith. If not, you're going to see Gibraltar, Bloodhound, Wraith. So those are the 2 popular compositions right now. We may see some Pathfinders pulled out here or there, but I'm interested to see if anyone's going to get contested off the rip. And also I want to see how Max Strafe's going to do, because of the fact that he was the champion and the only champion right now in the Autumn Circuit since Nasky and Dell didn't make it into this one, as Yuki and Cooler did fall early. But I want to see how this new Navi roster is going to play, and I want to see, again, one of these teams on the top 5 go out and try to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, this is always the question that I have for you, and I think it's because as soon as we saw this new season, we saw this new legend, Rampart, right? Are we going to see a Rampart? Are we going to see this new legend come out in our esports tournament, in our pro play? Do you believe it's going to happen? And if so, or has it already happened?
No, I don't think it's going to happen, just because the Recon legends are so strong right now. It's so Crypto, it's so Bloodhound heavy, and you have to hit the scans, and you have to have the option to play outside of the bubble there with Gibraltar, outside of the zone, excuse me, so you can go in advance with the bubble, portal plays, etc., etc. So no Rampart quite yet, but still very, very fun character to play inside ranked.
Absolutely. Well, and I do know that, we are in the EU region here, and I've seen some things that are going to be really interesting, I think, going into our first part of gameplay. EU traditionally, I've seen at least, has been a little bit, they ramp up into their gameplay, whereas the Americas, or NA I should say, come in and they seem to hammer things down right away. Obviously this could change, but is there some sort of regionality that you like to see? Is there some sort of regionality that you've seen over and over, Tom, that could lend us a little glimpse into what we're about to see?
I think that the first tournaments of the season are always extremely unpredictable, so I'm not quite sure what to expect here, but one thing's going to be for sure is I think we're going to see a big discrepancy in skill level from certain teams on Kings Canyon, and then we switch on over to World's Edge. Some teams are very good at Kings Canyon. Some teams tend to struggle with it. Again, they're not as comfortable with it. They're not as experienced on it. We've scrimmed and played a lot of tournaments on World's Edge compared to Kings Canyon, and it's hard to read those zones over and over again, and some people just don't like the map as much. So it depends on what your attitude is and what your play style is, but I'm excited to see. Anything could happen, and that's what makes these tournaments so exciting.
It is. We've seen, and I think that's an apt description, Tom. We've seen when you go from Kings Canyon to World's Edge, or World's Edge to Kings Canyon, in that between our 3rd and 4th games, because again, that's where the discrepancy lies there. And you've seen teams that have gone from the 3rd game to the 4th game and have no problem whatsoever. They kill it every single time. And then you've seen some teams that have just done the polar opposite once they get onto a different map. And you can tell which teams have that prowess and which are just really banking on their abilities in one map or the other.
Yeah, and I think if you haven't won a game by game number 3 or 4, then it's highly unlikely that you're going to place inside of the top 2. I think that's one of the things that we've seen, and it's been fairly consistent, that one of the teams that ends up winning one of these early games, or at least comes out hot, gets a lot of kills, establish themselves, they tend to kind of take off with it. But we haven't seen anything like a major comeback, like something that we've seen in sports where it's just like an epic turnaround, it doesn't happen very often unless if it's going to happen, it has to start right around that halfway point. So game 3, game 4, if you're a fan of one of these teams, that's when you want to really start cheering them on because they're going to need those extra points going forward as the map does switch.
Hey, speaking of cheers, we've got some tweets, and you can tweet too. Remember, if you follow us at PlayApex on Twitter and use the hashtag ALGS, you might just see yourself on the show. And if you do, you get some Apex coins, 1,000 to be exact. But let's take a look at these tweets. Looks like ready for ALGS as always. Oh, Matafe and crew for the win. A Matafe fan, Chris McCarthy. There it is. That's exactly right. We got, I think, one more. Welcome. Thank you so much for tweeting at us, everybody. Doing us a favor, cheering on your teams, bringing us into your Monday, whether it's in the morning, the midday, or the afternoon. We're super psyched. Even at work, gotta catch the autumn circuit. Oh my goodness. Cruz, I wonder where he's working.
I think he works at Among Us. I'm pretty sure he's in an electrical room right now, and he's about to turn back on the lights or turn off the lights here very shortly. But both of y'all just got 1,000 Apex coins. Congratulations. And yes, Matafe and the boys, they had a very solid performance over the weekend. I think they placed top 3 inside of their group, which was not easy. Again, a lot of top teams didn't make it in. So they're one of the teams and players that I'm always rooting for. Again, very entertaining team to watch. So hopefully they're able to pull it together. But again, we have Badoli on Alliance now. Flavor of the Month is looking extremely strong. We always have Gambit, one of the best team fighting teams. So I'm really looking forward to get this one started and see who's going to take it.
Oh, and that's a very good point. And I will say, bringing up Matafe, if you want to talk about a person, a player who is not just prolific in his gameplay, but gosh darn exciting to watch, Matafe is definitely on your radar. And hey, keep it on this radar. If you want to follow us, we have live action, we've got drama, we've got tournaments, we've got the whole 9 yards. And we've got places to watch us. Now, you might already be doing this here, but in case you would like to send us a follow, twitch.tv/playapex. That's going to be a great place for you to watch us. You might be watching us here right now, enjoying yourself some chat and saying, what's up? And then you can also throw us a free sub over at youtube.com/@playapexcompete, /playapexcompete, YouTube, Twitch. You do your fans, you do your fun, you have some fun with us. You can always follow us at Apex. Boy, is it a Monday morning for you too, Tom, or is it just me? Anyway, at Play Apex, that's the way to do it across the socials. Use that hashtag ALGS. And, of course, if you find yourself on our program, well, you might just find yourself 1,000 Apex coins richer, which is definitely a reason for the season, Tom.
Yeah, we have some return members on there really starting to cash it in.
Yeah.
On their way to the heirlooms, no heirlooms, so make sure we get it right. But, yeah, we're getting ready to start the action here. Just want to say thanks to everyone that's watching, and thanks to all the players for all of their, consistent dedication towards the game to put on such a great show for us.
Truer words were never spoken. Now we're going to toss it over to Rain Day and Girl, but first, take a look at this.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another start of an amazing circuit. We're in autumn, and I know, if you're in California or some places like me, it's still been hot, so you're like, when is it really going to be autumn? It doesn't feel like fall, but it actually is, and so we're kicking off a brand new circuit here in Apex Legends, and I'm happy to call the action with, of course, none other than Girl. Girl, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, super excited, looking forward to another tournament, another series. Glad to have these competitive tournaments every so often. Super excited.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice little experience to really get this consistency with these teams and the way that we go into these matchups. And sometimes there's just this kind of summer break where every little element that's occurring. For here, though, we really don't know everything. There's a lot of new teams in terms of rosters changing up in both North America and Europe. So there's a lot to kind of find out as we do start this drop-in over in Kings Canyon. We're going to play a couple of games on here. We've got 6 games in total. But how do you feel like in terms of like your biggest notice moment in terms of rosters or in terms of what's shaken up in the very small offseason that we've had here, girl? Anything stand out to you as far as players or changes the teams have made?
Nothing really stands out for me too much, but I do like to see the mix of competitive rosters. It's a little different than what we've seen in the past. Some people have switched teams. There's new rosters. Some things are working out for some people, and some teams it just didn't work out for them this time.
And of course, that's what everybody's trying to hope for, that this time is somehow a little bit different. Action getting started here, and it's not unlikely to see these early tests, especially when you look at what ends up happening as far as these lobbies. You have a great start to a game, or you're not quite sure if someone is kind of baiting your landing spot, and you're trying to 50-50, and you want to mark your territory. I mean, that's one of the most important things you could do. You play ranked a ton. How important is it getting off to a good start, girl?
It is definitely important to get off to a good start. You really hope not to have to 50-50 in the beginning, because you want to be able to get your armor and your guns so that you can have a proper fight later on. 50-50 unfortunately didn't work out for 3-Lane Esports. They're the first team out in this tournament today. But other than that, having a good start will put you off into the right direction.
It's so important in so many situations. Kind of getting that momentum early, but there's 6 games, so it is more of a marathon than the sprint. So I think they have a little bit of, I guess, perspective to achieve there. They're going to sit out this entire lobby and see what the team that killed them has been doing. And I just know that can be a frustrating experience. Hopefully they bounce back pretty well. Following along, though, with Faratse and Stanny, Sadyama, and the Fizu. All just kind of moving across, trying to get to circle. They've got that Pathfinder beacon, and there's a lot of Pathfinder here. I mean, not necessarily something that we had seen a lot towards the back end of it, except for people who care. But look at this, moving on with AHG. Matafe, we mentioned him earlier, doing some work with a wingman, and now he's got the scout out.
Matafe with the super amazing headshot on the wingman. He is one of the best wingman players in the world, I would say. Every time I watch him, he's hitting headshots left and right. Hitting the bat off. Silta down to 1 HP. I'm not sure what they're doing. They might be falling back now that they lost Kuya. It looks as so. He does have the battery. He'll be able to escape and maybe pull that bat off.
And there it is. He's a little bit with Weigers here trying to finish off Yasilta. Oh, and that is going to be not what they were looking for. Yasilta falling a little bit earlier, getting caught there, and Weigers absolutely willing to take whatever is coming forward. These early KP allowing them not only just a couple of extra moments where they can get ahead, even if they go down here as far as some points, stay in the match, but also now they can try to push the remaining 2 members of this squad. You remember AHG have just been changing things up quite a little bit, been very on the cusp of success, girl, but I think they're hoping these latest roster changes will have done the difference for them, but it just may not have worked out in this case as they look at Kuya stuff as well.
Yeah, Weigers off to a really good start. I believe they have 2 kills, right?
I think so, at least.
Yeah, they're full purple. They're really close to the end zone. They do have the Pathfinder, so they do have some kind of idea as to where they... It looks like they want to stay in salvage for now, but they probably want to hit that beacon again when the zone closes, or it looks like they're rotating off.
And, you know, these teams, Kings Canyon, just to be, obviously cognizant of it, it's going to play very different than World's Edge. And these teams have different paces. The game will have a different pace for these first few matches. And World's Edge may be a little bit slower. But right now it feels like you can't avoid a fight. They're happening no matter what. And Weigers are aware of that, looking, do we hit the balloon? Do we try to rotate here? Are we in a good enough position? Salvage is honestly just, I don't think is a great spot to hold unless you really understand where other teams are, and it's just very exposed in a lot of different angles. Right now, though, Alliance, a team that has been so innovative, bringing the caustics out, and now they are just holding that building with another Pathfinder. No Caustic in sight as we travel back to the end of the flight there, the landing. For Weigers, we'll put them on the edge of the map.
This way.
Yeah, it looked like they were taking the balloon a couple times to do some scouting to make sure that they were able to get a good spot. But here we are with Na'Vi and Max Strafe with the Prowler shots. Prowler is so incredibly strong, but unfortunately he went down, and that is it for Na'Vi this game. T-Rex, victors of that fight.
Wow, and that is pretty much a big story because you look at the European Summer Circuit playoffs and you look at GSD, a team, Nasky, Strafe, and Dell, that had just been so consistent and had been really setting that tournament up to be kind of a do or die, our last moment together, knowing that that team was going to get split, that they were going to end up seeing Strafe move over with Na'Vi and with Claws and 9 Impulse. And what's happening now is you see that they're out. So not necessarily what they would have wanted. They've had some good performances throughout the week, so I expect a lot from them today. But it's just not going to be game one that they show us what they got.
Yeah, like you said earlier, it is game one. There is 6 games today, so they'll be able to have plenty of other games to try and catch up.
Moving over to the name, or none of me if they want to get fancy with it. I'm going to go with the name there. And see them rotating here on the outside. Crypto, Wraith, and Watson. You were talking about the Prowler girl, but from a meta perspective, what are you feeling like as far as a lineup really is serving a lot of these teams to the best of their abilities? Do you think it's just a play style? We know that has a huge part of it, but is there something that's kind of leaning to be the better lineup than the rest here as we get engaged with a Crypto ultimate about to try and set things up? Yet the Crypto has the shield bat, and so that ult is not doing well. They're caught between a grenade and a rock, and it's actually going to be AHG 0-0 who's moving on and saying, you know what, I'm not going to push this. I got to get out of here.
Yeah, in a lot of these situations, nades can really put you into a tough spot, and sometimes you can't get out of them. So fortunately for 0-0, he was quick and smart enough to put that ultimate off really fast, get his team out into a safer position, because where they were was not the right spot at the right time.
And sometimes you just need that patience. Sometimes, you know, I look at myself. There's not a fight I don't like. You look at somebody like Russell Westbrook in the NBA. There's not a shot he doesn't think is a good shot to take. And when you look at Apex Legends, I mean, you and I had talked about it. We had some 1v1 sessions. Sometimes players are naturally aggressive, more so than they should be. And I think I like what 0-0 did, knowing this isn't the opportunity to push. We had our Crypto ult, but you know what? It's not worth trying to capitalize on it and dying. So let's just say it's a wash. We'll fight, or we'll live to fight another day. And I think that shows a lot of patience and obviously a lot of poise from a team that had a position to definitely push if they had just continued to commit with their game plan at the start.
Yeah, very well said. There is 16 teams still alive. It's going to end in between Salvage and Market, it seems like. In the beginning, there were a couple pings southern of that, but it looks more like in between Salvage and Market right now. Everybody's posted up, so there probably won't be too much fighting in between there, because once one fight starts, it might never end, because all of the teams are there centered into that spot, except a couple. So there might be some fights or some poking outside of the ring.
Flavor of the month, one of our long-standing teams here. Obviously, we mentioned them formerly, Virtus Pro, and have competed since Poland. These guys have been around this scene forever, and they've done such a good job at representing not only Europe but themselves, always playing better. Bit of a bittersweet end to the summer circuit, but they have so much going for them that I feel like you just carry that momentum, girl. Yes, it was GSD. It felt like it was just about GSD in that summer circuit playoff, but now with that team split up, there's really not as many teams as Flavor of the Month who can say we've been together for so long, we've had momentum on our side. This really could be a circuit for them, so I'm keeping an eye on them most of the time as we head into this lobby. Still 16 teams remaining. Zone 2 about to close up in 35 seconds.
Yeah, they're one of the few teams that are running Gibraltar right now, which is why I think they're playing it a little more passive. They're on the outer edge looking to see if there's any other teams around them, and they're gonna rotate in late. They've got the Gibraltar. They're not in a rush to go to that end zone, but they can if they want to. But I think the Gibraltar play for them might work out today because they're one of the few teams running on the outer edge. As we saw on the map, there are plenty of teams center zone. So will they have difficulty going into the ring later on, or will they be one of the safer teams on the edge? We'll find out here soon.
I have a question for. I mean, do you like rotating into salvage area and that market area from where we're seeing them previously, kind of more on the northern or more exposed side of the map, or do you kind of like taking it from the opposite side where we had seen some of the earlier fights? What's your favorite version of an approach there? Because there is a little bit of difficulty coming through that barren wasteland, from Gauntlet heading over to salvage, because there's just a lot of snipers in play right now, and they could easily poke you down.
Yeah, honestly, there are not too many different buildings for teams to take, and I think because they're all taken right now, there isn't really a point to go there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they've got the Gibraltar, so they could create cover for themselves. That's the one advantage for them for being outside of the ring, even if there's a lot of open area. They will probably have to wait for a couple teams to fight, look for their opportunity to get in safely later on. But personally, I prefer, I don't play that kind of play style. Personally, I play to rotate early, camp up in a building, and hope for the best.
So you go camping. All right,
Yeah.
girl, we now know how you've gotten to master solo queuing. It was just camping. We get it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. If I hadn't lost that many 1v1s, I would be serious. But no, there's a little more to your game than that. And Alliance trying to prove that they've got a lot more to their game as well. Trying to basically force the issue here into the house, but getting poked out. Badoli, besides the shield cells, or better comfort than running into that building. Those Watson fences doing a good job deterring the aggression. And so they may just back off here. 3 circles about to have closed, 1 minute and 7, and that Pathfinder grapple just to get the high ground with the triple take and the R301.
Yeah, Badoli plays really good angles on Pathfinder. I believe every time I've seen him scrim or something along the lines of that, I've seen him carry a sniper. So they have really good communication when they play. They have really good trust within each other. So once Badoli hits those big shots, Haki and Faiths are really confident into going in, getting those entry frags, and then Badoli can follow up very easily. So I really like seeing him on those snipers.
Well, flavor of the month, having a lot of spice to this fight. They found Weigers and gotten involved, as well as Gambit, who have been kind of interchanging with Weigers as well. So flavor of the month, doing a great job. You mentioned that they were kind of geared up, and they are. Look at that, 1 full Evo already. Purple's about to be expanded, you would imagine, with just a bit more damage. And Alliance looking to maybe push the issue. But Dolly, we know, has the angles, and Hockey just says, let me go and try and finish this off. He's done damage. At least 1 KP could be coming here. And that's just going to be an abandoned teammate. They're saying, we're just going to go for placement points here. There's no way we're going to win this fight against the full Alliance squad. And Hawkins will take it. Circle moving in now, though. He's got to get back to the team. And 30 seconds to reposition. This is where it gets a little tight, girl, because obviously everyone's starting to rotate now. Still 13 squads left.
Yeah, they did really well there. They were able to get the shots, and they're very confident. They had 2 teammates go into the zone while he ended up finishing and caught back to them.
Awesome. Well, you know, we've been following Flavor of the Month quite a bit. We've also been checking in on Alliance. We're on quite a rotation, but sticking here with Flavor of the Month, they're looking to fight it out. Rabinu, he'll go down. Flavor of the Month, pressured out. They just couldn't get there in time. And oh my God, it's Les Sites de France who find the kill. That is going to be very disappointing, just outside of the top 10, and so they won't get those crucial placement points. Basically the next tier of placement points once you are in the top 10. So they'll have to rely on however many kills they got, which was a decent amount. Probably a below average start for them since they had a lot of promise and they were almost fully decked out as far as shields. Just that late rotation, girl, kind of came back to haunt them.
Yeah, it comes back to what you were saying earlier. Would I prefer rotating in late or early? And you were saying it's quite hard with these open areas to rotate in late because it's difficult because there's not a lot of buildings you could go to. So if someone's gatekeeping you, it might be easy kills for them, and unfortunately for them, they just went down.
And it's even to that point, girl, I feel like it's also a lot of choke points in Kings Canyon specifically, that when you are rotating late, you just don't have options. Like, you don't have space and you don't have options, and there's so many people around you. And, well, Kearney says, shut up, Rainay. I'm about to hit all of my shots from the vault from, like, a 0.1 degree angle. And he just basically turns the tide in that fight. The poke battle clearly went their way. T-Rex content with that, though, just to stay up top and hold the high ground, because that gives them a lot more opportunities to disengage from this fight if some other team decides to push. 9 hostiles detected. Oh my god, major pushers. It would be a major push if they decided to go fight that.
Yeah, they do not have a Watson, they do not have a Caustic, and I wonder if the teams around them know, because later on, the teams are going to want to fight for these positions, so this team might end up getting pushed. They do have a good spot. Grenades are probably going to be in any team's favor right now because of the small circle and because of those choke points or those small areas that teams cannot really get out of right now.
Now here's where the triple take can show up. Season 6, so many changes. This weapon has kind of been the, I don't know, the just kind of the stepbrother, not necessarily the highlight of the family as far as snipers, but it has been so cool to see the changes, not only to the choke, but just the ability for this to fire quicker in between some of those bursts, and also have the versatility, again, of the choke already onto the weapon, and people have picked it up. They've embraced the change with open arms, and 10 squads left here. Seems like that embrace has been working for some of the teams who have done it, considering Purge here, Zanma. He's got his crypto drone ready to fly out. What's he going to scout up here, girl? He's looking just to see if there's somebody to push, or if there's anybody who's still in this left-hand side, and he finds, yes, at least one over there. Looking for some rats potentially, and also looking to just secure anybody trying to push maybe with a defensive crypto ult, but he's still got about 40% before that's charged up.
Contact with target.
And did they just make that happen? Oh boy, look at the impact there. They're going to go ahead and find one, and that's third impact, also finding kills on the other side. So Alliance, meanwhile, having their own battle. And you could see it is Badoli finding the kill on the Zera for third impact. They're also getting engaged here, and Yasilta finding kills in the kill feed. So action all around, and major pushers towards the outskirts of it. Yet having a pretty nice rotation. They can gatekeep a lot of the teams who are still sitting in Market Girl, so it's kind of a matter of time. 10 seconds left before they have to make a move and things start to go down.
Contact with hostile.
And so you can see here, major pushers, they're not pushing this time. It's kind of the irony of the name. You really see them playing defensive. And as we wait, there's the defensive bombardment from Gibraltar. The dome shield, it's coming up in response as well. Tries to throw the Arc Star at one gate of the portal because he knows teams are coming through, and they are at the edge of the zone. They don't have to push any farther. And there it is. He's scanning it yet again. Beast of the Hunt still active for 12 seconds. Any knockdown's going to give him 15 more seconds onto that thing, and the drone's detected, and you know that's bad news because here comes the EMP, cracking shields and cracking hopes. The Crypto is going to find it. Ranch is still alive. He's into the Voided away. The Mastiff in hand and the Flatline. That's going to be a knock, but no, a team from downtown comes through, and it's Purge, who are sitting at the best spot. Zeke, third impact. They are still alive. They have found kills as well. There could be a rat here, but we know that it is Purge sitting high and pretty. It is post-kill. It is 1, 2, 3. These teams are vying for success here, and will they be able to do it? It's 2 for the side of New Esports. A full Evo shield onto the Caustic, going to be stat per stat, bullet per bullet, the hardest character to drop here outside of a Gibraltar with the same thing, but I don't know if Purge are scared. They've obviously got 3 red Evo shields, 45 seconds to time this out. Select fire as well, the Prowler becoming the meta weapon of choice with the R99 care packaged. Get it out of here for now, the dev said, and it's worked well for these players who want to really flex the heavy ammo category the Prowler has been in. And look at this, just maybe trying to get a little vision, but also keep the drone alive. It had the extra help, but will it be enough? A couple of shots of that with any of these weapons right now, it's going to be absolutely destroyed. And Zanma, he's against the clock, 80% on the ultimate, 12 seconds left before this circle starts to move. Again, they don't have to go too far. They have the high ground, and they got a lot of cover except for this bridge. So that's what they're trying to set up. Paradise trying to go through it as well, and he's going to get there. They're in zone. This is a nice spot, but again, a little bit of a low ground, so you have to now get the bat off. They will push, and it will be the Pathfinder coming in. Oh, the Mastiff as well from Exco. He'll find it and purge. It looks like they are purged here. Zanma, the only hope. But he's hiding now, and the defensive bombardment looking to go, but the Watson pylon will save it, and here comes, oh my god, the other team, the Caustic. We had mentioned it with the Evo shield. Drone detected, but will that matter? They're going to be pushing into 1, 2, 3, and that is just going to be it. 1, 2, 3 is the champion. It's easy as ABC. 1, 2, 3, they will go ahead and claim victory here in your first game of the autumn circuit for EU. And what a game it was. To be honest, we saw a lot of different moments from teams, especially towards the 16th to the 9th spot, really have an impact to be able to go ahead and position themselves to win this game. Remember, flavor of the month, we're in a great spot. We saw Third Impact having a ton of opportunities as well. Weigers, major pushers, but it came down to the early rotations, and that's what Purge did. They didn't outplay in that final circle. They got caught on kind of a bad ending. It could have ended a little higher, but it ended towards that rock. It helped 1, 2, 3 quite a bit. So the rotations had to go that way. But ultimately, it really did end up being kind of a situation of an early rotation having an impact. And that is, if you're coming into Apex Legends and you're wondering, what's the difference between maybe the pro scene? What's the difference between what I do and what I'd like to do and what they're doing? Well, first, all their teammates have mics. So yeah, that might be different than your ranked experience. I understand that. But also, despite the fact that they have mics and they're communicating and they can aim like crazy, really it's about how do you take what you already know and the information and use it to your best of the ability. And that's what I think Purge did. Again, they didn't necessarily outplan that fight. And one of the things that we noticed was the ult management from both of the crypto seemed a bit rushed. And because, you have 80% on that ult, you're getting ready for that final cooldown. If they had crypto ulted and then pushed, the pressure would have been completely onto 1, 2, 3. And so it kind of ended up being maybe a little bit of a lucky thing for 1, 2, 3 to not have that crypto ult to deal with. But also Purge with such great positioning, a little unfortunate to not have maybe the Watson, the ultimate accelerant. I call it the Watson something, which is hilarious because she has so much of a use for it. But then, of course, to be able to not have that crucial ultimate that you're counting on for that character to really turn the tide in a situation like that. Ultimately, game one is really not the deciding factor, guys. And before we kind of get it back to the analyst desk, which is happening very soon, don't worry, I'm not going to be talking forever. We're just getting some things sorted out on our end to make sure it's good to go back with Tom and Kate. I think big takeaways from this and big themes going on is that, look, you look at a lot of the storylines we had coming in. You have GSD, who have now split up. You've got Navi and GYD, so to speak, are cooler. And you didn't really see an impact from those teams. Those are big names that we expect to have, obviously, a lot more impact heading into this next level of Apex Legends. And so with the European circuit having some of these bigger names and the winners of the summer circuit actually now out of the count, it's really opened up the field. And if you had said 1, 2, 3 is going to win this game coming from viewing what happened in Europe in the summer, you probably, would have won a big bet because that might not have been where everyone's eyes were turned. But now the lobby has shifted and things have definitely changed. And I think that is going to be really the big difference in whether we're able to see a more competitive European circuit. It's already competitive. These teams already have been so effective at maintaining some semblance of balance. And I think when you look at the difference just quickly between what you'll see here and what you'll see maybe later in the afternoon with North America, where maybe 3 or 4 or 5 teams kind of start to shine, you may see 7, 8, 9 teams actually have an impact here, which to me makes the difference in what you're watching with Europe. It's one of the reasons I love Europe the most. I think why you as a viewer probably tune in for Europe as well. There's such a balance, and any team can win at any given moment that it makes these fights and makes everything so great. So now that my soliloquy is done, I'm going to go take a shower. I think I'm sweating. No, I'm kidding. But I'm done talking. We've got some of those issues worked out, guys. Thank you so much for your patience. We're going to get it back to Tom and Kate to break down what we saw after Game 1 and 1-2-3 taking the win.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man, Tom. Oh, man, indeed. I got to tell you, we've had, of course, you're right. You know what? It's the Wild West here. We're always going to have problems. We're always going to have some interesting little elements to this coming from our homes to yours, but don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it, because we're here for all the Apex Legends, all the fun. So, Tom, let's talk a little bit about what we just saw. And, of course, a huge thank you to Evan for giving us that soliloquy. What a lovely soliloquy it was. What did we just see, Tom?
Yeah, so a girl, unfortunately, she drops out, and then we have to have Fallout go and recover her banner on the crypto. So don't worry, girl's going to be respawned back here very shortly. But yeah, great job, Rain Day. And also, great job to 1-2-3 there for just doing such a great job holding off Purge, because Purge had this really great high ground position, but they had to lay down this portal, and it was tough because they took initial damage and weren't able to all three use that head glitch at the same time. So no Wraith phase was used, no Q was used throughout that time. Possibly Purge could have came back through the portal, healed up, and then doubled back the other way, but just a little bit of a mistimed opportunity there, and then the third party coming in with the cleanup on the last player alive for Purge. But 1-2-3 held their ground over towards the rock. It's a very tough circle going over towards that market side and having to make your way from that angle, but it looked like Purge holding that high ground was going to be able to do something serious, and they seemed to be in one of the best spots, but they just weren't able to capitalize.
I'll tell you what, and it's so interesting that we're already seeing some kidnapping, right? We're already seeing some of these little elements that I feel like I tend to come out in the later games, right, where people start to get a little bit, creative and intrigued. But I'm loving that we're coming out swinging here. And of course, you're absolutely right, Purge coming out with that incredible spot. Let's talk a little bit about let's talk a little bit about weaponry, because we were talking about how there are, they even mentioned it as well, right? We had the new triple take, the new weapon, and coming out and seeing that there's sort of that step snipe brother, if you will. Is that something we're going to see on this map a lot more? Is that something that you expect to see across maps? Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, you're going to see it on Kings Canyon. You're going to see it on World's Edge. You're going to see Charge Rifle, Sentinel. But right now, it seems to be Triple Take is the most popular. The thing is once you start getting into these zones that are closing towards the end of the game, though, you need to get a kill with that or have one of your teammates get a kill up close. Switch it out for something maybe like the Mastiff if you're rocking Triple Take Volt or Triple Take Prowler, whatever you're doing. You're going to see the power of the Mastiff in all of these team fights, especially the closer that you get in, especially when a Gibraltar Dome is introduced. The Mastiff just turned the tides of the fight there for 1-2-3, completely ripping off about 112, and you saw really great shots from both teams coming out, even on the Purge side, but it didn't really matter. So when you do have this triple take, when you do have this long-range gun, it's great, but you're going to need something to defend yourselves in the mid-range. You're going to need something to defend yourself up close. Yes, it does work as some sort of secondary shotgun, but it's better to have something like the Mastiff or the EVA-8.
The power of the Mastiff. I absolutely love it. Well, let's take a look at what that power has netted some of our teams here with our Game 1 results, which I'm told are actually just around the corner, ready to go. So we can see exactly how these teams fared. I gotta say, this is always my favorite part because, with all of the action and all the drama, everything, it's so hard sometimes to find where everything's happening all at once. So this is an excellent breakdown for us to be able to see exactly how these teams really came through. So let's take a look here.
Yeah, you can see the top three teams really dominating the points here and making it difficult for the rest of these teams. Now going to have to scrounge up in game number 2, but 20 points overall for 1-2-3. New Esports coming in, one of our top 5 teams to watch. They're going to get 17 points overall. That's going to be Rondon, his squad, and Kashera, who these guys drop a lot of kills, so you got to look out for them. No strangers to being able to put up big numbers. Purge right there behind them, finishing off in that spot over towards the high ground, possibly being able to win that game, putting themselves in a great position. So these were the 3 teams that most notably dominated this game. However, that was a brutal circle. It's a brutal zone. It's tough to make your way in again from any angle, as Girl was talking about with Rain Day. She'd much rather be inside the interior than defending over towards the outside, because so many teams are gatekeeping, so many teams are in unexpected spots, and so many teams are holding dominant positions inside of high grounder buildings.
Absolutely, and we'll take a look at those, obviously those leaderboards after our first. And Tom, I think is a really apt analysis there. You had so many teams bringing in those 8 kills, 9 kills. You can't, not everybody can come to the table and eat for free, so we've got a lot of things happening and a lot of gameplay yet to come, of course. But this is just game 1 for our EU region, everyone. A reminder that 119 teams were fielded to get to just this 20. So we've obviously got some. I sometimes I'm bowled over by how exciting these gameplays are, and I think, Tom, this is one of those moments where, will this define the rest of our autumn circuit? I don't know, but it certainly seems to have gotten us to a great start.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a great circle to start with. It's nothing too crazy. It's a fairly familiar one. I hope that we see something more fair and central like that. Again, very middle of the map. I don't like when things pull too far away from the edge of the zone or from the edge of the map, because it makes it difficult depending on where you land. But that was a very fair and exciting one, a very common zone, and it was very well played from all of the teams. But 1-2-3 really had it together, really found their rock, and just stuck there as Purge was going and making their portal play. I was wondering if they were going to be able to execute this one, but as Rain Day was saying, there was only 81% on that crypto drone. Could have completely changed the fight if he has an Ultic cell there and he could pop it, go get that 100%, make that play as they go and set the portal. Perfect timing. They probably would have cleaned up the fight, used maybe the enemy Gibraltar bubble if it was there, and then they would have had to fend off the third party as it came, and I think they possibly wouldn't be able to do that because 1-2-3 was able to. So it was a very, very balanced, fast-paced game. A lot of teams dropped a little bit earlier than I was anticipating, but I really hope that we continue to see that type of gameplay.
As easy as 1, 2, 3, and we're gonna actually be able to say that. I'm hoping we'll be able to say that more this week, today, here in our EU region. But you know what? Speaking of 3, we actually got some tweets, Tom. We got you talking, and we want to see. We've got some things you've said and some things you've done. And remember, you can go ahead and follow us. Oh, look at that! It's speaking of triple take. How about the only way I'll be in an Apex tournament? Loving the content, guys. Love from Ireland. Oh, you know what? Listen, Darren Lee, let me tell you something. This is a hard lobby to get into, my friend, and an even harder lobby to survive. So you and I both will never probably make it, but I will say that at this point, big ups to Ireland.
I got an idea. I got another way for Darren
Let's hear
to get
it.
in. How about you take Darren's hair, show it to your barber, and tell him, I want the Darren Lee, because that is some nice hair, man. We could appreciate that one. We could put him in a magazine.
Yes, and I'll tell you something. Tom is the epitome of good hair here on our Apex Legends Global Series, so definitely something you want to make sure you see. But look at that, our ugly mugs again.
It's a hairball.
You got hair goals. Listen, I'm telling you right now, Tom, I have hair goals for Tom, and part of it is I'm very, very jealous of his hair. I'm just going to say it right there. But somebody else that looks like they're having some fun, enjoying some Apex, don't disappoint the cat.
No, look at this little fur ball. So cute. Love to see it. Sitting on the desk is one of my favorite spots. Of course, the cat has to sit next to the mouse. Also, just anything that's in my way is where my cat wants to be. So that would be when I'm sleeping, trying to get on my pillow. Anytime that I'm walking in between my feet. Anytime there's food, it's around that. And I would say that my cat goes after my food more than my dog. I'm just throwing that out there.
That is and Good update from Tom. At any rate, yes, of course, thank you once again for tweeting at us. Make sure if you want to find yourself on this show and potentially 1,000 Apex coins richer, wow, there's so many easy ways to do it. Go ahead and use the hashtag ALGS. Follow us at PlayApex. Tweet at us, and of course, then you can enjoy yourself some fun.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to game number 2. Listen, you don't even care about my face. You don't care about girls' face. You care about gameplay, so we're going to jump right into the action here. Game number 2, on board with YGers to kick this thing off. Fall out here, join alongside girls. We gear up and get ready for game number 2.
Let's go this way.
As we are now on board with YGers. Going to jump on board with YGers as it currently stands as we get girl back into the broadcast. Apologies all for the delay there, but we're going to kick things off with YGers. Switch over to Orgless and Hungry, which, by the way, is quite literally my favorite team name in a very long time. I love the tenacity that we're seeing right here from Orgless and Hungry. We all know what they're capable of. We know what Matafe is capable of. We've been watching him do it alongside Ad Hoc Gaming for quite some time. So excited to see what Orgless and Hungry can do in the new roster. Going to jump on board instead with Le Site de France. And of course, if you are maybe new to the Apex scene, or maybe if you watched a few of the last broadcasts, you heard of this team because they were the ones that dominated our last chance qualifier. This was the qualifier that got them into the playoffs. Didn't have the playoff performance that they would have wanted without any ability to secure a top 3 finish. However, I'm excited to see what they can do here. This roster of Psycop, of Joke, and Lerabinu, the French team, is so incredibly impressive. They continue to be impressive. I'm glad that they stayed together as a roster because we know what they're capable of as a team and as a trio. So excited to see what they can do in these early games. This, of course, is game number 2 as we see the kill feed get lit up. Kuya was the one in that kill feed, was able to pick up 1, and we'll see how he will continue to roll here. However, on board now with Lerabinu. They're currently playing within mid-river as it currently stands. And it looks like we do have a few individuals that were able to get some shots in and do some work. Speaking of people that do some work, we got my man Rain Day coming in. We revived him from the dropship, and he is back. What's up,
What's
brother?
up, man? You know, excited to be back here. You know, I think Girl, again, we respawned her, and then she got killed off drop, which is, you know, very, very typical of Girl. So we're just gonna make sure we, you know, get her really into a safe spot, get her looted up, get her, you know, at least a blue shield, and then we'll bring her back on the broadcast. But yeah, man, good to get into game 2 here. What's been going on so far? What is the theme so far that you've seen as far as game 2 happening?
Yeah, not a whole lot is in this early game. We did see one squad get eliminated. Unfortunately, we weren't able to catch who that team was as I was solo casting there for a second. So we'll, of course, try and get that update ASAP. But, you know, you bring up a great point there, Randy. Girl does die off drop. Why I can't talk. Girl does die off drop. That's kind of like alliteration right there, tongue twister. Quite often. And we are actually competing in casting as a trio today. So we have our trio here ready to do some work. It's just the 3 of us. So
yeah,
I like the
you know, I think, you know, when you look at it, we've had a lot of interesting things. But as a trio, we really are, I think, what do you say, contenders in this lobby? I mean, I wouldn't say that you can count us out. You know, 100%. I think we're going to be involved in every game. We're definitely going to have a say, and literally and figuratively, hopefully, in our imaginary lobby that we're playing in. INS, though, in trouble, and because they just popping the shield bat, John, to get us back focused on what we're here to talk about, which is just game 2, and honestly, flavor of the month. Right. They're a team I've had my eye on.
Yeah, 100% they are. INS, though, on the flip side, not looking to be in the best position as they're currently down a few members. This is a team I don't know a whole lot about. Funk, coming from Ireland. We have Koze and Galatorix was doing some research kind of coming in to this tournament and learned a little bit about this roster just from some preliminary research, but really don't know a whole lot. We're obviously flipped over now to Flavor of the Month instead on screen with Flavor of the Month and checking out this roster. This is a team we know a whole lot about. Of course, Insiders, I think they did get eliminated. They are one of the 3 squads that are out, I believe, alongside, actually, look at that, Yuxako and Nighties of 1, 2, 3, who I know won game number 1. Yeah. 2 of them out of this one. I'm not sure if the full squad is wiped here right now.
May not be. Flavor of the Month it brings up an interesting point because Girl was mentioning this as Taylor continues to fire along with the G7. You know, they have been a team that is built around rotating towards the edge of the circle. You look at Ring 1, they have the Pathfinder, but where are they? They're right on edge. They're basically playing that edge, rotating a little bit later, not being at the center focal point of these fights, and that's what Gibby does. You can play edge and have that random barrier come up whenever things get a little dodgy, but what we saw hurt them in Kings Canyon is that they were a little late, and then people really were able to gatekeep them even though they have the Gibraltar. So I'm hoping there's a different scenario for Flavor of the Month. Maybe they just say, let's go back to it, and we were just unlucky, but maybe it's just not a great map to play Edge in the same way World's Edge might be.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think between the two maps, the Gibraltar comp, which as mentioned and we've talked about quite often, but again, if you're new to Apex, any team running Gibraltar, because of that dome shield and that artificial cover they can deploy and drop really whenever they want, or at least every 15 to 20 seconds, are going to play Edge a little bit more often than others. And that in a map like World's Edge, which is very open, which gives you an opportunity to rotate and play Edge and find some picks, that works. But on Kings Canyon, based on the map layout and the map design, I think it's a little bit less realistic. I think that early rotation with a Pathfinder or a Crypto meta, it actually works out a little bit better in your favor. I know Third Impact Black, we saw that player profile. They like to run that Crypto Recon meta, and they like to play Crypto in the same way that teams, really for the first 10 months of Apex played Pathfinder. Rotate early, find Circle. Of course, you don't have a Pathfinder, but now, of course, Crypto can scan beacons and can also get that intel for you. So really, in my eyes, with Pathfinder buffs, with the nerfs, with the Crypto buffs, there's no reason not to. But let's jump back into the gameplay here. It looks like New Esports can find themselves in a pretty rough spot and going to get tagged up as Rondon, last member alive, is going to find a way to clutch up. But for now, he needs to find at least a few more picks if he can. No, he gets shut down.
Rondon, he will go down. And we'll switch right away from that fight into Gambit, who are a team that you would expect to have a lot more efficacy towards not only an initial fight like that in close quarters, especially how they're set up right now, but definitely towards the later games. And we'll go right back to Major Pushers and Ranches, who are, I believe, in that same engagement. And so these guys have been involved. They were top 9 last time, and you could consider that they have, again, a pretty good understanding of how to maneuver around this map. Holding salvage gives them access to the balloon. It gives them access to kind of a left and right choke where you have that long bridge. But overall, really just content to kind of hold edge of where the ring will be in another round, as they've got that Pathfinder, the Bloodhound beacon activated now, thanks to that buff that they got.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Major Pushers, also more known as Major Contenders. If you haven't heard of them, you better take note. This is a team that really hit for quite some time now, has been quietly just performing very well. Meanwhile, Zerifer, back to Apex Legends. Unfortunate, his return, his re-debut, if you will, after taking some time to go to Valorant, is not going to go very, very well as Zerifer gets taken out. Big shout out to Zerifer, but unfortunate for him right there, he falls to Gambit. One of our only top teams with a full roster. Of course, Navi in this one as well. Alliance playing with a stand-in Badoli, as I know IPN, I believe, is the one who's taking a little bit of a break due to some mental health focuses. So big shout to IPN as he's going through a little bit of a reset, which of course we all need, especially as a pro gamer with how many hours you put in. But speaking of Navi, take a look at this squad. You talked about a lot about it in Game 1. We talked a lot about it on a pregame show, but this is certainly a team to watch. Max Strafe, your champion from Nasky, Strafey, and Dell, is now making his debut in the Navi tag.
Yeah, and Strafe's just going to have to get with the luscious hair on Navi. You look at those guys' profile pictures, man. The hair stands out. I mean, they're great players, but man, off the scene, you got to imagine that Strafe's got a lot of work to catch up there. But no, in terms of Apex, these guys are all top competitors. It'll be interesting to see what Navi can do. One of the, a huge European org and a huge just worldwide org that's just been very consistent in supporting being a part of the Apex Legends competitive scene. And this is just a great pickup for them. Unfortunate for a lot of people to see GSD kind of separate, especially after that win. You think, wow, the sky's the limit. But, sometimes there is something better in a lot of different ways. It's not just about mechanical skill or maybe synergy. There's other factors to a successful and healthy team environment.
Yeah, you're spot on. And, he gets to play back in the CIS region. Yep. I believe he's from Ukraine. The other two are from Belarus. He gets to play in his home region. And, of course, the liking and the backing of an org like Navi is great. Yeah. I agree, though. Sad to see, such a dynasty really is what they were. You can't argue it. Nasky, Strafey, and Dell break up. I think it worked out well for all of them, though. Nasky and Dell both got picked up by Cooler. Obviously that didn't work out great for them as they're not currently in this final. We wish I could see those two in their debut in this final. But, hey, it happens. They learned from it. I love Nasky's tweets. He always takes such a mature approach. And even when Nasky, Strafey, and Dell was kind of an amateur team grinding their way up, which is kind of crazy to call them an amateur team at one point, but they always had the right mentality, the right approach. I know they're going to bounce back in a strong way. But, again, all kudos to Strafey. They did qualify under the Na'Vi roster. But I'm going to be honest. You also see these are top players, top teams, top contenders. Na'Vi wasn't really playing like it before picking up Strafey. They failed to qualify for the playoffs in the last chance qualifier against really the lower echelon of teams, tier D, tier C teams. They didn't make it.
And I think it's just a kick in the pants, really. I mean, when you have a team, you have an org like Na'Vi, you have these guys who've been in the scene so long, so much investment, and then you get a player who just won basically the European Championship, splitting up the other best contender that you might have been going up against if they were still a team, and now you get so many things going for you. I think this could be a wake-up call for some of these guys, and I think the org and the way that they're all going at it, like, hey, we've sacrificed a lot to get this team together. Yes, there's a lot of benefit for it, but now we got to show up and play. Like, we got to make sure that we get the job done. And so far, Na'Vi, a decent showing in Game 1. We'll see how they show up here as well. Alliance on the run, though, as you can see, just popping a little bit of a Phoenix kit, trying to stay alive as Badoli. And flavor of the month, getting a little aggressive here.
That's exactly right. Now those teams we were just talking about and setting the stage are starting to converge here on the late game rotations. This is typically kind of that roller coaster analogy we use in Apex and BRs. Things kind of start crazy off drops sometimes if people drop in 50-50 locations. Then it slows down as teams are making rotations. But then you get to this point where you get another little mini drop of the roller coaster here as teams are going to converge naturally on their rotations in as they are going to be kind of forced to fight one another. So we'll see if that fight does go down between Flavor of the Month and I think it was Alliance. Meanwhile, on board with Off Limits here as we have Andre Strong, Streamy, and Mox. We'll see what they can do.
Just holding it down as well. Alliance Hawkins with the triple take, taking down Flavor of the Month. Nah, that's an important engagement going on here on that outskirts that we just left to head over to Gauntlet and see these two teams kind of battling back and forth. G7 Scout, on the rise, going to hit for 36, but Alliance, there we go, we just saw, taking down one Flavor of the Month, now getting pushed here with the grenade. They're going to hide and shield cell away, wingman shots flaring to the left side, will crack just the side. And so Hawkins, he's going to say, I need a better vantage point here and a better bit of respite so I can get back into this fight. Badoli and Vase holding it down. Meanwhile, he's going to start pushing and giving them a little bit of pressure relief, and they're going to find Flavor of the Month Taylor, so that's just one more. He's looking to get the final push here. Can they do it? Knock Flavor of the Month out. And Alliance, they seem all but in danger right now. But as I say it, oh my god, from the backside, guess who it is? Na'Vi show up, and they take down Alliance.
Nodis Vincere, welcome back to the top tier legends of Apex Legends, as you now have a stacked roster with Strafey on it as they are going to make a statement with a nice third-party pick that they got. That's just the start, though. They need a great finish. That's the question. However, Off Limits, very well positioned right now. I love, obviously, the use of Crypto Drone to get some intel if they can. I like their positioning, and look at this late zone. It's going to be over quite a bit of water, so this is the very few pieces of land that they're going to be able to find, and guess what? They are posted up. They'd love to have a Watson on their team, but they do not. They, of course, representing that caustic meta that's working pretty well. We'll see what they can do. The Italians making their debut. Meanwhile, back on board with Na'Vi. We hyped him up. And guess what? Ninim's going to down a member of Weigers. That's Nook. Jumping back to it. But no, they're going to get shut down. So just like that, we hyped him up for nothing. Na'Vi eliminated from game number 2.
All right. Well, you could see that was just an insane circumstance of events where Flavor of the Month ended up fighting Alliance, and then Na'Vi came over, and then Weigers got involved, and ultimately, it didn't work out too well for most of those teams, but it almost feels like we need to take a breath, head over to Gauntlet, just kind of survey what else is happening, because the contrast of the action, it's very interesting. And I think it also plays to the point we were mentioning earlier, as somehow, are you kidding me, Fallout, Flavor of the Month are the team that survived that engagement, and they're looking to get that mobile respawn off with the Gibraltar Dome protecting it, and there it is, Taylor getting back into the action to be able to help just get his stuff. That's just an incredible use of time and skill and space for Flavor of the Month to still be alive.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And you know why they had that success there, Rain Day? In my eyes, chemistry. I mean, this is a team in those fights, those really, really difficult fights where you got to shoot for each other, you got to be on the same page, you got to be shooting the same person. Unless you came from Halo and you're used to play, 4 BRs on one person, it just takes pure chemistry at that point. And this team has it. They are the only team that has been together since the preseason invitational. Now I can say that with confidence, with TSM now picking up Snipe Down. Speaking of Halo, we of course have Flavor of the Month, formerly Virtus Pro, as the only roster to have stuck together all the way since that tournament. Excited to see what Flavor of the Month can do.
I'm kind of excited here off limits. You don't see Sentinel action too much. I know it's a great weapon. I think there's a lot of elements to the weapon that are very valuable. The hard-hitting nature of the sniper. They've increased the kind of bolt action reload many times, and I don't feel like it's still been the primary sniper really a lot because the charge rifle is so consistent with Evo shields. That kind of up that value. And hold that thought before talking about snipers, because it's all about the shotguns here. And Orglis and Hungry, Matafe, Kuia, and Yasilta, they are in trouble as Matafe is the only one alive. I wouldn't count him out because he's gotten through the situation many times before. He's got the shield cells. They're going to take the KP, finish off his teammates, so that will buy him at least another shield cell of time. But unfortunately, it just may be too much for Matafe to overcome by himself.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And guess what? It's Les Cite France, a team who dominated that last chance qualifier. We talked about them earlier when I was solo casting for a moment that gets those kills. Now on board with major pushers. We did see Purge, our third place team right now in overall points. They have 15 points, 20 points for 1-2-3. They're already out. 17 points for New Esports. Not sure if they're still in it, but let's jump on board with Gambit, as this is one of the only full rosters of top tier kind of traditional teams, at least. We know Alliance is not playing with their full roster today. They have a stand-in. We know that, Cooler, formerly Nasty, Strafey, and Dell, not playing in this tournament. But of course, Gambit is at full force alongside the likes of Major Pushers, Navi, and a few other kind of top teams in the European side of things. Meanwhile, on board with Purge, our third place team.
Paul, I love what Purge are doing because they're playing the game very consistently. They have a game plan. We're rotating early. We are letting these teams fight on the outskirts of us. We're not getting a ton of KP unless it happens to be in the back end of these fights, but we're going to be involved in every top 5. And I feel like there are teams that are going at it, different approaches, trying to be uber aggressive. We're seeing Navi and Flavor of the Month getting into these 16 to 12 teams left fights that are pretty much all in or all out. It's very risky, and it's super hard to be consistent in a lobby like this with so many good players, especially when teams like Purge, teams like Major Pushers are really playing patiently, rotating early, and taking up 3, 4, 5 of those top 5 slots and waiting for you to come in after you fought before they really start aggressing onto you. So I really like what Purge is doing. I could see them getting a top 5, a top 3 potentially at the end of this when it's all said and done.
And I gotta say, that would be huge for their chances in this 6-game final, which, by the way, if you're just watching, this is a 6-game series, not a 5-game series like it used to be back in the early summer circuit. We are playing 6 games today. All teams alive, 6 left. I know originally it was Lazarus, Gambit, Flavor of the Month, Les Cite France. Purge gets taken out, I believe, is what I just saw. INS gets taken out as well by Les Cite France, if I saw that correctly. So that goes from 8 to 6 teams. We'll, of course, keep our track here. Major Pushers in this one. Lazarus, another team, speaking of top teams that are still in it. But guys, look at this. No Name, alongside 0-0, former member of G2, currently live as well.
And this is an interesting one. They're going to go in with the Crypto Ultimate and off limits. Again, a very consistent team, and I like their spot because they have a great vantage point to peek in and peek out. And you can see there's at least 4 kills amongst them. I believe they do have 4 kills. Mox has 3 himself, and I believe it was Streamy who has 1. So top 6, 4 kills, that's a solid game so far. But now they've got to rotate. 1 minute and 5 left, and the triple take hitting from Gambit. This team in an awkward position, but alive, and with some decent weapons as well. But here it is. It's going to be off limits and No Name getting involved.
Exactly right. Let's see how this engagement is going to go down. Off limits, the Italian squad. Going to take out the other squad is No Name, so good job so far. That's what Caustic does in these fights so incredibly well, and especially against a Jimmy who moves and is so big. Nice shot's going to get put through, though. Not going to be enough. Mox, last member alive, needs to try and do something, and guess what? What he's going to do is run with his tail between his legs.
And you know what? I don't blame him. I would have done the same thing in that situation. That's a hard one even for a Caustic to get out of, and he's going to let these other teams fight because the circle is about to close in. 23 seconds. Lazarus, Savage Wolf, he's just trying his best. He's got a Phoenix kit. Bombs are berating him and his teammates. He's got 10 health to his name, and I think he's going to get it off. So Lazarus they have a chance. 2 hostiles remaining. That is just Jay Savage Wolf and, of course, his teammate who hasn't finally been killed. So there's a little bit of a chance, and it's really up to, do they want to push it? Le Site de France, though, Fallout. They're alive, and there's only 3 squads remaining.
We're going to have the individuals from CIS, I believe Russia, going up against the Frenchman in Le Site de France. Lazarus is in shambles. Goodbye, Jay Savage. You are out. That leaves us to 2, if not 3 teams remaining. 2 squads remaining. It's a 3 versus 3 fight between Major Pushers and Le Site de France. France versus Russia, I believe. Let's see who wins this one. It comes out on top.
What a dome shield. What a dome shield. Just protects them from the defensive bombardment that they were counting on. A sick bot, he's going to go down. Le Site de France getting pushed here as well. Could it be Cleve who finds it? He'll cleave his way to victory, and Major Pushers, the patience will pay off, and they will take game 2 here in the autumn circuit for Europe.
A brilliant game for the Major Pushers as they show, in the end, their name is true. They push their way to success. Cleve, Malawan, and Ranches do it. They take home a first-place finish in game number 2 over Le Site de France in that late game. So, Rain Day, that's going to shake things up quite a bit, as we now know our 3 teams that got top 3, none of them in the top 3. Actually, make it our 4 teams. Alliance got 4th, Third Impact got 5th. I didn't see them anywhere to be found. Major Pushers was in 7th before that, coming into that game. So that's going to shake up the standings quite a bit here.
It certainly is, but I think when you look at it from a bigger perspective, Fallout, look at the consistency and the themes of these last 2 games. Major Pushers were actually pretty much in the same position, except the circle benefited them, and the way teams were rotating benefited them much more. They stayed high ground. They stayed out of the rotations that happened mainly around towards the far side of Gauntlet, and they stayed on the high ground on the backside and were able to almost jump into the circle from high ground with a building giving them the ability to kind of push in without taking damage, crossing open territory. Before, they were holding a very small building right above salvage, and 4 teams were trying to get into that area, and then they had to go up a bridge to contest Purge. Like, that was a tough one, but they were in 2 good spots. This time, the spot actually benefits them more, and they take full advantage of it. So Major Pushers now, to me, have kind of taken my eye as a team that's been doing the right things, and now they're executing. This could be a dangerous lobby if you let this team continue to play the way they're doing.
Yeah, and I could not agree more with that, Randy, especially with the Bloodhound buff that allows them to be able to scan drones and get that intel. They can position themselves well while playing with the aggression that we know Bloodhound teams like to play with, Major Pushers being one of them in Europe. It is insane what this team can do. I'm surprised we're not seeing that Bloodhound comp more often, but guess what? There's a lot more to break down, and to break that all down, we have our analyst, Kate and T-Squared. Take it away.
Well, thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Fallout. And, of course, Rain Day, you guys have been doing a specific... Wow! A very good job is what I was trying to say, Tom. My gosh! Sometimes it's hard. This is a Monday, but my gosh, you know what I love? I love that I might be a little bit rusty, but the teams we just saw, Major Pushers particularly, they are definitely warmed up.
Yeah, Major Pushers did such a good job right there, just coming in, and our 301 shots from Cleve were phenomenal. The way that he was able to get that first opening knock gave them so much confidence. A great Gibby bubble, hitting the battery inside of the Gibby bubble, then rotating, getting the second knock, comes over, switches on over to the Mastiff, doesn't even miss a shot, maybe one with the Mastiff overall, doesn't matter. Very clean execution. Le Site de France, great job getting second, but no chance for Major Pushers to lose that fight once Cleve comes through with such clean gameplay and the rest of his teammates there to follow.
And, you know, I really loved, I think it was Fallout that said that we were really kind of, it could have been both of them actually, Fallout or Rain Day, where they were talking about Purge at the time, but I think it's applicable to Major Pushers as well, where you're really seeing these 2 approaches, and you often do in BR of any kind, right? Where you've got these teams that are coming guns blazing, coming out swinging, going for that aggressive, let's get into every fight. And then you have those, the Purges of the world who come in and are a little bit farther back, and they're trying to use the strategy, only getting into the fight and the fray when it is absolutely necessary, which, again, on some of these choke points, it becomes absolutely necessary. Are you seeing these kind of approaches, and more importantly, how has this netted out for our top teams?
I think the smart teams are just predicting the circle early and getting the great spot to go and rotate where they need to. And that's what we saw there happening from Major Pushers, is they knew where that one was going to go. They knew the position that they were going to try to lock down, and they all take angles accordingly. And then you're going to go and see just great clearing of the map and their back in general, where they see one team over to their right, they're going to clear them out. They're not going to overextend at certain points. They're all baiting and switching very well. So it's important to just know your surroundings and know which teams you need to worry about, and kind of force teams into one another, or at least force your way and impose your will and get someone to do something that they don't want to do, whether that's split up or go and take a disadvantage point where you're going to go and take the high ground on them. There's a lot of different strategies and layers that come into the communication, that come into just the overall gameplay and flow of how you go and you play Apex. But Major Pushers right now is doing such a good job in the way that they're able to just dominate and stay together while forcing other people where they want them to. And again, by Cleve getting that opening knock on La Cité de France, there was nothing that they could do right there. Having 2 versus 3, again, great dome placement, great defensive bombardment coming in from La Cité de France, but there was nothing, again, that they could do when they were just down 2 versus 3. It's unfortunate for them, but again, Major Pushers at a very high level right now is operating.
Absolutely, and we'll take a look at those leaderboards here in a bit. But first, we've got our final moment. Let's really take a look at how Major Pushers pushed through Le Cité France and found themselves in our final circle as champs. Tom, talk me through this replay.
Yeah, so this is exactly what we're talking about, where the scan comes in, the knock comes in. Most importantly, the bubble is perfect. So you can see the Purple Bolt Mastiff, the R301 with the purple mag and the 2X, the ideal combo. Running out of ammo, doesn't matter. He still has that Mastiff in the back pocket. And again, not even losing a player the entire time. Flawless push there from Cleve. The rest of his teammates from Major Pushers are there to counter, and they are going to be the champions. And they're going to have quite a bit of points. I'm not sure how many kill points they garnished overall, but they should be posing pretty well for them considering what happened in round number 1, how there wasn't many points dispersed outside of the top 3.
Excellent. Well, again, that's where the drama meets math, and it could not be more exciting. I will say that we've actually got that drama ready to go. Tom, are we ready for some Game 2 results?
Yeah, let's see. I want to see the points overall, and I want to see the standings after that too, so we can see exactly where everybody is sitting. But there it is, Major Pushers with 10 kills overall.
What?
When you add in the first place and the 12th placement points, they're going to get 22. La Cité de France, our LCQ winners from the summer circuit, they're going to get 17 overall. Lazarus, LZR. But Orglis and Hungary, Batafe's squad, look at that. Kate, 9 kills. Just imagine if they were able to stay in this lobby and push forward on that gauntlet side, maybe getting into that end zone. Could have been their game to have. Don't overlook Gambit Esports not having their greatest game ever, but still not a throwaway game in 8 points too. So all those things kind of sticking out to me in this post-game lobby.
Absolutely, and you know, we are seeing these one of the things that game 1 and game 2, sometimes you sort of feel like, we're getting to it, you know, we're slower to start, we've only got 1 and 2. You can't really see overall down to game 6 yet. That's not where your head's at. You're at the grind level. Let's get it done. Let's go for this first game, go for the second. But now, after we get to that second game, we are seeing the overall standings take a big hit and change around just the way we like. And that is something we get to take a look at right meow, Tom. Overall standings, please. It's got the good stuff. Let's take a look here. Oh, there it is, Major Pushers. Nobody's surprised there. Of course, La Cité France, a steady second place. There it is.
Yeah, not what we were anticipating as we looked at the top 5 teams to watch. A little surprise and shock here, which is what we love to see. Make it interesting because these next 4 games are going to be absolutely insane. Looking at some of the damage from the previous game, it was La Cité de France and Major Pushers with Gambit and Insiders, the only teams to break 3K damage, so they were the most active overall. But, again, anybody's game because of the fact that you look at this, that's one solid game that could get you up there. It's totally possible to go and have a 15, 20 kill game and lock down 30 points for yourself. So when we're talking about having to win a game within the top 4 games, I think that there's still 2 more opportunities to. If not, can you drop a lot of kills when you don't go get that placement point, similar to what we just saw from Orglis and Hungary as they move up into 6th place overall. Again, that's Matafe's team, so look out for these guys as they move forward. But again, Navi not having the day that they would want so far. Gambit, those were their 8 points that they got in the last game, so they got 0 in round number 1. These are teams that we were expecting to come out and do extremely well. Flavor of the month, their team fighting seems to be good, but they're not able to survive and get into the end zone here. So these are the guys, again, that are able to drop big points. Watch out for them going forward in game number 3 and game number 4.
And, as a reminder, too, we are still on Kings Canyon here for our third game, but don't you worry, because game number 4, we go back to World's Edge, and that, of course, is always where a lot of the rubber can meet the road and find out which teams which teams have prowess on both maps and which teams are really, really just hoping we always stay on Kings Canyon or World's Edge.
Yeah, and the zones have been pulling over towards, I guess it would be the west side of the map right now, southwest side. So one over towards the market side, and then one over towards the gauntlet side. So all the teams that are dropping over towards that north side, if you're dropping over towards some Slum Lakes or Artillery, or if you're going into the top right side over towards the northeast side, it's a difficult track for you to get all the way across. So when we're looking at already 2/3 of the games being played and all of those zones being over towards that southwest side. Hopefully for the rest of the lobby, they're able to get some different zones over here and try to mix it up a little bit, because if you're not able to rotate and you're getting just stuck in a choke or gate kept by a certain team, that's going to be a similar type of rotation that you were trying to make right there. And we saw teams in there over towards Gauntlet early. It's a very unforgiving zone. If you're able to get into one of those buildings or one of those hills in the back rocks areas, you're going to be looking extremely strong. Also, we saw Caustics thriving in this lobby. There's 2 Caustics overall.
Yes.
So we were expecting to see a little bit I guess more cryptos. I think there's only 8 cryptos inside of this lobby, and not that many bloodhounds either. So it's a nice disperse. We have a nice variety here in this EU lobby, and not one type of play style really showing to be that more strong than the other quite yet, Kate.
There it is. Absolutely, Tom. Thank you. Exactly that analysis. Now, hey, listen, if you guys would want to follow us, to keep up with all the action, all the drama, all the fun, head over to twitch.tv/playapex. Give us a free follow. We'd love you for it. If you want to go and give us a free sub over at youtube.com/playapex, compete. Well, we wouldn't be averse to that at all. And, of course, make sure if you would like to be featured on this very show, tweet at us at playapex. Use the hashtag ALGS. And make sure to follow at playapex. And if those things are true and you see your tweet, you will be 1,000 Apex coins richer. And that is the reason for the season. And with that, Tom, I think it's a good time for us to toss to some gameplay. But first, let's take a look at a little bit more of that beautiful, beautiful Lenovo Legion laptop.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to game number 2. Me and Randy just love each other much that we always like to talk over each other, and we play similar roles. Jokes aside, Fall Out here alongside Randy. We're getting ready for game number 3.
John, you got to, host and toss last game. Like, why aren't you switching it up, man? Are you a team player?
That's true. That's true. I am on the left side, and because I'm on the left side, that means I'm just following the side of the camera. No, I'm just if we were in China, then you'd be hosting, because they read the opposite way. They read right to left. But I'm just saying now. Jokes aside here, game number 3 is getting ready, gearing up. It's our last game on Kings Canyon before we jump into World's Edge. You just saw Randy and I on screen. Randy, I decided for Autumn Circuit to bust out like the pumpkin orange sweater. I felt like it was appropriate.
Listen, in my house, I'm a Halloween. People don't like how not into Halloween I am. I mean, it's okay. I'm not going to push the Halloween narrative, but my little brother, he's such a big fan. He gets so happy. So we do stuff here, So I'm not mad. There's orange. There's pumpkins in my house. I walk down the hallway. It's yelling things at me. So, you got to give it up. Halloween's a fun holiday for a lot of people. Not my personal favorite, but I can get down. I can get down with it. There's definitely some element to changing the visuals now that summer's gone, and so I think it's a perfect segue into our autumn circuit, which has definitely changed, I think, the narrative for a lot of the teams we usually see in Europe, man. I mean, major pushers at the top of this, La Cité de France, second place, New Esports third. This is not a typical lobby for us, and it's pretty exciting to see.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Meanwhile, we got Flavor of the Month, not top 10. Third Impact, not in top 10. Alliance barely within the top 10. Weiger's right behind them. So a lot of our top teams that we aren't really necessarily used to seeing in the 10th through 20th range are there. And then a lot of the top teams we're used to seeing, the likes of what used to be Nasky, Strathey, and Dell is now Cooler. Not here today. So you're right. It is kind of a turning of the tide, just like the leaves are turning colors. We have the teams turning in terms of dominance, at least so far. We have a lot of Apex to play still. We're only 2 games in, and something tells me we'll see the likes of Navi and a few others step up here, but I'm interested to see how they bounce back, as we are now on board with No Love Esports. They're currently also in 19th place, so not looking great for them.
Yeah, I mean, 1 point to their name. 340 total damage. You compare that to what major pushers have done, which is 4,578. I mean, less than 10% really in terms of the leader. So they've got to step it up. But 3-Lane Esports also trying to step it up. They're getting shot from above, and so the alternator is out. Clearly not looted the way they want. Barely grabbing shield, so this is not a great start with No Love Esports having a chance to do more than that damage that they come into this entire tournament with in Game 3 in just a matter of moments.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This is the German squad, 3-Lanes Esports, going up against No Love Esports, and No Love does have height advantage and currently does have the overall advantage in terms of the fight, as we know that they weren't in necessarily the best spot or the best positioning was 3-Lanes. No Love, of course, a mixed multinational team, Netherlands, the UK, and Spain. Wow. That is quite the slices of life right there. Let's see what they can do.
Just a great thing about Europe. You can have so many different communities and cultures next to each other and just competing seamlessly, and we'll see if this can continue to happen. Prowler out. Such a good weapon here. He's got the burst fire on. 5 bullets, though, so this isn't a great thing. He's got the HCOG, and he's just going to switch over. He says the R301 is going to do better than that. Does a feint to just get up top, making sure he's got at least the peak advantage, and that's the problem. He's got high ground. Someone's going to have to rotate out and expose themselves. He's holding the corner. He pops out to the right side. Is he baiting this? And no, it's going to be the full down, it looks like. And
what?
I don't know where it happened.
Did he get
the
pick?
It feels like either there was a full disengage or a full down. And it must have happened the snap of a finger.
Yeah. Right? Did we blink and fast forward 20 seconds?
We must have.
Because I'm not sure exactly what exactly. Or exactly. Or some of the other team they're playing against, No Love, just backed out. They just said, you know what, it's not worth my teammates' lives. I'm out of here. So not sure what the case is. We lost 1 squad, so I think it might be the former. Meanwhile, on board with Purge, 3rd place at our game before. It's going to be Paradise that gets taken out, knocked right now. And we have 2 more trying to keep him alive if he can. That's going to be Dibbity that gets the first knock. I think was that with the Sentinel? Or the sniper of some sort?
Like it might be. I mean, he's back up. Zanma, he's got no shielding, but he's hitting a shield bat right now. Purge are in a pretty decent spot, and the damage is just flying from a sky. They're in 5th place right now, 19 points, only 9 off, I believe, about 9 off from the leaders. And so they're in a good spot here. But they are in more of a contested engagement than we've seen them until probably the end of a game, John. So we'll see how they get out of this one. We know they like to rotate early, and so far in pit, it seems like their backs could be up against a little bit of a wall.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Could be a bit of despair if they aren't careful here. Looks like they got a couple teams, one to their left, one in the chokehold to their right, and I think it's going to be a little bit of a reset here, Randy. I don't think we're going to see a fight unless they decide to kind of push one way and say, you know what, we got to rotate, but they really don't have to. No. Look at the map right now. Of course, courtesy of Crypto, they have that intel, so they're in a good spot. They have the Wraith portal down. They're going to be able to just post up and chill. They just need to be careful because it's not the ideal situation because they have to watch their back for teams that are coming from the south side of the map, and of course they have to watch for other teams. It looks like all 3 teams in the pit will be content just taking their own chokehold, their own of the 3 entrances into the pit, and that means every other team in the lobby, all 16 other teams, you better be careful. As speaking of which, Gambit lighting it up against Verazzi right now.
And, you know, you just got to hope that you're looted and you can contain and engage here. I think part of the reason they gave it up is that what are we going to do if we stay here for more than a couple of circles? We hold these chokes and then we just keep getting poked, right? We're going to get Evo Shield, but we're going to run out of ammo. We're going to run out of shield cells, and it's just not worth it. Obviously, the Watson for Sky is going to be huge, and that's why they've hidden that pylon, just to be able to go ahead and get the passive shield regeneration and not have to use their resources. And they still have a couple of bins not opened in pit, so all is definitely not lost. And Paradise, again, just holding down this left-hand side, making sure that they don't get aggressed on without them knowing it, and the Sky setting up some more fences.
Yeah, Paradise did a good job getting such good damage in earlier. There it is, the level up of the Evo Shield. So exactly what you said earlier, Rende, hit the nail on the head. They're going to level up their Evo Shield. They're going to be content doing so. But you wonder if they're going to get enough damage in for a push. The answer to that is likely no. It's not worth it. Not worth your life. Unless you get a knock, it's not worth it to push, as now ASCII's going to be the one that's going to be just watching the flank, watching the rotation, while the other two just make sure to hold off the more imminent threat, which are the teams nearby. But this is going to be a kind of a stalemate. This is going to be a little bit of a camp fest. I'd love to see what's going on with it. It looks like Malawan of Major Pushers against Navi is happening right now somewhere else on the map. Insane Gambit got a couple eliminations on Varazzi post-kill. I believe coming from Portugal, if I remember correctly, over 3 Love Esports. Couple of kills coming in on your kill feed.
Yeah, and that's an important thing. Major Pushers are the team in front. We haven't seen them yet in this early part of the game, but it seems like they have been in some engagements as well, just holding on and making sure, yep, Purge, they've got this held down. And looking at it here, Malawan, he has fallen down, and that is not what you would like to see. The team in first place, people are going to know, especially once that down happens. He's not all the way out. Phoenix Kit will get him back and engaged. But teams know exactly where Major Pushers are. They're on the outskirts of that Some Lakes kind of pit area, and they're just going to take that high ground and hold it for now, as 3 Lane Esports still in that engagement, or at least that area where we found them fighting against No Love Esports a little bit ago.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So 3 Lane Esports, sorry. Mixed my 2 teams there. Down 1, Jervich is still alive. I believe, as mentioned earlier, this is the German team. Is they're going to be back to that original drop spot that they had. I believe this is still where they're at on the map. And looks like they're just going to use this opportunity to try and get some understanding of where the ring is. They're on the far opposite side of where the other teams were, over towards the pit, and they don't seem to have the crypto drone intel in terms of beacon scanning and understanding of where their next ring is going. So we'll see how they decide to rotate. They're going to have quite a ways to go. Meanwhile, a team that is pretty well positioned right now is Major Pushers as it currently stands. Looks like they're in a bit of an engagement. We missed this fight earlier, but we know they knocked 1. I think it was 3 Lane Esports that they knocked, if I remember correctly, Rain Day. So nearby is 3 Lane, and of course another team nearby.
And this is a common spot. I mean, you could see why there's a team up there. That is where, in a different circle, and I'm curious if that team has an actual Bloodhound, a Pathfinder, or Crypto, because I'm not sure if they're just taking that position that got caught out there, or they truly believe that this circle might end up kind of going into an area like that. Currently, they are just in a spot where circles can end around that Slum Lakes area, but they're now having to go through from that high ground, either underneath or one of the side channels, to kind of get more involved into where the circle is going to end. And you can see they do have that Pathfinder Zerifer. It's Quirty and Dippity, so they're just taking this fight knowing that they might have a charge rifle, they might have some long range to be able to poke. Again, leveling up Evo Shield, it's got to be on Zerifer's mind because he's working with a white, and we've been about 5-6 minutes into this game already.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, not the best position for Zerifer, so that has to be a priority of his right now. Will they take some light engagements to try and level up that Evo Shield is the question, and I think everyone, you know, a couple changes coming into this season, a couple changes that I think the dev team did a phenomenal job just listening to, taking the feedback, but overall, I think most people do agree that the addition of the Evo Shield in Apex, and of course competitive Apex as well, has been very welcomed by the community. But right now, Zerifer has a problem on his hands in that he needs to level up that Evo Shield if he can. Meanwhile, back on board with Major Pushers, it looks like Ranches is currently dropping the portal, and will be able to do so. Did take some damage along the way, so there might be another team on the other side that need to be careful, but it looks like Joke of La Cité de France is currently ratting his way to a top finish here if he can. Keep in mind, this is our second place team right now with 23 points. That's not looking good for Joke.
And I think it brings up some interesting kind of conversation points in this lobby where, you know, when you look at Game 3, it's kind of a turning point, an opportunity for these teams. Can you really start to get some momentum? It's your last map of Kings Canyon. It's kind of like your last, not your last home game, but it's the last game before you switch scenarios pretty completely. And so can you at least salvage something like that if you are not in the position you want to be? The Alternator right now, though, an underrated weapon, absolutely, because it's got a lot in the magazine. It could be one of the highest light ammo magazines that you can carry, and it's very consistent damage, and it's really nice hip fire up close. And Hawkins, he's deciding to get up close, but he says, listen, Rain Day, I got an Alternator. It's great and all, but I also have a Mastiff. I'm going to use that one right now. He's going to find the kill. Alliance get some more KP. They end up reviving Badoli, so they don't lose anybody in that engagement, and now there's 17 squads left.
That's exactly right. They get more KP, and that's on Badoli.
Uh-oh.
Nice shot by them. Picking up
Major
Varazzi,
Pushers.
You know what I'm saying? Major Pushers, though, is going to be confronting them right now as it stands. Needs to be careful. Nate's Arcstar is going to be almost stuck to the face of Malawan, but it's not enough. This is the #1 team going up against a team that needs a good finish here. They're currently in 9th or 10th place as Alliance. Ranch is going to get tagged up quite a bit here, but he does have the get-out-of-jail-free card in the form of the Gibraltar Bubble. Not enough. Look at the aggression coming through from Pathfinder of Alliance, and that's going to be it. Alliance does it against the Major Pushers. They say, hey, take this L as they actually push the number one squad right now in major pushers. That is huge with the Badoli as a substitute.
They absolutely just changed the dynamic of this lobby. Major pushers, if they win one more game, if they get into that top 3, I mean, they're looking at a maybe 20-point differential as far as first place. And Alliance as well, getting caught out guard, and look who it is, Gambit. They say, you do the work for us. We're just going to use all of that effort, and we're going to capitalize on it when we just stay on this building, knowing the ring's going to push you straight into us. Gambit playing a little bit smarter than major pushers who might have pushed a little bit more than they can handle.
Yeah, and of course, anyone that has been playing competitive Apex for a while knows that's a term called gatekeeping, where you kind of gatekeep the end of the storm or the zone, and you get some kind of what are kind of free kills as a result. And we just saw some major gatekeeping happen right there. Great job by Gambit, as they're the ones that were going to gatekeep incredibly well. They pick up at least one against Alliance. Those are old rivals who have been playing against each other for a long time. I'm excited to see if they can continue that momentum.
Sports are third place team currently. Which is a huge aspect of what this lobby is really trying to find out. Will any of these third-place teams actually kind of move forward, and will we see just a shift in kind of the way things have happened, Fallout?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Could be a little dangerous, as the revive is going to come through right now for New Esports. So New Esports is mentioned in third place with 21 points. Big shot to them. I'm excited to see what they can do. Post-kill and Kasher, I don't know a whole lot about as players. Rondon, of course, I've watched compete in ALGS before, but they're going to be under some pressure here from third lane Esports. Keep in mind, third lane Esports only has 2 members alive, so they now neutralize it. They make it a 2 versus 2 if they can continue to push here. But of course, the caustic of New Esports is going to help them significantly right now. We've all been here before in this exact position where it's so hard to push a caustic team.
And the thing is, he's got that devotion, and that is, oh my God, if you talk about something that matters, having that weapon right now in this type of a situation is such an advantage for them, because if you do not miss, if you do not hit your first mastiff shot or wherever you open with, the devotion is just going to out-trade you. There's no doubt about it. You can't have any blank space. There's no R99 to follow back up with the burst. The closest thing would be a Prowler potentially right now, but he doesn't have that equipped on this push. It's going to be a 301, so the devotion is going to win this trade from a mechanical standpoint, a statistic standpoint, looking at these weapons. But are they confident enough that they can open up with strength against this caustic? So I think they're just going to kind of play this patiently. Again, 16 squads left. You can almost feel the tension fall out because teams are a little bit less aggressive to make these opening plays. And right now with Gambit, they're looking to continue finishing off Alliance, who survived pretty long considering the position they were in. But it looks like they're going to go down here with some Hemlock play, and that will be an Alliance falling out. And now Na'Vi getting involved with the fight. And oh my God, Gambit looking to try and take on Na'Vi. Will it be? No, it looks like Gambit will fall, and Na'Vi will clean that one up.
Yeah, that is unfortunate if you're a fan of Gambit or Alliance, because Alliance gets gate kept, and then Gambit gets absolutely dropped on by Na'Vi, the third-party unfortunate reality of really any BR. But nice job by Na'Vi being the third one to the party and being able to clean those up. And sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. So Gambit, Alliance both out. Now on board of 3 lanes Esports. They did get the revive, so I was actually wrong earlier, as they got the revive on 1, but Jurovic in a really, really rough spot right now, forced to back out and reset if he can. It looks like they actually got taken out by Post-Kill and Kashera, who they actually had knocked earlier.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a really strong play from New Esports, and you could see the way that, you know, using I think the aggression of the crypto, and then following up with, I believe it was a grenade that really took off their the entirety of almost their damage. They had about 50 health left. Just really strong play, especially for a team who was hesitating. And sometimes, like I said, it's going to be hard to win that burst against the Caustic, but it is sometimes better to make a decision and commit to it versus kind of staying in between 2 decisions, because that leaves the other team in charge of your fate. They can then make a strong decision, and you are now on the back foot, and that's obviously what we saw there in that engagement. But third Impact, they seem like they know what they're doing, having high ground here, looking down on their opponent, still in zone. They're going to have a little bit of ways to go, though, and the question is, can they finish this fight off fast enough to be able to rotate around this choke point?
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Third Impact plays this, because this is not the position you want to be in. It can be tough to push through all these Watson fences. You're going to have to fight a team along the way, undoubtedly. And here comes the push. They, of course, can destroy those Watson fences, which will help the rotation. Looks like the team that was there rotated already. But there's a team actually by Wraith Portal. They're going to get a quick pick
Na'Vi
on Na'Vi. So that's 2 members of Na'Vi go out. So we have Na'Vi, Gambit, and Alliance all out of this one. 3 of our top teams in terms of orgs or top tier orgs are eliminated. Third Impact. Speaking of top teams, this is a team that really quietly dominated the summer circuit. I mean, they consistently place top 3, top 5, and now they're looking at a good spot here in 11th place or 12th place in this match, or in this tournament, sorry, as they're still alive with 12 squads remaining.
These guys are stars. There's no doubt about it. Jazaz, Balanji, Ziki. These guys have been so effective in Apex Legends since I've started watching them, and we've seen them grow as players in a team. And what you just saw there was kind of like an EU conga line right there, where essentially you saw Alliance and then Gambit and then Na'Vi and then Third Impact essentially keep fighting each other after they had fought the previous team, and Third Impact just is the team without someone behind them. And so now they're good. They're able to rotate. But look at this. T-Rex moving in on what we could only assume is Purge, who have held this down the entire time. And Dippity's, he's going to go down. No, it's been Amaz who's going to find that one. Zerifer, he's going to take down Jay Savage. And this is actually fighting a little bit on the other side. So it's Lazarus that ended up trying to push them. And T-Rex are going to win that engagement.
Oh my goodness, T-Rex going up against Lazarus. We know Purge is nearby. So it looks like the 3 teams actually that we saw at the beginning, it was foreshadowing, as those 3 teams are now very well positioned in the pit to get to be the first to rotate. However, T-Rex needs to be careful here because so many teams are converging. 11 squads remaining in this one. T-Rex down but not out. Look at the rotation and the movement from Zerifer. He some way, somehow, with some brilliant movement, is able to just jump his way out, but it's not going to be enough. He gets taken out, unfortunate to him, from Weigers, and the kill feed continues to be lit up here, Randy.
And, good stuff for Zerifer. He put on a little bit of a movement show right there, but unfortunately nothing you could do with a Kraber in hand. Weigers looking so good. They're set up. They've got a little bit of ways to go, but they don't have to traverse that area really, because they have presence beyond themselves with the Kraber. They have presence on pretty much every area of the map right now because of the impact of the Kraber. One-shot kill, one-shot essentially out of the fight, and you now can push a 3v2. And so, honestly, Weigers are in a very strong spot, especially with any wingman shots hitting. And Nook is going to try to make that happen. 8 squads left as we head into round 5.
Rain Day. I love how they're playing that too. They actually split the 2 members without the Kraber alone and send the Kraber member by himself to try and just get some more intel, some more vision. That's a good kind of 2-1 split right there. Meanwhile, Third Impact Black in a pretty rough spot. Looks like they're getting pushed quite significantly, and that might be all she wrote for Third Impact. Great shots being put in here by Weigers. Actually, no, it's the same Weigers squad, and this is the aggression that they're playing with here.
I mean, Third Impact, they found themselves in that little cubby, and part of it is that the Kraber shot went off, and they couldn't go out because they know, okay, a Kraber's out there. We have nowhere else to run. We're in the desert. I mean, we're literally with nowhere to go. There's no cover. They have high ground and presence, and that is what allowed them to push. And so not only was it just kind of a great opportunity there, but a great seizing of the opportunity from Weigers. And look who it is. Flavor of the month. They have had a lot of troubles getting involved in those early skirmishes with Na'Vi, with Gambit, with Alliance, and now they stayed out of it. They said, you guys fight. We're going to be ready for this final circle. And so far, 7 squads left, 3 seconds before the round starts to push. They definitely have given themselves a chance.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Flavor of the month. We have Weigers still in this one. A couple teams that you've heard of that need a good performance here. And there's the ultimate coming through from the Gibraltar, but they're going to get tagged from behind. Here's that dome shield, that artificial cover that they're going to be able to leverage to their advantage. And, of course, opportunity to heal back up. They'll be get back to full health. And they should be leveling up that Evo shield momentarily. Noth is the last one waiting to do it. So Flavor of the Month, former Virtus Pro, currently stuck and forced to fight in a 2-front war here. They need to pick, and they need to pick fast, because if it's anything like World War II, it's not going to work out well for the Axis.
Weigers are in such a good spot right here. Flavor of the Month have nothing and nowhere to go. And so they're trying to, make something bad turn out okay, and unfortunately, I don't think Weigers are going to give them the chance of day to do it. Weigers, they're going to find it out. They've still got the Kraber in hand. I would assume 2 more shots on the side of Weigers in that Kraber at maybe the most, since they have been very active. But Rondon, New Esports, says, hello, I've got a wingman. That thing works just fine and has for 6 seasons. But, Crip, he's going to find Andre Strong with the R301. It's looking like the Weigers show here. I'm not sure anybody can stop them in this lobby.
Yeah, that Kraber, those rotations they were so wisely making, just really finding their enemies and taking them out one by one. It worked so incredibly well for Weigers. But New Esports, alive and well. 3 players on that team. Look at this, off limits, the Italian. It's Mox currently just ratting his way, trying to see if he can get a second place finish with the ultimate Rattergy, as we call him. As we know, we're on board with New Esports as well. So it's New Esports going up against Weigers. They're both full force here, Randy. I think it's going to be a great fight to finish it.
Absolutely.
Who's the one last squad is what I want to know.
We've got New Esports, we've got Weigers, we've got Off Limits. Yeah, that's right. Who is that last squad? Not quite sure, but we know that.
And there it is.
Ysilta. All right, so he falls.
That's Orglis and Hungry.
And look at that. Mox falls as well. Oh my gosh. It's really just up here with Weigers. I believe they've had such a great advantage point. The Kraber is still there. 4 shots left. This is not a fight you should lose, especially if you can hit this one. He's scoped in. He sees the caustic. It's a headshot. Woo! Oh boy. See you later again. Kraber back to back. Weigers, without a doubt, will be the champions here in Game 3 Fallout. And what a game it was.
I couldn't help but squeal right there like a little piggy. What a shot that was from Weigers. You called it brilliantly, Evan. Weigers did the rest of the work. Headshot picked up. That was exactly how they want to finish that one off. You start with a headshot. You do 250 plus damage. You get the quick pick. You have a 3 versus 2. It helps when he hits the second shot as well. 135 damage to the body. Made it so easy for his teammates to clean that up. Weigers looking great, Evan.
You know, I do these ranking every weapon videos kind of every season and then mid-season, and one of the reasons the number 1 weapon has never changed, which is the Kraber, is because of the impact that it has. A headshot is a player out. There's no other weapon, there's no other gun that will ever have that impact in the right hands. It is totally up to the player using it to control it, because one headshot, you're out, and that is such a valuable thing. And I thought he had 2 shots remaining. He was very patient. They were great at pushing, with, I think, having the Kraber presence, but also then using their other 2 to capitalize on it. Fallout. I mean, Weigers, what a performance from them.
That was a great finish. Yeah, and I love that sentiment on the Kraber. I think that's a good discussion point. Hands down, Kraber, I think it's hard to argue that it's not, pound for pound the best gun in the game. However, we do have, weapons like the Sentinel. You talked about it in game number 2, that I think we were all very hopeful that could be like a mini Kraber, if you will. And unfortunately, it just didn't turn out to be that. I was really hoping that Sentinel could be kind of that one bolt shot sniper that could match the likes of the Kraber and other weapons. But in your eyes, I know this is a little content plug for you, which, by the way, listen, he's not saying it, I am. Go check out this man's YouTube videos. Check out his Apex content. It is phenomenal. Great content. But in your eyes, what is that top-tier list of weapons? As Weigers obviously just used the Kraber so well, but what else is on that list?
I think you look at all of these legendary weapons. Part of the reason I love the dev team, it's the fact that, the R99 right now with the adjustments they made to the fire rate and also the magazine size, the Peacekeeper as well with the effectiveness, not only with the versatility of the choke, but also the ability up close to hit harder than any other shotgun in that situation. Those are your top 3. But really the energy ammo, and I think the Prowler and these weapons, especially from the heavy ammo, and then of course the Devotion and the Volt, have really kind of reclaimed the top spots here, and it's been nice to see an almost a meta shift with the R99 not involved in it. So there's just a special place in everybody's heart for a Kraber. I think it puts the onus on the player holding it, which is where, as a pro, you'd rather be. No one else can decide my fate. If I hit a headshot, I win, and I think that's why, at least for the Kraber, for sure, you will always see that as a priority to pick up.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, except when you're on the other side of the equation.
Exactly.
You take a Kraber headshot to the face, you're like, dang it, I can't do anything about that. You're out, and you're left to hope your teammates, especially in ranked if you're solo queuing, just pray to the Apex gods that your teammates are going to pick up the slack or revive you. For crying out loud, if you're playing solos out there, I struggle all the time. Please revive your teammates if it makes sense to do so. I'm just saying. Especially in lower tier play, you can sneak a revive and people have no idea that they are sneaking a revive. But of course, we had a crazy game right there, Evan. Let's talk a little bit about it. Weigers right there played near perfect with that rotation. Used that Kraber perfectly. You called it brilliantly and saying you want to use that to be able to scope so far out and get all the intel to understand where you want to rotate and move next. It's almost like a mini recon opportunity or recon type of play. And then, of course, they hit their shots in the end. They got the win. Who else stood out to you in that late game? I think New Esports has to be up there.
New Esports, they were pretty phenomenal. I think you look at guys like Postkill and the way that he's been utilizing not only the caustic here, but a guy who, you have to shout out IPN in Europe, who I think, I hope he's doing well on his break. We wish him all the best, but you look at innovating in a way where no one is doing it, and now it's so effective, and you never thought it could. You open people's eyes. Those are the hardest decisions to make. Postkill now coming in, the premier caustic in this lobby for me. I've seen him play the best caustic so far, and New Esports, they have a lot to thank for it. 3rd in the final Game 2 standings, now in Game 3. They should stay that way, or maybe even a little bit more. I'm really impressed with them, for sure. And I also like the adjustments flavor of the month made. I think World's Edge might be a little bit more of a map for them. This team seems to be less aggressive and less decisive, but very consistent. And so I think World's Edge will put them in less positions to really get third-partied and obviously have those kind of, we didn't expect this team to come out just from behind us and then still be fighting this other team. We kind of had the space aware of where we were going to be approaching it, and I think that will help them to come out. Purges played great. I think a lot of teams have really showed up today and said, we're vying for this first place.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Flavor of the month, one of the few teams, one of the first teams that started using that Gibraltar meta and said, I think this is viable, starting in like January, February timeframe with our online tournaments.
Yes.
However, we do have the game results ready. Let's jump into the Game 3 results to see exactly where things shook up in terms of overall standings. We do know that it was Weigers with a dominant game. Look at that. That's what happens with a Kraber in your hand and a competent player. 13 kills, 25 points picked up for Weigers right there. That's going to help them significantly, but you can't count out New Esports. Almost dropping a double-digit performance with 9 kills. They were already in third place. They might actually be your first-place team in the overall standings, which I'm interested to see the overall standings when they're ready.
They will, because La Cité de France was literally tied with them. So La Cité de France, they have 3 points in this lobby, and you look at New Esports, they got 18. I mean, what? I mean, that is just dominance, and we're really seeing
major pushers nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and major pushers nowhere to be found, and so I think that is really where you see the difference. Was major pushers involved in game 1 and 2 and lost in game 3? We'll have to see if their consistency can show up again in World's Edge. But man, Weigers and New Esports, what a round from them, and great management, I think, of the final zone.
And there it is. New Esports does indeed have the first place spot over Major Pushers and over Weigers as it currently stands. Again, Major Pushers didn't really get any points that last game, if any. So that opened an opportunity for the likes of Weigers to really leapfrog the likes of New Esports to leapfrog. And this is a pretty competitive lobby, though, Rainde, as you'd expect in Europe, with how deep and thick the breadth and depth, if you will, of competition in Europe is significant. This opens up the door for a few other teams to still get their way back in. I'm looking all the way down to like the Alliances, the Third Impacts of the world, even the likes of Lazarus through T-Rex. I think have an opportunity with a pop-off World's Edge to end up in the top 3 spot here right now.
I definitely agree with you, and I think you have to look at. I mean, T-Rex had a good kind of hold around that area in Pit, where we saw several teams kind of stay there. Gambit, they were involved. They kind of played the third party to the original Na'Vi and Alliance fight, which are obviously 2 great teams. Alliance getting the better end of the points between Na'Vi, as Alliance finds themselves about 9 points ahead of Na'Vi currently, about 8 points, excuse me. And I think that really shows that this is a crazy lobby. And here's why. Because the 3 teams that you might say from a statistical standpoint of how they performed, and then also from maybe a roster standpoint of the players that have been playing the longest and have maybe the most history to them, they're in like 11th, 12th, and 8th place. The top 3 teams are teams we wouldn't have expected coming into this, really holding down this lobby. So if Flavor of the Month, Alliance, Gambit, Na'Vi start actually taking it to these teams in World's Edge, we're going to have such a competitive Game 6 because pretty much there's going to be 7 teams who could probably win this thing.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a highlight show coming in our next 3 games for those teams you just mentioned. Meanwhile, Major Pushers, Weigers, and the like put on a highlight show for us in games 1 through 3. Let's take a look at the highlights from game number 3, which is really the Weigers show all day, all long. They played so incredibly well. That Kraber plays, hopefully we're going to see that in that package as well, was just absolutely brilliant, Rainde.
Yeah, and you know what, to me, the management of these fights, I mean, this was kind of that earlier fight with 3 Lanes Esports where you said, whoa, he kind of, where'd he go? But they ended up winning that one. This really, I think, just decided the game, though. I mean, Alliance and I believe it was Na'Vi engaged in that fight, and then Na'Vi and Gambit engaged in that fight, and then Third Impact engaged in the fight against Na'Vi after everyone had basically led each other's resources. It was really not a smart play for either of those teams because they decided to get aggressive when the zone was moving in and without really clearing their backside. But ultimately, it was Weigers, man, that just was phenomenal. Just incredible Watson play, incredible, I think, from Blast. He was my MVP. He put a Kraber in his hands, and not only did he hit the headshot to almost guarantee the victory in that final circle, then he hit the crypto for 145, and he just said, okay, now you can close your eyes and finish this one off. So Blast MVP for me, Weigers, just phenomenal performance in that game.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with that. Great performance from Blast, hitting great shots. And it wasn't just there. He had a couple Kraber shots earlier, actually, if you remember, on T-Rex and the like. So throughout, once he got the Kraber in the hands, he started making absolute plays. Now, the question is, Weigers, can you hold on to that performance? Can you hold on to that lead on World's Edge? And, we had the likes of Major Pushers. We had the likes of Weigers, 2 teams that did play consistently throughout our online tournaments and Summer Circuit. But then the question is, where's Na'Vi in this new roster? Where's Alliance? Where's Gambit? Where's Flavor of the Month in our 10th through 20th threshold right now? I'm excited to see what they can do. But guess what? Game is just about ready.
Yeah.
We have some tweets for y'all. And, really the cheat code here, let's take a look at these tweets. The cheat code is post a picture of your cat and you're in. I think someone on production team loves cats. We got like a crazy cat lady or crazy cat guy out there. Because there is a cat! I swear to God, I didn't know that was happening.
Yo, you should...
I didn't even know there was going to be a cat. I swear to goodness. And it's a cat. JD loves cats, confirmed. Our producer loves cats. That is the cheat code to get featured on stream. If you have a cat, it's great. If you have a dog, you're somewhat less fortunate, Rain Day. This is a beautiful one from Real J, as you see, who says, find someone who looks at you the same way you look at amazing ALGS plays. That's a great caption, too.
Our great audio engineer, Dan, he's got a dog. He's always on his chew toy whenever he's faxing our audio. So I just feel like JD has a little bit too much pull on these tweets. I'd like to see Dan get into the action and get us a little bit of a dog representation in here. So overall, though, great tweet. Great tweet. I love it.
Great tweet. We got one more, too, Evan. We got one more. Let's take a look at our second tweet. Is it a dog? No, it's
bacon
not a dog.
and eggs.
We hate dogs on the show. It's bacon and eggs.
Is this man cooking his laptop? Is this man cooking his laptop right now?
I
hope the burner's off, bro.
Please turn that side of the burner of the stove off, my friend. Big shout out to HUD Hacks, Vex Gaming 10, bacon and eggs while watching ALGS. Listen, when you have a mobile device, you could do this type of thing. You could bring your laptop or your tablet or the likes, your Lenovo Legion PC to your kitchen, and you could watch some Apex Legends. Awesome stuff. But guess what? The game is just about ready, which I'm getting really, really excited about. We, of course, have all things social media for you to follow. And, of course, if you don't follow us at this point, what are you doing? You can win ALGS points by getting featured, which you just saw right there. I think it's 10,000 Apex coins that get rewarded just for being featured on stream, which is quite awesome. Make sure to follow us on all things socials, however, as we do have some greatness coming through. This is, of course, our Twitch stream. Make sure to hit the follow, twitch.tv/playapex. And, of course, the likes following that as well. We do have some great things and great content always on social media that you got to make sure you follow. Evan, I'm excited for game number 4, and guess what? We got World's Edge. We got game number 4 coming, and it's going to come right to you right after this.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
You know, my favorite thing to do, Evan, is to throw to myself, and that's what just happened. Me and you just threw to me and you. This is fantastic stuff. You got more Fallout and Rain Day coming at you for game number 4 on World's Edge. This is the map schedule. Evan,
you know what? Everyone at home, I apologize, because this is just too much Rain Day and Fallout for you, because it's too much Rain Day and Fallout for me. But we're going to keep doing it because we're team players, okay? I can make a video and hear myself talk for that long and maybe listen to it and make sure there's no issues, and then I'm like, okay, I can't look at it again for another day because I just need a break. But what's fun about this, man, and we talked about it too, like we're in a rhythm, and I think what we've been doing is keeping track of these narratives. I'm very excited for the one thing that we have been talking about is World's Edge, and not only the new map changes with Season 6, because this is the map that got really adjusted, the crafting system coming in and really being almost, I think, like native to this map and the way it's built, but also I think just the play styles, and there is such a significant play style. If you've played Ranked on Kings Canyon versus World's Edge, you know it's like a different game. It's a different game of Apex Legends, and so I believe we will see different teams if they've struggled a little bit earlier but have been having potential. I think we will see them definitely catapult here in World's Edge if all things go well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, some of those changes, maybe if you haven't played Apex in some time or missed it. Actually, no, I'm not going to talk about that because guess what? It's Fragment and it's Verazzi in a fight right now against Third Lane. It looks like they're going to get the upper hand right now. Verazzi, formerly known as Dead Inside, a team that you've been watching for a while, going to get the better of 3 Lane Esports as they get taken out. Nice job by Verazzi. They get 3 kills to come off the rip. That's 3 points of KP. That's a good start for them. Meanwhile, Zeki of Third Impact finds himself 1, finds himself 2. That's going to be over Mox and Co. So it's another fight coming through already. And it looks like we have some interesting things in this lobby, Rain Day, because these teams are not used to playing against each other. because we have some teams that, quite frankly, we just have never heard of. We haven't seen a whole lot of. We didn't expect to be here. You're seeing a lot of early fights because no one knows where other people drop, and there's a lot of disruption to that.
Yeah, and I think it's just going to take that adjustment as well. It's unfortunate that we see two teams immediately fall, but I do think that this is, again, showcasing the differences between playing on the different maps, especially with 3 games on Kings Canyon. People starting to get warmed up and finally figuring their rhythm out, and then it's like, all right, we'll go for the switch. And I love that about competitive things. Right when you get settled, you go ahead and have another wrench into the plan, and it makes the best teams really have to adapt, and that's what BRs are all about. It's literally just adaptation, because you don't get the weapon you want every time. You just don't get the shield you need, but you have to make the best of what you've got, and I think that's why we see certain teams kind of elevate themselves amongst the crowd again and again.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, I think definitely map has to play with it, and then again, unfamiliarity or some new teams in these lobbies, I think, is a big part of it. I got to give a big shout out to the EMEF. He's one of our top coaches in competitive Apex. Coached in Europe for a while, and then coached an Australian team. He is just a very great brain and mind in Apex Legends. He works with the talent team to put together what we call the Bible, if we will, of information of the European side of things. Gives us great information about team comps, about info. Big shot to the EMEF. Make sure to drop that man a follow. However, he always talks, quite often about these lobbies. When we have crazy shakeups in the European side of things, or EMEA, this is what really results is these crazy early games. It looks like we have yet another one. It's going to be a stick that's going to come through, though. Oh, my goodness. Cleave with the 360 Arcstar stick. That was brilliant.
That is what you like to see at the start of a game, especially because he's got a Phoenix kit, luckily, but not a lot of time to use it. And if he can just basically hold this shield and basically force them into it, he's already broken one, and there's no telling how much they've got left. That could have been a shield cell's worth of damage. This shot could do it, but he's not going to have a chance. He whiffs on the last 3, and it's going to be Sherp who cleans that one up. And just like that, Major Pushers, they are out of it.
That's exactly right. Big shot to Sharp and Lazarus. That's a big play right there coming through, because keep in mind, Major Pushers was in 3rd place overall. Lazarus needed that one overall, as Lazarus, I believe, was in 10th, 11th-ish place. So that is a big pickup. Same thing with 3rd Impact, who I know with 3rd Impact pick up a couple eliminations. They're in 10th place, right above Lazarus. So we talked about the shakeup. We talked about the potential for our top teams in 10th through 20th place to have an opportunity to skyrocket. And guess what? We're off to a great start here. It's going to be a great second half.
Alliance, a team that we think could actually really start to make some moves here. They've kind of done a good job of a slow start. And what I say by that is that, when your team has a bad start, it happens all the time. I mean, I'm a Los Angeles Lakers fan. I like to bring my sports relationship into the competitive nature of some of the games I cast. And, when you have a bad start, the thing you can hope for is that you're at least in the game. If you have a couple of good moments, you can kind of get back into it. And I feel like Alliance, if you're a fan of them, they've done a good job of staying involved. They're in the middle of the pack right now. They've got 3 more games to go. They're all on blues. They're all shielded up. They're not really contested here, and they've got plenty of loot. So I actually feel pretty good about Alliance's start right now. We'll have to see how that carries over, though, Fallout, because that's where they've gotten in trouble, a little too aggressive on some of these fights. And so picking and choosing their battles before they get into the late game is, I think, going to be the differentiator, whether they can really turn this around and maybe get a win here and push the lobby that way.
Yep, it's awesome to see Badoli back on this roster, back competing as well. We all know what he's been capable of kind of traditionally, historically in Apex Legends. The chemistry that these 3 have, of course, as well. And, of course, on top of that, the fact that they're so well kitted right now puts them in a pretty good spot. They made the rotation over, and if our intel from a man, the EMF, is correct, they do drop Thermal, and that's a pretty common rotation you'll see them making over here, over towards Tree. And Alliance currently in a good spot, in a good position, does have the intel of the ring, as Weigers is the team right in front of them. So, look at this. We might see a Weigers versus Alliance fight happening. And actually, I take that back. Sorry, I'm on the wrong side of the map. They're actually over towards Countdown, new area, of course, as of Season 6. So we'll see if Weigers decides to take this fight, currently in 1st place in the standings.
Gold shield as well for Blast. I mean, if this guy needed any other
help. Mind here.
I had no idea. I mean, this is just great stuff from him to be in this position so far. Flatline, level 3 extended mag, so much heavy ammo as well, and a Mastiff. So Weigers looking good here. Game 4 of 6. 17 squads left. Major Pushers out of it. One of our top contenders, top 3 currently, alongside Weigers and New Esports. The Cité de France right behind them with 24 points, and Off Limits with 24 points, and 1, 2, 3, and 6 with 21. So those are the teams currently kind of in contention here to really make a move in Game 4 and separate themselves from the pack. But so far, pretty quiet after that early skirmish.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As we have, some individuals near tree, individuals near launch site, have to be a bit cautious. A couple teams that might converge on these rotations through. It looks like Na'Vi. Last member of Na'Vi got taken out. That was Claws. Oh my goodness. If I saw that correctly, that is a 4th game in a row that Na'Vi underperforms. With this new roster, and I will say that makes me a little bit sad as someone who is a fan of what was the Nasky, Strafey, and Dell dynasty. This team was so dominant. If you're going to break up that roster, the former champions, the storyline to have that dynasty continue, I hope at least one of the 2 new rosters is able to do good things. So far, neither of them. Cooler not here today. And, of course, Na'Vi not having the best performance. That is a side storyline that we, of course, had to tell coming into this one because we all know how reputable Na'Vi is in the grand scheme of things. But we're on board with insiders for now.
And that's a great point that you bring up. I do want to pay attention to insiders here in this upcoming fight, especially Flavor of the Month. We're working that Hemlock, which I think is one of the best weapons this season, especially because of some of the ways they've changed the burst fire. Single fire, always effective. They've buffed that and nerfed it and buffed it again successively over Apex Legends history. But the burst fire, really the changes with that, from a more of a micro standpoint, is really impactful. The burst obviously is shooting at typically a 0.32 second interval between burst fires. So you'll have the bop and then 0.32 seconds, and then you'll get your next one. But that got changed to 0.28, and it may seem like that's not enough. That's not a lot, but it really does increase the effectiveness of that, and also gives you a little bit more wiggle room on some of the whiffs that you may have on the weapon. And so it's already been an all-around and very effective damage weapon in 1v1s and as far as range, and I feel like it just got better. I prefer it probably over the Flatline, and only second to the Prowler, I think, in the heavy ammo category this season.
Yeah, you like to see a lot of those changes to heavy ammo weapons, and of course anything that really has to do with burst, as you mentioned. Prowler and Hemlock both incredibly strong right now. Which those 2 guns, if you remember, a couple seasons ago, were kind of the laughing stock of the overall Arsenal kit. So it's great to see those changes as we now have Crypto flying over Sorting Factory, just checking things out. There must be a team nearby that was spotted. One of the nice things about Crypto is it really is like a second observer mode. We get our own little kind of ghost camera and overhead camera here.
I mean, a petition to send an extra team into the lobby, so we have just one more, and just have them play Crypto, and then just give us the overhead cam. I like the idea. There's something to it. I'm not saying that it's going to happen. I'm just saying there's something to it.
And give that team cheat codes so they can have 3 cryptos, so we can then have
three overhead,
cameras.
And then take the HUD. I don't need like the grainy, green, like I'm a crypto drone graphics. Just give me the full clean view. Oh man,
we're good. We can skip that. We need a lot of hacks to make this happen, but our dream's gonna come true here.
I love it. Well, it's given him, I think, a stronger place in the meta, and it's great to see Crypto having an impact in the same way, being able to do something like this, like Pierre just showed off, the ability to obviously scan beacons and know where that circle is going to be. So Flavor of the Month, again, content to just try to rotate a little early and stay out of these beginning fights.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Flavor of the Month that represents Pathfinder on that team. I didn't see the Watson Path and Jib on that squad is very interesting to me because that gives them the recon ability, which is being able to find locations to rotate to, of a recon squad or recon class, while still having the rotation, the edge circle ability of the Gibraltar. So I love that team comp, very unique team comp that we don't see very, very often. Only a couple teams that run that. Meanwhile, Verazzi is currently in a bit of a pickle and a bit of a standstill. They're going to be tagged up quite a bit as they have one knock. They're able to get the revive courtesy of a Wraith portal, and they should be able to reset here momentarily. Nice shot by Verazzi, that is former Dead Inside, who are able to kind of recoup here in a pretty good center circle spot, but a pretty rough spot in terms of the grand scheme of things. They got to hope, Randy, that this circle just kind of, or this ring just lands up where they're at.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is that you look at defense in different ways, especially with Apex Legends. You talked about having like the Gibby, the Watson, and the Pathfinder, but the only reason they survived that was because of the Wraith, because the Wraith allowed them to basically set up inside a house, and if you want to go through the portal, we are going to kill you, essentially. So you're going to have to risk being killed and putting yourself in an even worse position or chasing. Whereas if that was a Gibraltar bubble that just went up, I bet that team would have just pushed. They already had the down. They would have known, let's just go inside the bubble and push their other 2 members. And so sometimes, we think of these things like defense and offensive abilities or mobility abilities in different ways than they actually show up, because that was very much an offensive threat that ended up serving as the defensive kind of utility for Verazzi, formerly Dead Inside, there to be able to get their Watson up and get back into the game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, that's why, right there, you see Wraith is the only legend that is played by every single team, and that has been consistent since the beginning of the game. Name more than 5 lobbies where you haven't seen a Wraith as part of every single team in that lobby, which is ridiculous. No matter what has been done to Wraith, some of the nerfs that came through a few months ago, obviously her Q, no longer instant, no longer that get-out-of-jail-free card, if you will. Wraith is still played for that purpose, so great insights there. Meanwhile, it does look like Na'Vi actually still in this one. Claws and Max Strafe, despite Ninem's getting taken out early, or taken out right now. We'll see if they can recover his banner and get their mobile respawn if possible, or the respawn if possible. But Na'Vi's still in this one, still alive.
That's huge for them. And we talked a little bit disappointingly about the fact that they might have had 9 Impulse lost, but the banner's still available. They must have got him back up. They must have salvaged that fight. Maybe they even respawned him, and this is just the result of maybe a respawn and a little bit of a skirmish afterwards. Strafe here trying to avoid any grenades. They know they have to go and get aggressive, and here's the question. Do you try to push it, grab your banner, and know that you might die on the way, or do you just say, let's just be content? 2 players is enough to get us into a position to at least salvage this game and get some good out of it, and it seems like that might be the decision.
Yeah, I think it's the wise decision. It's not worth that banner because there's no guarantee when you get that banner with how many squads are left in such a small ring, you're going to get that revive.
Right.
So I think that's the wise call. They're just going to leave 9imps to unfortunately have to watch and spectate his way through this game. So Na'Vi's still in it. 15 squads remaining in total. That puts us in a decent position, decent opportunity here for Na'Vi to bounce back, because they really do need a strong bounce back if they can receive one. And meanwhile, 14 other squads in addition to Na'Vi alive. We know Flavor of the Month is right nearby in a nearby position at Sorting Factory. Na'Vi, however, still kind of knocking on the door of this engagement over here towards Harvester.
And because we've talked about Na'Vi, and I believe there's such a big story, having the team that ended up winning with GST split up, go to Cooler, who didn't qualify, and then Strafe obviously go to Na'Vi. I still think that it's a tough one. It's almost, you're kind of set up to fail, because anything less than a ton of success feels like a little bit of a failure. But you got to remember, these guys are just getting involved together as a team. They're still figuring out their pain points, their positive points. I think what they've built for is more of a long-term success pattern Fallout. And I want to give them that benefit of the doubt. That I really didn't expect them to come in and just dominate instantly. That would have been like just remarkable. But we do hope to see improvement, and this is just going to be a learning lesson for them either way. So overall, I think Na'Vi setting themselves up for maybe some more longer-term success. And hey, still 3 games to go. You don't know what happens. 2 of them still alive.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think Purge right now in a pretty good spot. I agree, though. You got to cut Na'Vi some slack. First tournament as a team. I guess, listen, I just call a spade a spade. And at the end of the day, Na'Vi had that former roster for such a long time. It clearly was not working. I like the decision to change things up. It definitely does take time, for that change to kind of come to effect with a player as impactful as Strafey. We all know what Strafey is capable of on that Nasky, Strafey, and Dell squad that played so incredibly well. So excited to see what they can do. Meanwhile, Flavor of the Month, the exact opposite. This is a team that's been performing consistently as a roster, as a 3-man unit for quite some time now, and they have not made a roster change because they like their comp, they like their chemistry, and they don't want to trade that out. We'll see if Flavor of the Month, though, can finally get the success they're looking for, as they're currently sitting outside of top 10.
15 squads left. Hemlock on the side of PI. We've seen him use it quite well, but he's running out of ammo. It's one of the things, if you are using the Hemlock to poke, the ammo can just, before you know it, you blink and you're down to maybe 30 shots in the tank and maybe 30 in the magazine, and you're telling your teammates, hey, I need some heavy ammo here. We got to maybe move out of this spot. And right now they're in such a good position. Although they are in the circle, there's still only a few teams that can contest them. And so Weiger's here looking to maybe get a better angle, come around, maybe take the low ground here as well, just trying to scout it out. Nook looking over the right side, making sure that building is clear. He's got his sights set. Flat line, still plenty of ammo for him. And Badolian Alliance, we've seen them. They're the team that kind of Flavor of the Month had their eyes on. So again, a lot of teams, in this conversation, and let's just bring up to the point. It's Ring 4. It's about to close. 15 squads are left, Fallout. This is about to be a bit of a bloodbath here with all these teams having to move in.
And look where they have to move into. Nothing but open territory. It's going to be a crazy, crazy next few seconds, next few minutes here. Keep your eye on the kill feed as some of your favorite teams might be getting taken out. One of those teams, Alliance, currently in the ring, and they're in a pretty good spot, and really not a whole lot of cover outside of this kind of terrain. A few rocks you can hide behind, but again, high ground is crucial. So the teams like Flavor of the Month coming from Sorting Factor High Ground. Flavor of the Month needs to be careful not to get caught in a third party because there's a team right behind them. Alliance, though, in a much different spot. Their backs are against the wall in a good way. They really just got to be careful from the drop from above them. They got to be very, very cautious. But if they can just hold on to this position, if they can take out Flavor of the Month, who has the disadvantage dropping down on them, because you do take a little second of animation delay. If you drop, they could be in a good spot here. Meanwhile, it looks like Lazarus is able to do some greatness with some eliminations picked up over Purge.
And that's really going to be the decision here. Can Purge end up finding something out of this? And we're back Alliance here getting pressured. And it seems like Flavor of the Month still on the high ground, but they are getting exposed. And so he's going to be into the void. But what will happen when he comes out of it all? Massive shot, 48 to the dome as well. Misses the second one, hits the third for 70. Taylor, he goes down. It's now not. He's the only one alive. He's going to try to push this around. I think there's still 2 members left. Gibby firing along. And yeah, that's going to be a wrap. It seems like Flavor of the Month just couldn't put it together. And Alliance will be the ones taking down post-kill. And New Esports maybe having a bit of a tough time rotating, running into Alliance on the low ground here. Hawk is still with gold and feeling strong about his positioning. Gold Shield fully healed right now, and so even though he's got the blue helmet, he is in a pretty decent spot defensively.
Yeah, it's huge. We know Rondon and team did get some kills on former Virtus Pro, Flavor of the Month, but then they got taken out by Alliance, I believe, as it stands. So good job by Alliance to build a third party. Meanwhile, Gambit taking out Balon G of third Impact. So Gambit still alive. 2 members on their team as it currently stands. Might be an unfortunate situation for them. Meanwhile, Weigers with 3 in a great position right now. This is huge, Rain Day. 8 squads remain, and guess what? One of them is Weigers, your second place team. Well, the first place team is New Esports. They are out of it, so Weigers now has a chance to really increase in the kill category and in the points category and increase their cushion of their lead over their opponents.
And not sure how many kills Weigers have. We know that Nook doesn't have any currently, but Blast and Crypt, especially Blast, I mean, they were absolutely phenomenal last game. So we don't know how many they're sitting on, but the fact that they're surviving longer than New Esports gives them an incredible amount of hope here to really take first place. And how much of a first place will it be is pretty much what we're trying to determine. But remember, you know, Alliance is still around, and if they can continue this 0-0 you see as well on that side. Third Impact taking down Gambit, Artico. So there's still a couple of teams who are in the mix in the middle of the pack that if they have a big game, could actually start to put themselves in the top 3 conversation.
Yeah, we got 0-0 on No Name. We got No Love Esports. We got Alliance, and we got Weigers alive. That's who we know at least. It looks like Verazzi's still alive. Looks like Stan's going to get knocked down from them. Alliance finds himself in an engagement. Look at this positioning from Hockey's. He's such a top slayer in this region. It shows. Getting some good shots in, getting some good angling in, but they're going to find themselves in a pretty rough spot. Badoli able to pop some heals momentarily at least, but they did lose Faiths right now. Alliance needs to go big, and here comes the push. They're going to go wide left. They're going to get some great shots in, and that's going to be brilliant plays from Hockey's, the lead slayer of this team. The tip of the spear is showing exactly why. Brilliant plays from Hockey's, but he's not done yet.
It's got to be Weigers, and it's got to be No Love, and I believe it's got to be Alliance. I feel like that's the last 3 teams here. And look at this, No Love
Weigers on high ground.
Yeah, Weigers on high ground, so they just should let Alliance and No Love Esports fight. It helps because Alliance only have 2. And so No Love, they waste resources. Alliance goes down almost assuredly in this fight, unless Alliance does something to change the narrative. And that's going to be the hardest thing here.
Yeah, that's right. I just can't believe that Weigers got the free rotation, top tracks for free. No one was there. It was where the ring was going, and no one was positioned there. I thought they'd be pushing into another team, but they have up top for free right now. I don't think they even had to do much to earn it, as there was no contention. They're now trying to get some shots in through every single crack that they can here. Take some notes, aspiring Apex players and level designers of Apex Legends and EA. Shout out to Lubo, Garrett, and a couple others that might be watching right now from EA. As those small things make the difference in these late games. I love to see that.
3 squads left. Weigers, Blast actually getting involved. Look at that. He takes down Kinderlix, so he's helping No Love Esports there. And as long as you just see one on Alliance fall, you could say that Weigers are in a great spot to win this one. But Alliance, we mentioned it. Could they have a good game in game number 4 on World's Edge and put themselves in the conversation? And so far, so good. Both teams on the low ground, still alive and well, Fallout, but we don't know what's going to happen now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it looks like Weigers, well, they're just going to chill. Wow. There's no reason for them not to. They're just going to hold high ground, let these two fight. Guess what? They're actually the ones that are fighting. Look at these Eagles! You got to be kidding me! He just picked up an elimination. That was Blast, and now they're like all the confidence in the world. They're going to find the last member, and that's going to be a wrap here momentarily. Weigers cleans up every single kill right there, gets the kill points, and gets the victory as a result. Evan, what a finish right there from Weigers, leveraging every tool in the toolkit.
Oh man, I mean, Weigers just there's sometimes when somebody does something and you go, well, I couldn't have stopped that. It's just great defense, better offense. And the fact that Weigers find a way to take the aggression from a place where you're like, can you even engage in that fight without falling down? They find the kill. It also benefits Alliance, who then obviously gets second place instead of third from a point perspective, so that pushes them more into the conversation. But Weigers are just playing like nobody can beat them, and I understand why. They won convincingly Game 3 with the Kraber play and Blast. They won convincingly Game 4 with the high ground and the beautiful rotation and timing on pushing those two teams below them. They're looking like the team to beat right now.
Yeah, I could not agree more. And you said it, you hit the nail on the head. You said it brilliantly. The best defense is a good offense, really, or all the way around. It's technically how that goes. But they flipped it. They're playing ultra aggressive, and they're rather than just sitting there and letting those two teams fight it out, they played offensively. They got all the kill points as a result. They put themselves in a great spot. Weigers is going to have such a big gap in the standings. I can't wait to see what those standings are. But Alliance puts themselves in the running for top 3. Guess what? We have Kate and Tom to break it all down. So let's go ahead and throw it back to T-Squared and Kate at the desk.
Oh, man, thank you so much. Thank you very much, of course, and a huge thank you to Rain Day and Fallout. We are, doing our thing, and as we mentioned, it's kind of the Wild West over here, Tom, so we're super psyched to be back with you and analyzing what I can only surmise as now we looked at Game 3, now at Game 4, and Weigers, holy interruptus Batman.
Just what a job by Weigers. Great angles. Great decision-making, great job positioning, putting themselves in a spot to win. That circle is a very popular circle. It's over towards the sorting factory side, kind of over towards tree. You wonder where it's going to pull. I would say 90% of the time it's going to end right on those train tracks where the respawn beacon are. So if you're able to get into the train tunnel, if you're able to get into the cart and set up, you're in a great spot. You could even respawn a teammate there if you need to as they drop down. But they held everybody off on the top. They pushed teams down below. It was Alliance doing some serious work down there. I believe it was No Love as well. But it was just so important for Weigers to get up top, and not only get up top, but to pick up all of the kill points there in that scenario, just picking off players in between, dropping down in the 3 versus 2, knowing the exact scenario and how to play it to perfection. They're already second place in points overall, so now they're going to be looking extremely strong going forward. And we're talking about winning one of these first 4 games, so crucial. They were able to do it. Not only that, had strong performances in the previous 3 games and looking like the team to beat right now.
And, this is a great example of, as we mentioned, Kings Canyon to World's Edge. Sometimes it'll throw a team off their game, and sometimes it's a show. In the Weigers case, it shows us that their prowess knows no limits. Kings Canyon, World's Edge, doesn't matter. We'll dominate on either one.
Yeah, I'm just so impressed at knowing those angles. I wasn't aware that you could shoot through that. They're able to find it, the scout even, and just the connecting of over and over again hitting those shots is phenomenal. But you got to watch out for other teams that are starting to heat up a little bit, and we're seeing that the more experienced teams, maybe the high orgs there that we had listed on the top 5 teams to watch, tend to play a little bit better on World's Edge. They're a little bit more comfortable on it, so that's what you got to look out for going forward. But now you got to look out for Weigers in the kill feed. Other teams are going to be aware of that. They know that they need to go over and get into a top 2 placement so they could qualify. I think teams are going to have their eye on Weigers, and they're going to have an X on their back.
You're absolutely right, and I'm so here for it because that can only mean some excellent plays coming up. But you know what? Let's talk a little bit about the play we just saw with our final moment. Tom, bring me through how Weigers executed things. Bring me into the masterclass that is Weigers' final moment.
Yeah, when you get to this point, it's just a matter of not throwing, as we say. And you look, you see 4 kills right there on Blast, but the angle, this guy has no idea where he's getting shot from. He feels like he's safe. And look at that. They pick up both the kills. Blast is going to get 6 overall. More knocks going on over to Crypt this time. They get both of the players there, finishing all 4 kills for themselves, getting the 12 placement points too when you combine that with them being in second place previously from the first 3 games. Again, I can't wait to see what the overall standings are, and we were waiting for one team to really step it up and separate themselves from the rest of the pack, and it looks like it's going to be Weigers. Can they keep it up the next 2 games? We'll see.
I don't know. It's a great question. There are, as we mentioned, top 2 spots will get you a playoff berth at the end of our autumn circuit. Gets you past our last chance qualifiers, gets you passed right into that playoff spot, those 2 spots. And it also, of course, first and second, nets you a little bit of cash too, Tom, of course. And hey, guess what? Don't have to wait too long for those Game 4 results. We got them right meow. Take a look. Game 4 results. I want to see those double-digit kills, Tom. Are we going to see them?
Oh, it has to be double-digit kills. No, just short. 9 overall. So
Almost.
it was Blast really doing the heavy lifting in terms of the kill department. A lot of sharing coming in from Alliance, though. They're not going to shy away from getting kill points for themselves as they get 17 points overall, so their strongest performance so far. But you look at the rest of the teams that were over towards the top, New Esports, Major Pushers, they aren't really racking up nearly as many points as Weigers there. So once you combine the 36 plus the 21, that's going to be 57 overall points that you're going to have from Weigers. Next closest may be a team like La Cité de France, or you're going to still have New Esports sitting over there towards the top since they were first too. So it's going to be one heck of a show going into the final 2 games. Right now it's definitely New Esports and Weigers over towards the top. Still anybody's game though. There's not one team in here that couldn't go and put together something big. Again, alliances there. We've seen Orglis and Hungary kind of flirting over towards the top 2. Can they win a game and maybe bounce back and have back-to-back big games?
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at those overall standings, exactly like the math you just described, Tom, because this is where the rubber meets the road. Coming in to our Game 5, and there it is, Tom. You do fast math fast, my friend.
Yeah, so you can see Weiger sitting at the top. They deserved that spot after last game. Just phenomenal gameplay. New Esports, they've been there the entire time. Phenomenal start to this one. Can they keep it up? We'll see, but you got to watch out. Alliance, La Cité de France, Major Pushers, all of these teams on that left-hand side have an opportunity here. But if you're a team like Gambit, Na'Vi, this was not the day that you were looking for. Fallout was talking about it. Nasky, Strafe, and Dell, that was the team that won the summer circuit. Cooler didn't qualify here, so to see Na'Vi not performing up to expectations is fairly disappointing because this was the team that we were most excited to see since Strafe is our champion overall. So hopefully they can get it together. Flavor of the month as well. A lot of the teams that I had on the top 5, Kate, are not here. This is the excitement that we're looking for. The EU scene does not disappoint. It's so evenly matched, and it's extremely fun to be a part of.
Boy, you are not wrong, my friend. I will also say that there is a pretty healthy amount of points in between. I think it's 57, 45, 34 is our 1, 2, and 3 spots. So to your point, anybody's game, and they do have 2 games left, 2 games to really dominate our leaderboard and find themselves at the top in those top 2 spots. Of course, top 3 also gets a little bit of change. But we're going for top, we're obviously going for top 3. So here we go. Top 2, I should say. At any rate, well, sorry, I was reading one of our cues. I'm sorry, Tom. We're doing great, and we're having fun. And you guys are here with us, and we thank you so much for being here with us. Remember, you can always follow us on all of the socials. And make sure to follow us if you want to head over to twitch.tv/playapex. That is twitch.tv/playapex. Give us a free follow. Tom, you following us over there on the twitch.tv/playapex? I bet you are, friend.
I'm at twitch.tv/apex. I'm at youtube.com/playapex compete. Hashtag ALGS on Twitter. We got it all going on over here. I sent my tweets out earlier. I know everyone else did too. But hopefully we're going to get Girl back in here too because I want to see her casting and analyzing too. One of my favorite parts of the show. So, you know, if she doesn't get back in the show, you better watch out for her in the Predator lobby. She's going to be coming for your head.
Oh, she will be, and she will get it. And I am a big fan of her on so many levels as well, Tom. But guess what? We're getting right back into gameplay, and to do that, we're going to go back to the dynamic duo themselves, Rain Day, Fallout. Gentlemen, over to you.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm staring at the screen awkwardly because I didn't realize when we came to camera there. It's my fault. Fault lot here alongside Rain Day as we were getting ready for Game 5. We just wanted, it was a stare-off.
It was a stare because, I didn't want to talk over you.
Yeah.
You didn't want to talk over me. That was basically
It's exactly it. We're just so courteous and respectful between the two of us.
We got to get
neither
mean,
of us
man.
were talking. Now, Exactly. We're just trying to meme here is what we're trying to do. But Fallout here, joined alongside Rain Day as we are getting ready for game number 5. We got 2 more maps on World's Edge, and guess what? My favorite thing in that whole segment, a lot of favorite things. 1 T-Squared's hair. Second was, no, I'm just kidding. But it was Alliance, 100%. Alliance being in the top 3. Because finally, we got the likes of a squad like Alliance, a team that plays so consistently throughout, as they are going to break into that top 3 spot. Great job by Alliance right there as we now have the map overview in front of us.
And, to me, it was kind of really, it's so interesting that we kept talking about it throughout the game, talking about, okay, Alliance have kept themselves, if you're a fan of Alliance, I even brought up our horrible Laker loss to Miami the other day. But the fact is, you can only hope if you're having a bad game to just stay in the game and give yourself a chance to win. And that's exactly what Alliance did. And then look at this. Now they're top 3. Now they're only 1 spot away from obviously claiming the top 2 spot, which would qualify them for those autumn playoffs. And that's a huge thing that we kind of are going to start bringing up now for those at home, because of the fact that if you qualify in a top 2 position, you essentially can make the rest of this next element of Season 6, towards the back half of it, towards the holidays, where you are comfortable knowing that you have a spot at the table when the big money is on the line. And so that is just a huge relief for Alliance, especially playing in with a sub currently today, Badoli, who's doing fantastically. That would just be a huge boon to them. So we'll see if they can keep making this push in the right direction.
Exactly right, and I'm excited to see if that can happen as we are now dropped into game. You see the drop ship live over screen. Let's see who will come out on top in game number 5. Will it be Weigers continuing their dominant performance? That's 2 back-to-back wins, by the way, on Kings Canyon, our first World's Edge map. Or will Alliance be able to do it? This is a team currently playing with a substitute, as they're giving IPN a bit of a break right now to focus on his mental health. Big shout out to IPN, and shout out to all of the Alliance, the entire org, the entire all the fans, the players for backing up and supporting their player. Mental health in gaming, especially the long hours, is very, very real. So big shout out to IPN. But we, of course, are watching to see if Alliance can do it. Can Alliance bounce back? Meanwhile, we're on board with Purge right now, a team that started really, really strong, but since has kind of cooled down, Rain Day.
Yeah, it's true. I kind of have stopped myself from making a Purge pun right there, but I think, yes, it has gone away. They're kind of an immediate dominance. Ooh, a nice little triple take, though. Is that a sign of better things to come? You might say it is. But now we head over to, Capital City, and the idea of Varatze, a team formerly, or a couple of members of Dead Inside, the Faizu kind of running with them, throwing up some of the new hollow sprays as well for Watson. This is a team that could easily have an impact, and oh my god, right away, they're going to find a nice little kill, which is that's just a fortunate way to start the game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Nice job as Varatze here finds himself in the same exact type of early fight as they saw, I think, last game over towards Fragment. And we know that with Cooler out, Navi, I believe, also drops Fragment, if I remember correctly. So they get all of Fragment East kind of for free, I think, because with the likes of Cooler out and a few other teams out, not this one, I think they might. Meanwhile, it's Fragment West that is quite contested here. Varatze up against a big fight here. It's the same exact fight we saw last time against 3 Lane. It looks like it's going to be Varatze who gets the better of them again. Woo! Very, very well done. 2-0. If I'm third Lane, I'm looking to drop somewhere else instead.
It's funny. The hollow spray ended up attracting where the kill ended up happening. So in your games, maybe give it a try, grab a hollow spray, and then see if you end up getting kills like that. I'm not sure if it'll be guaranteed, but you just never know. Third Impact, a team that they've been more on the bubble for me than almost anybody else as far as incredible talent, but I just don't know what is going to end up happening with them in this lobby. And slowly but surely, they 26 points now heading into this next game. They're still a good 20 to 30 points behind the leaders, but ultimately, they're at about 5th place. So they have an opportunity here, 5th, 6th place, to actually still make a little bit of noise in this lobby in Game 5 and 6.
Yeah, and on a quick rotation as well. I like the fast rotations coming through from them. Meanwhile, Vrazzi not on such a fast rotation because they did get stuck in that early contention. So they're going to take their time now looting up, and that might cost them that late rotation. Meanwhile, Gambit coming from Sorting Factory. We know Gambit is one of 2 teams to drop Sorting Factory alongside T-Rex. That's our team we mentioned earlier that does have Zerifer making his return, or re-debut, if you will, to competitive Apex, or at least on the big stage. Excited to see Zerifer back from Valorant, as we're excited to see what they can do. Meanwhile, Orglis and Hungry, a team that Zerifer used to be on Ad Hoc Gaming, is who we're on board with right now. It's Matafe, Kuya, and they picked up Yosita as their third, and they are currently making their rotation through, finding a team over at a choke point.
Orglis and Hungry, a team staying involved in at least the top 7, and that's a great way to do it. It's now running out of time for a lot of these squads to really have a breakout game, and it becomes the most competitive of Apex Legends that you're going to see, which for a viewer becomes even better and better. Everything matters that much more, knowing that you've got one more chance after this, and that's going to be your placement. That's going to be your top 2. That's going to be, being in the money, that is going to be nothing after competing for an entire European tournament. So these guys know how much it means. Kuya, Matafe, Ysilta. I mean, Paul, have you been, I mean, just to kind of ask the question, how have you felt about Matafe in this squad, and obviously the changes with Zipith removing? Have you seen that that's made a positive impact yet? You think they're still kind of warming up with each other? What do you think's been the impact that you've seen? Because they're such a well-known team.
They are. You know, Matafe, one of the top competitive players, pro players, and streamers in the community. First off, I'm a big fan of this squad. I've been a bit critical about the squad, you know, just because they have so many eyes on them, right? They make the roster change. They drop Zerifer. They pick up Kuya. Okay, that seemed to work out well for them for some time. And then, of course, the roster change of Zipith and a few others. So many consistent roster changes. It just seems like they're trying to find that perfect mix. And sometimes, I think Nasky, Strafey, and Dell are a good example of the opposite approach. Right. Rather than always trying to find that perfect third, that perfect roster that just works so well for you, continue to play with the same team and do it the hard way. And, you know, again, that's why I was such a big fan of that Nasky, Strafey, and Dell story. They were an amateur team that literally, I remember being on the bus with Nasky in Poland at the Apex Preseason Invitational, and he had big eyes, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, looking at all these pro players, and he said, and I struck up a conversation with him, you know, and he was like, first off, Fallout, I'm calling it, the Gibraltar is a very viable team legend. And I said, you're insane. Gibraltar's not going to be played competitive Apex Legends, because back then it wasn't, you know, it was just Pathfinder. So he called that, and then, of course, from long story short, from there, Nasky, Strafey, and Dell just worked their way up as a trio to being the champions of the EMEA region, of our summer circuit, all super regionals. It was an amazing feat. And then you have a team like Ad Hoc Gaming that keeps making these roster changes. I want to see them stick together. That's my personal take on it. A long-winded take, but there's a lot more there. You kind of struck a chord right there.
It's an important take, man. I think this is kind of what makes Apex great. It's really what esports is about. It's about the players and these stories. I mean, these orgs, they play a huge role, but really it's about, you know, the trials and tribulations, and that is what I think attracts just humans, whether you're an esports or a gamer, right? You love hearing a story of somebody sticking it out, things don't always go their way, having some down moments, and then yet still believing in themselves so much, and eventually the signs starting to point that yes, you did have something going for you. Your instinct was right, and then wow, the ultimate victory, the ultimate, I think, recognition the world could give you is winning the European Championship in the summer. And so just an incredible story from them, and that just means with the split up, there's more and more stories to be had like that. And La Cité de France maybe starting a little bit more of their narrative here as well, because they are in 4th place. They're down by 27 points. Weiger is still far ahead in this lobby with 57 total. But La Cité de France only 15 away from New Esports, who are currently in 2nd place, and that would guarantee them a spot in the autumn finals later on in the year. And so this is a team to be looking at. They've played fantastically all day.
Yeah, it's exactly right. Top 4 right now, and they, of course, that top 3 spot is going to be crucial, something to keep an eye out for. But right now, La Cité de France, 15 points behind 2nd. They are even greater. It's a 27-point differential behind 1st place with Weiger. So they got to have a massive game. Of course, they'd love that top 3 spot, but I think they'd even more so love that number 1 1st place prize pool. We'll see what they can do. Meanwhile, New Esports right behind Weiger's in 2nd place. They've done a good job keeping up. Big shout out to them. And it's a team that, again, I'm relatively unfamiliar with overall, outside of Rondon, who I've seen play a few times, maybe Kashera a few times. I'm excited to see what this squad can do, and maybe they're the new wave. Maybe they're the new Nasky, Strafey, and Dell, the new team that kind of slowly but surely is going to work their way up. There's a big void to fill there, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Na'Vi not trying to do much except survive here. Team that's got a lot of work to do, sitting at 16th in the lobby currently with 14 points. It's not impossible. They've got maybe a big win, a 20, 25-point game to put them in the conversation, and then they'd have to do it again back-to-back to really get a top 3 type spot. But so far just playing a little bit patiently, and now the ring obviously closed. But they still have at least one more zone they can play in here. 17 squads left, minute 56 before that turns, and the scout, and plenty of ammo on that Volt here for Strafe. It's one of the people we were just talking about, so trying to make a little bit of a stronger debut there. Doesn't want to go back up yet, and doesn't want to heal either.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Max Strafey on that team we mentioned, Navi. Got signed by the flashy and fancy organization in Madison Syria, one of the the winningest organizations in all of Europe. Big shout to them. Excited to see what they can do. Meanwhile, on board with a team that we're not as familiar with here. We're excited to see as they're making their rotation through. Again, that's No Love Esports. They're in that list of 3, 4, 5 teams in this final that we wouldn't have expected to be here. That honestly, just being very transparent, I've never heard of in watching Scrim Lobbies, watching GLL, and of course ALGS every single month. So I'm excited to see what the likes of some of these newer squads can do that we haven't had a chance to watch a whole lot of.
Post-kill. Actually, interesting change. Look at this. Post-kill. We talked about him being maybe the premier Caustic in the lobby in Kings Canyon. He's on the Watson. And so this could be 2 things. This could really be, obviously, not that things aren't working. New Esports, 45 points, second place, and 12 behind the leaders, Weigers, who are 57 points and well out in front. But it could just be the fact that they have a strategy for Kings Canyon as well as World's Edge. They understand that these maps play totally differently, and I think if you're a viewer, you're noticing the pace is different. There's just so much more open space. There's a lot more poking without pushing after that poke because you have more room to traverse, and that leaves you vulnerable. You have to really give up your spot and say, I'm fully committed, and that's just not an easier thing to do than if you're just already on top of a team when you do down somebody. And so it's nice to see kind of just a shift in pace. We'll see if that translates towards the later end of this. But already, World's Edge making differences in player rotations as well as character selections.
Exactly right. I like that differentiator. We saw that in our summer circuit, when, of course, Revenant and Crypto was the noise. Even the likes of TSM changing things up after they had that team comp with Pathfinder, Watson, and Wraith that worked so well for them. They made a shake-up to Revenant and the likes, and of course teams in Europe did the same thing, having a Revenant and Crypto team comp on one map, and of course shaking it up for another map. You like to see the change in styles based on what maps you're playing. Meanwhile, it looks like action's finally going to heat up here. Oh, unfortunate right there, just bad timing. That Arcstar is going to be put to waste. And now, Major Pushers got taken out pretty early last game. They're going to be finding themselves in an engagement here against another squad. We're not sure exactly who that is. Major Pushers wants to play a little more passively than they have in the past here.
This is a good spot to hold. I mean, especially with the Caustic. It should be really hard for that team to push them, especially going into the Caustic ultimate. So, Malawan just firing back. That's one of the benefits of Caustic, no matter what map you're playing. You could kind of choose the area that you decide to take engagements, and they've chosen a choke point. This is where Caustic thrives. So they're just going to back off. They've got the Gibraltar in case the push does happen to play a little bit around the dome. They've got both sides covered. It's going to be a very difficult push, so this team must feel very desperate, and in fact they are. If you look at the zone and where they have to come from, there's pretty much no space. I mean, they're either one choke point or the other, and so they seem to have chosen this. If now knowing that the Caustic ult is down, they may have waited it out and said, okay, let's try again. They don't have as many resources, and you're right. It's T-Rex and Zerfer just sniffing it out, saying, okay, Caustic ult down, what do we do? And it seems like they realize they've backed off now.
Yeah, look at that. They wanted that fight, especially the Caustic ult out. Like you said, that's a fight that's actually worth taking for them. And they're just checking every corner, making sure no one's ratting out. I like that decision, smart decision. And here it is. Here comes the Caustic gas. Not going to matter, though, as it looks like Major Pushers was content just backing out, resetting, and playing for the rotation instead. So that's going to put T-Rex in a rough spot, which is surprising because I believe T-Rex dropped Sorting Factory. So T-Rex kind of went all in guessing where that circle is going to be, and now they're going to have to make a rotation out. Yep, that's exactly why we see what's happening here. It looks like here comes the push through. T-Rex now needs to be careful for other teams.
And this is bad for Major Pushers. Oh my god, do you have another Caustic ult? What? Oh. This man, he must have been hitting an ultimate accelerant or something, or Caustic's ult charge time needs to get looked at because that thing came out right after another. I don't think they were expecting it. And Clevey, he's backing off. And despite the ults, you can see how desperate they are just to survive here. It's looking very, very difficult. And they've got a minute to pretty much finish this thing out because then the zone is going to push them into one another, whether they like it or not. It seems like, again, they will just say, hey, this is our fight, and we've done what we needed to do, taking the victory over T-Rex. But boy, oh boy, they had to use a lot of resources there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 2 caustic ults is what it cost them, and now look at this. Rondon and U Esports are currently just gatekeeping their way with that Sentinel. Of course, not the Kraber they would like to have, but they're going to try and pick up a headshot if they can. We don't really see a lot of shield batteries wasted for Sentinels in competitive Apex because those shield batteries are so important for late game. So that's something that obviously is a little bit different here. Meanwhile, Na'Vi very well positioned in their own right. As you see, wow, look at that. Max Strafe hit nothing but headshots across map here. Actually, no, it was a down member. He's actually going to down 2.
Wow.
From long range.
Yeah, I mean, this
what in the world?
Is, showing the power of the G7 Scout. Right.
Yeah.
And
in Strafey's hands especially.
Yeah, and I can't tell, is this a caustic ult to obscure vision, or is this a caustic ult from another team that might be third-partying that? That's what we're going to find out potentially in the kill feed. It seems like it was more of an obscurity ult there. Impromptu Bangalore smoke. Unfortunately, we don't get to see those in competitive play, but we do end up possibly seeing that here. And look, there's going to be the down. Dazo and Kindle, they're going to fall. And it might have been 90s and Reb engaged in that one. So, yeah, it seems like that, I may have misspoke there. It could have actually been an intentionally offensive caustic ult that just might not have done damage fast enough to get the kill right away.
Yeah, yep. Or I thought I also saw a gas canister that was just popped by straight across range. But either way, I'm board right now with ASCII, and 90s just picked out one that's a member of 1, 2, 3. I'm board with ASCII right now of Purge, a team that is currently kind of sitting within the 10th through 13th range. They need to be a little bit cautious. They're going to get tagged up quite a bit. We'll be able to heal back up and reset, but they have a rotation to make. 2 minutes. Keep an eye on the top left of your screen. That is where the ring is going to be collapsing to. So all these teams that are over here in No Name, or as my man Daltouche likes to call it, Respawn Village, which I'm all about that call out. They are going to have to make a rotation here momentarily, and we also know that Major Pushers is coming from caves near Geyser, so that's going to be a rotation that's going to be pretty tough for all of them.
And it just shows he's still rocking that golden triple tick he found at the beginning of the game, near tree. So maybe that is his golden ticket, so to speak. And we'll see if they can continue to use it. Le Cité de France. There are one of our 15 squads left, and they're doing a great job here of staying involved towards the end of this fight, which seems to be pushing over into Overlook. And Na'Vi were right to kind of have at least that initial zone. Doesn't feel like it will possibly be too much of a confrontation for them until late game. Late game. And you think you might be there. We are, but we've got 15 squads left yet again, which is showing a lot of patience of these teams and maybe the impact of how important this game is.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Second time now from Ring 4. We have 15 squads remaining, which means same thing as last time. This next collapse of the ring is going to offer a significant bloodbath here. Guess what? Alliance still alive. They've been working their way back into the top 3. They're currently in 3rd place overall with 34 points, so still quite a bit behind. That's 23 points behind first place spot. They got to have a big game here. Alliance, led by Hockey's, one of the best lead slayers in all of Apex Legends. We all have seen his clips on Twitter, and if you have not, make sure to drop this man a follow. I'm excited to see what Hockey's can do. I believe a former member of the Army in this country as well. So thank you to Hockey's for your service.
Absolutely.
This man does it all.
That's an incredible story right there. I actually had no idea of that. Oh my God! And I could tell they didn't have an idea of what was going on there. That might have been a down on Tanisa. Rabanu picking up a 129 damage headshot with the triple take. And that is just, if you needed an example of why that weapon's found value this season more so than any other, there it is right there. And the Hemlock burst fire from this range.
Look at this.
Doing so much damage from Paradise. And Purge are going to try to move in. Can they stay alive here? Because this is the push. They're running around and they know everyone is here. Oh, they're going low ground. But it's already contested. He's lost 2 of his members. Badoli with the triple take himself gets a little shotgun damage there and over the fence. So now they've got to follow through it. The crypto drone comes in as well, Fallout, but the shield back is applied.
And that's exactly right. Look at these shots coming through from Hockey's, though. Great shots at 140 damage with the flatline. Absolutely melting. Peacekeeper in his hands as well. Hockey's, Badoli, and Vapes, some way, somehow, able to heal back up. This is the carnage we were talking about. 11 squads remain. They take out Weigers. That's huge. Weigers is out, and now an opportunity for them to continue to pop off
and
here.
Alliance, you can tell they're in 3rd place. They still need 23 points to get caught up with Weigers. But it just might happen here, especially if the PK keeps hitting. But not if it keeps hitting for 11. That's the problem, and we've all been there before. 74 damage now. Alliance Hockey's finally gets what he needs, and that's just to get out of here into the void with the Dimensional Portal. And so they're going to take the Rift back. Vapes trying to get alive. Badoli looking to provide time, and Hockey needs to get that shield back off, but will it be enough?
And then guess what? It's actually Gambit that they're fighting against here. It looks like they're actually going to bait Gambit into the portal. So now, one member of Alliance, one member of Gambit, these two rival squads that have been playing against each other for so long in a little bit of a duel here. The revives are going to come through respectively as Badoli actually goes down by Leogri. Huge plays by Leogri. And just like that, Gambit has a chance to reset. They have the advantage right now over Alliance.
Yeah. And you know what? If Alliance is still alive, I mean, that's everything that you need, because if both teams are resetting, yeah, it looks like Badoli got revived and then got downed again by Isilta. And Matafe, oh my gosh, they have found a way to stay involved. They must be in a good spot here in Alliance. Still not out. Hawkes is alive somewhere. We know Vapes and Badoli have been finished. But Alliance really the team here to have pretty much the opportunity to make the biggest move. But right behind them, 4 points differential, and in fourth place is La Cité de France, and they have not been involved. They have the triple take, they have the R301, and they've got 2 red shields and a gold heading into the top 10 squads.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Hardeki, and we saw, of course, Hockey's there, 2 of the best players in Europe, Wraith players. Now, we're battling, but now Matape says, hey, who's the best Wraith player? Well, not me, as I get taken out. Unfortunate for him, and it looks like it's not looking great for Orglis and Hungry. Some way, somehow, Yosilta is able to back out and reset. Connects for 104 damage, but they are out. Just like that. Alliance, Orglis and Hungry both eliminated. Guess who ends up on top? King of the Hill right now is Gambit Esports, and they needed this game, Rain Day. They were in top 15, I believe, with 16 points coming into this.
Talk about top 15. Let's talk about top 16. And someone who's no longer Orglis, but he is Hungry. It's Strafey, who's been finding a ton of kills on the G7 Scout. Exactly where he started the round. Might be where he finishes it. But guess what? You can't stop Hawkins from finding a kill on the Rab, and that's going to be another KP for Alliance. They are not out, not by a long shot, but he doesn't have much to do. He's got the PK, close range. He's going to try to loot this up. Might be an Evo Shield swap for him at will. Heavy ammo if he gets it. And I believe that will just be Hawkins staying alive for now.
And while we were watching Hawkins, it was Na'Vi that found themselves in quite a few fights here. Looks like Claw's going to connect. This is the Na'Vi that we know is capable. Look at these shots. Nothing but damage as he just pops in. Peekaboo. Great job by Claws. He sees you as they are now going to continue their dominance. The kill leader is by far right now Max Strafey with at least 4 or 5 kills. He's currently knocked. We'll see if they'll get the revive on him. They should be able to. Great job right here, right now by Na'Vi. Meanwhile, we still have third Impact Black alive in this.
And Alliance, I mean, this is really where La Cité de France is in trouble, because now Alliance is going to get in a better position than them, and they're already ahead of them, and Hawkes is just playing out of his mind to stay alive and manage the situation. A top 3 for him would be unbelievable, but he's got to deal with the other squad that is right around him. Of course, third Impact, they seem pretty content.
Can he do it?
Na'Vi, they're up on the high ground as well, and they will be fine. But he's got to deal with the 2 teams that are in this house.
That's exactly right. I tried calling earlier a little bit of an analogy and a comparison between Hawkins and Hardeki. He's trying to channel his inner Hardeki as it currently stands, but it's not looking as good. As we all know, that clip from Hardeki where he ratted to a first-place finish. Not going to be the same for Hawkins, though. Unfortunate situation. He gets taken out. There's just too much pressure nearby. That leaves a few more teams remaining. Insiders, we got third Impact. We do know Navi's alive and well. It's going to be a crazy finish here, Rain Day. This could be the spot that we wanted to see Na'Vi perform. Na'Vi now in the perfect position.
It's almost like they answered the call. Horns were blaring, and it took 3-4 days, but over the hills of Rohan, you see the army approach, and you say, okay, we might have this one now. And Na'Vi absolutely been waiting for them to make their debut game. This could be it. Insiders already a man down. Third Impact Black. This is where you're going to have to focus your attention. But it's going to be one of those circles where it's pretty much going to be how do you manage jumping into a no zone where everything's closing and it's just a matter of survival, who hits the big PK or the massive shot. Right now, the way Na'Vi have been playing, my money's on them, but I would not put it behind third Impact to really steal this game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This reminds me to our Summer Circuit number 3, where I believe it was Godsent that had this exact position, was able to use their high ground to win a game. We'll see if Na'Vi can have the same fortune here. Third Impact Black on low ground, and Niners trying to get a little creative there.
Yeah, he tried.
Yeah.
He tried.
He definitely tried. And he's going to heal back up. He'll be okay.
I love it, though. He uses the gold, and he just gets value out of the shield cells. I mean, the gold gives you extra value. You get double the value for your healing items. So he puts the gold on, gets the shield cell value, and then he takes it off. I think for the potential switch, depending on who's going to need that in this next round.
Yep. And right here, if Insiders want any chance to win this game, they have to force the third party They have to be the third team to the fight. Third Impact and Na'Vi are the top 2 teams, the top 2 contenders. Na'Vi hands down with the significant advantage with high ground. But if I'm Insiders, you got to try and be the third team, but it's really, really tough to do so because their backs are quite literally against the ring right now, and they're going to get focused out. I think it's going to look at right now for them. Meanwhile, Na'Vi setting up the portal here, trying to get ready. And, going to take some damage and almost gets knocked right there as 9 Impulse, but he'll be able to back up and reset.
Bit of trouble, man, for Na'Vi, and I don't think 9 Impulse is going to have a chance to heal this little last part of his health before the circle moves. He's just going to be ready to fight. He's going to try to do it, but again, it's not going to go. I don't think he has enough time for it. He's going to lose more health than he gets for that.
What's happening?
I think he's going to maybe opt for the med kit so that maybe he could just try to get a heal off. 9 Impulse, though, he's basically just been out of this fight. He is still alive, however, must have taken the portal or gone into the void. He's going to fall pretty soon. It looks like Insiders could have a chance here against Third Impact because Na'Vi got involved, but Third Impact, as we said before, take the low ground and they take the victory. It just is so good in that overlooked zone.
That is true, but at the same time, I can't wait to throw this back to T-Squared at some point and get his thoughts. I just think Na'Vi got a little bit too cheeky right there, Evan. They had high ground, and they went for the cheeky Wraith Portal play, and they also went for the cheeky Pathfinder zipline play. Guess what? With the nerf to the zipline, it's just not as viable as it once was, and in the end, you got to hit your shots. You got to win the fight. You have high ground. You have the advantage. You have the opportunity to get the first damage out. I don't know what exactly went down there, if it was a little bit of a miscommunication or if they just wanted to try something that was just a little bit cheeky. It's the only word I could use, to be honest. I know that word annoys you, but still, that was just a weird finish right there.
Just
in my
a
eyes
comment
for
on
Na'Vi.
that before we do head back. It does feel like they got caught between 2 different things. And I could tell, like, when you're trying to get that heal off, but we're looking at it, you don't have time to get the heal off. And then so you're not really, like, doing a heal off. And then you're also, because you have to heal and you've decided that you want your health full, you're not fighting. And so you go into the void and you do a portal kind of back and forth, but you don't really get the maximum value of that. And you don't also contribute damage to knock the teams. It does feel like they got caught. But, hey, listen, this is Na'Vi showing up for the first time today in a big, big way. And I mean, these are things that are going to happen when you change teams and you have a new roster. So ultimately stuff they can fix, but a great round from them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Huge round. They slayed out, that's for sure. They performed incredibly well and on the same page in the end, but that will come with time. Instead, it was the experienced team. It was Third Impact Black who did a phenomenal job of the first place finish. Let's go ahead and throw it back to T-Squared and Kate. I'm excited to get their thoughts. Take it away.
Well, I'll say this. I will say this, everybody. That is the... I don't think I've ever heard Fallout say the word cheeky so much, and I think for good reason. Tom, I think we can talk about Third Impact back for sure, but I think one of the aspects to this that we have to describe, we have to find out, how did Na'Vi lose this one, I think is where I want to start.
Yeah, I think they saw Weigers playing and they were seeing the shots being thrown through the little crack on top of the train tracks, and then all of a sudden Navi's like, wait a second, let me try throwing this grenade through the crack. Oh wait, I just burned myself to death and I just used my only resources to go and win this game. So I think that's the number one problem when you go and you look at a zone like this, is nades are everything, and there's opportunities on the high ground to go and take angles and get information and do something that Weigers did in the previous game. Yes, it's a different situation. Weigers had a very, very good win condition by being on the high ground there. On the overlook circles, just like Rain Day is saying, typically the team that is holding underneath like Third Impact is doing is able to win. Why? It's because they're closest to that ring. They don't have to make a portal play. They could just kind of walk in there, and anybody that is approaching that is going to get fried by grenades. So I didn't see many grenades being thrown in that end circle, which would have been huge. A frag grenade would have bounced everybody off and probably some people off the map. If Molotov there would have just completely destroyed everybody, burning them to death. But it's Third Impact Black with all three members in the God spot, playing it the correct way, that wins that. That zone is very, very popular. Everybody knows that when it goes over towards the overlook side and you start seeing it, that it's going to pull towards that exact spot. Played that one many times. But I really think that once Na'Vi decided that they were going to try to go for a heal off, and you saw this weird, this weird thermite play where you go and try to burn some of your health off and then you drop your gold armor, that just seemed like to me that they were overthinking it. They needed to just look for people making mistakes, use their grenades, and then pounce on them.
Well, let's take a look at that final moment and break it down for me exactly like you just did, Tom, with some of this B-roll and footage behind it that can show us exactly how it is that Na'Vi, unfortunately, did not find themselves on top of Third Impact Black.
Yeah, so you can see exactly what we're talking about. It's all about grenades here. He already has the thermite out. He's going to lay that one right where the zone is. Crypto EMP comes out. And why is this area so great? You only have to walk a little bit. So you can see the flat line proving extremely useful. Still very, very healthy at this point. Looking for this last player to come in. And it just looks so easy from third impact screen when you see Na'Vi. They're all scrounging around, struggling to find out exactly what the play is. Third impact's been in this scenario before. They just cakewalk their way into the circle. Thermite's placed perfectly. Timing was perfect from third impact black. They let other teams make mistakes, and then they just play textbook Apex there at the end zone and win the game. So great job by all the teams making it to that far, but a little bit unorthodox play from Na'Vi cost them, and then third impact black taking advantage of that.
And did they ever? Let's take a look at those Game 5 results. Remember, we've got one more game in this EU Regional here to kick off our autumn circuit. And Tom, you know how much I love me some double digits in the kill points. You know how much I love the double digits.
Yeah, and Na'Vi getting a lot of kill points too. And you look at that, 25 points overall for third impact, and then you're going to have Na'Vi rocket 19, so they're going to get on the board and make their way over towards that 30-point mark, so congrats to them. But when I'm looking at third impact's overall score, when you combine the 25 points with the 26 that they have, they're going to push over towards 50, and you see New Esports didn't have the best game, and you look at Weigers, they're not up there either. So third impact now really making their charge, while Alliance is in the running too, so it's going to be up to all of these teams here, even the City de France. We have 5 teams, Kate, that could push for the top 2. That's ridiculous.
Whew. Well, let's take a look at those overall standings and see how the math really comes to bear. Because, as you mentioned, those top 2 standings are real close. Okay, here we go. Weiger's still high atop. Oh, this looks still high atop these. You know what? I actually think
this isn't updated.
This is not updated yet.
So I have the updated one in front of me here, and I'll
take
let
a look,
you guys
Tom.
know
Tell me.
as we swipe across. It's going to be Weigers in first with 58. Third Impact's going to be in second with 51. New Esports is in third with 47. Alliance has 42, and La Cité de France sitting there in 36. Other teams with 30 points: Major Pushers, Na'Vi, Orglis, and Hungary, and 1, 2, 3. So it's definitely capable of being any one of these teams. But we have 4 teams right now inside of top 40 points. That's going to be Weigers at 58, Third Impact at 51, New Esports 47, and Alliance at 42. So these are the teams to watch out for going forward.
And actually, that last overall is a great way to remind ourselves. Weigers had 2 incredible games. Absolutely. They got to that 57. They got 1 additional overall point here from this last round. Okay, so what we've noticed over and above is it not only takes that continual grind, it takes the consistency, but it does take some of those high points, right? So you have to have a team that does well consistently, but also has those little superstar moments, I find, that can be really an impactful thing on the overall standings. My goodness, Tom, like this, I feel like a broken record where we always say it's anybody's game, but the reality is that, of course, coming into our last game, it's not anybody's game, but boy, could it have been.
Yeah, it actually is. And then you look at it and you say, what are the 2 things that you want to avoid in esports? One is a goose egg, and the other one is breadsticks. And breadsticks are great, but getting a breadstick in game number 5 is not what Weigers wanted, especially because how well they played in the previous game. As now we look at the overall standings completely updated. Soak it in, everybody. This is what we're looking for in the final game. Again, anybody with over 30 points here stands a chance, so that's going to be teams all the way up to our team that won the first game, 1, 2, 3, because you look at anywhere between 20 to 30 points is really the pinnacle of what you want to get for a really solid game. And when you do the math there, you could say, okay, maybe 1, 2, 3 could take over number 2 spot if third impact was to not put up any points. But at the same time, you have to be cheering for all these other teams in the kill feed to drop early too. So an exciting way to go into game number 6 here on World's Edge and finish this out.
And I think you made a real good point there. You're absolutely right. While it's not everybody has a chance to win, I will tell you that after you get to that 30 threshold, you really are a part of it. And I will say, 1, 2, 3 is one of those teams. Weigers is another. They have proven that they can get those double-digit kill points. They have proven that they can get into the top tier and take down other teams. And I gotta say, the overalls are really showing us what exactly teams are capable of here. Remarkable.
Yeah, and I want to go through the kills while we still have this graphic up.
Please.
We have 31 total kills coming in from Weigers, 25 total kills coming in from New Esports. They're far and above and beyond the rest. Next close is Alliance with 20. But looking at the damage, there's 4 teams, and they are the top 4 teams that have all pushed over 8,000 damage too. So a lot of teams wonder, or a lot of players wonder, what is the way to win in Apex Legends? It's by being aggressive and not forcing ridiculous fights, but forcing the right fights. You're not going to win this with the least amount of damage. The teams that lay down the most damage and get the most kills typically are clearing out the lobby and putting themselves in positions to win. So when we wonder if it's better to kind of turtle up or whatever it is, the teams that get aggressive at the right times and that are confident team fighting are the teams that are going to win this one. You could do that so many different ways. The main way to do it is putting yourself in a position where you're in the final circle while still getting kills, or you have to play the edge and win a lot of team fights hoping that you don't get third-partied. We've seen a lot of different varieties of strategy going forward, and now we know the top teams that we have to look out for going into the final game.
And that is definitely true. That is definitely the case. And hey, if you want to keep up with all of us, head over to twitch.tv/playapex. Give us a free follow. We'll love you for it. And then, hey, if you'd like, also give us a free sub over at youtube.com/playapexcompete. Either one of those places, we're going to bring it to you all day long. And we are just beginning our day, of course. We have our EU regional, but don't worry, we're going into Game 6 here at the EU region. Later on this afternoon, we've got our NA region. So more Apex to look forward to, of course, over at twitch.tv/playapex, as well as youtube.com/playapexcompete. And again, follow us on the socials at playapex. Use the hashtag ALGS. And if we feature you on our show, you might just find yourself 1,000 Apex coins richer. But guess what, Tom, I got to tell you something, because we got one more thing I want to make sure that you know about. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready. What is it?
I'll tell you what. Well, you can enter the Lenovo Legion's Autumn Circuit giveaway for a chance for yourself to win a free Lenovo Legion PC or monitor. You've been seeing them all over our broadcast here today from our friends at Lenovo. They were kind enough to give us one to give away. Make sure to visit twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. And honestly, what an incredible laptop to win. And I'll tell you why it's incredible. It's got an i7 processor. It's got an RTX 2080 Supermax Q graphics card. And boy, am I excited about it. One of the things we love about our partner Lenovo is that their components are the best. They are built the best because we ask a lot of them, Tom. We ask a lot of them when we're talking about teams that are performing at a high level in competitive esports. And this is just one of those things. So I want to go ahead and take a look at some of the beautiful pictures that we have of this lovely laptop here and tell you a little bit about what we've got going on with this Lenovo Legion 7i. Ooh, it's just so sexy, Tom. It's just so sexy.
Yeah. I hope that I get to keep mine. Lenovo.
I hope you do too. Now, the Lenovo has, as I mentioned, that i7 processor, and it boasts a clean, minimalistic design, making them stylish on the outside and savage on the inside, much like myself. And they have some of the best panels in the market with higher refresh rates, response times, and color accuracy. Lenovo Legion brings the world's best gaming laptop keyboard to the market with True Strike technology. True Strike! Tom, I couldn't say more about our friends at Lenovo. Once again, thank you for being our official PC and monitor sponsor here at the ALGS. We're actually using you guys, as we mentioned, to talk directly from our home setups to yours. And Tom, it seems like the right time to hit us up with some gameplay for Game 6. What do you think?
Yeah, let's do it. Send it into Game 6. Good luck to all the teams. Only 2 will qualify for the playoffs.
Fantastic. Over to a Fallout and Rain Day. Take a look.
You guys are the absolute greatest. And guess what? We're going to jump right into gameplay here because Game 6 is live. We are getting ready for our last and final game of the series. Tom said it perfectly. Only 2 will qualify for the playoffs. This, of course, is a change from our summer circuit where top 3 qualified because, of course, we took the feedback of many competitive players and we split out our North American tournament and our South American tournament until we have our super regional playoffs in the end. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen here as we are on board a new esports, a team that's currently in 3rd place overall with 47 points. But Rain Day, really there's 8 teams that are in contention in my eyes, all the way down to major pushers Navi and Orglis in Hungary at 33 points. If those 3 teams have a pop-off game, they have a chance to get into the top 2 here.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, we've seen games rival, that 25 to 32 point range if it's big. They're only down by 18, and I think that is a big thing. We're talking about that second place spot as well. Third Impact, though, really dangerous situation, and I can't believe it. They just got knocked out as the first team. They're the second place team in this lobby. Oh my God, that means second place is really up for grabs.
And we missed the early game, but we know Third Impact Black is known to drop Epicenter. I'm not sure what exactly happened that sent them over to Survey Camp instead, but it was to the hands of the Italians, the new guns, that they got taken out. So unfortunate for them. But now we're over to Major Pushers, another team that's in an early engagement here. There's no pause, no opportunity to breathe here, as guess what? Major Pushers start strong. Those are the 3 kills they need to pop off and to get themselves a top 2 finish. Good start for the Russians.
And, I mean, just getting over the shock. Third Impact now have given everything over to the rest of the lobby. I mean, they have to be in such a tough emotional state right now to have worked so hard. And in Game 6, New Esports needs just 5 points to go ahead and put themselves in second over you. Alliance, they just need 9. So this is opened up game number 6, the final game here to qualify for the autumn playoffs at the end of the year. That huge prize pool. And just get that handled right away. It is something Third Impact will be soul-searching about, I'm sure.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Again, I want to know what happened. We'll, of course, have a chance to break that down and potential VOD reviews and the likes after. Shout out to my man Hodsick if he's watching. But real quick, Third Impact Black out in this one. That leaves Weigers in first place with 56 points, New Esports with 47, Alliance with 42, La Cité de France with 36, our last chance qualifier. Dominant performance from them, of course, just a month or two ago. And, of course, we're on board with Alliance right now, checking out them on stream. They're currently sitting in fourth place with 42. All they need is 9 points, but guess what? They got to get ahead of New Esports. So keep your eye on the kill feed. We do know that it was Third Impact Black, one of our most consistent teams in European Apex, that is out. But Rain Day, this is why I love European Apex. Yeah. This is why I lost my mind and my voice casting at the preseason invitational in Poland, because there's such diversity of countries, of teams, so many different storylines, and such top talent. It is so incredibly competitive in Apex with the likes of all these stars, and it's crazy to think that Third Impact Black is out.
I think we mentioned earlier, too, John, just that there could be about 7 or 8 teams in contention at the end of this thing if it goes this way, and it's literally what has happened. These teams used to be at a threshold of 18 if, obviously there were no points gained from Third Impact, and now that's exactly what's going to happen. So 18 is it. They're just competing against one another now. And there's no better feeling when you have, it's like, how do we perform this game? That'll be the determining factor pretty much with whether we can succeed. So it's all in their hands. And what do they do with it? That's the question. Alliance, they seem like they are primed and ready. Dropping Train Yard, and oh boy, already on their purple Evos. Hawkes on his. We know how dangerous he can be.
Yep.
And don't give him 2 other full teammates as well. That full Alliance squad has just been dominant today.
That's exactly right. They're going to find themselves a supply crate as well, just to loot up a little bit more, pick up the scraps. And Alliance typically drops thermal stations. So they actually made a pretty far rotation to get all the way towards Train Yard. Of course, when you have a Pathfinder, you get that recon. Speaking of recon, we got Crypto and we got Bloodhound as recon class legends that do have that ability to scan beacons and also get early rotations. That's why we've seen so much Crypto. And, it's crazy to think, just 4 or 5 months ago right now, when we were casting competitive European Apex, it was really 1 or 2 team comps, Gibraltar, Wraith, and Watson, or Pathfinder, Wraith, and Watson. And in this lobby alone, we have 5 or 6 different variations of team comps. There's never been a healthier Apex Legends meta in terms of legend health.
Yeah.
And it's great to see how many diverse team comps we're seeing as a result.
Yeah, and I just...
Nope, not much Bloodhound, though. Where's my Bloodhound?
There is not a ton of Bloodhound in this lobby particularly, and you can see that North America is really a team that, really a region that has really made an identity with Bloodhound and these new buffs. Europe, we saw Major Pushers utilizing it, but Major Pushers have kind of fallen out of the main narrative over the last few games, and so you're right, we're seeing a little bit less. They're still in that contentious spot, but it's mainly because of what they did in Kings Canyon, though. That's mainly why.
That's exactly right. They dominated in Kings Canyon with Bloodhound. They kind of, I don't know, they went back to... Yeah, I think they went back to what was comfortable right now, and they went back to Caustic, which I believe is what they're running, what they've been running. I would love to have seen them call an audible, and I missed it when we were on them earlier, if they're actually running Bloodhound instead, but I'd love to see an audible called and them actually run Bloodhound instead, because they currently sitting in 6th place with 33 points. They need a high elimination game. They need a complexity-esque type of game, which I know not many teams in Europe play that aggressive. A lot of European teams, really just play solid, play consistent, but you really got to go big here if you want to dethrone Weigers in first place with 56 points.
You're totally right. I mean, we saw, I think, Watson shift to... Gosh, it had to have been new esports, and I believe Postkill went from the Caustic to the Watson, and seeing that Bloodhound change to what you said was the Caustic, it's interesting, and it just denotes, again, the differences between these maps and how they play, but also I think that the mentalities of these, and the approaches of the teams, because they may just be realizing that they don't feel comfortable on World's Edge for whatever reason, pushing people the same way that they do on Kings Canyon. And that just might speak to the lobby, that might speak to the changes other teams are making, and that just might speak to what they've already decided they're going to do, and they're just sticking with their plan, knowing you play 3 games on each map.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Meanwhile, it looks like Le Site de France does a good job taking out Zerifer and Co. That's T-Rex, so not the best showing for them. Unfortunately, in Zerifer's re-debut to Apex Legends Global Series, but great to see him back coming from Eastern Europe. He gets taken out, and now it is Le Site de France who has an opportunity to climb their rankings and climb their way up from 5th place at 36 points to 2nd place over Third Impact Black at 51 points as it currently stands. We'll see if they can do it. Meanwhile, Malawan and Co. are going to light it up. That's going to be against 3rd lane. Nice job by Major Pushers. They continue their dominance here, Randy.
And this is what you'd like to see, especially coming through in a must-do, must-win situation for Major Pushers. And if they can continue to have an impact in the way that we've been seeing them have an impact, it is going to be something that everyone is excited about, except Le Site de France, who seem to be going down here. Larabanu and the squad will fall, and that is Orglis and Hungry who are actually jumping into the party. And so that third party will end Le Site de France's chances of getting 2nd place. They will max out at around 37-8, and it's just not enough. And you can see there, just, oh my gosh, already Major Pushers are in danger of losing their potential chance to climb into 2nd as well.
Yeah, this is looking very bleak, and guess what? It was Orglis and Hungry. Well, guess what? They're hungry for kill points because they need them. 8th place tied with Major Pushers for 33 coming into it. Well, guess what? They're the team that's going to help contribute to their death, as it looks like Badoli of Alliance is nearby. We have so many top teams here. We have Alliance, we have Orglis and Hungry all within a vicinity here, and I believe 3 Lane Esports is still alive as well. I think there's one member of that team hiding somewhere. Meanwhile, we're jumping on board with No Name over towards Epicenter. They're currently posting up because they're right next to New Esports, who is our favorite right now in 3rd place to take that 2nd place spot over to an Impact Black.
Believe it or not, New Esports, Alliance, and Na'Vi. Those are the teams to be looking at, as well as Orglis and Hungry. We can't count them out. I know they've been, for such a, with high caliber names in the Apex Legends scene, maybe a little quiet today. They're at the exact same position as Na'Vi, and they were just a part of that third party. So they picked up some KP. They have a chance if they blow through this. I mean, they're only 18 points away, so a big 20-25 bomb, that could be the difference here. But they've got to deal with Alliance. They've got to deal with New Esports, who are now cuddled up inside that building right at the edge of Epicenter. They've got a nice vantage point. They've got an easy thing to hold for now. And so I think maybe we've seen most of the action for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As we're now checking out, speaking of action, we got Crypto showing us the action, just scouting things out, understanding the situation as it currently stands. And I believe that is the Crypto drone of New Esports, representing that Crypto, Watson, and Wraith team composition. Meanwhile, Weigers, no Crypto. They're opting for the traditional team comp of Pathfinder, Watson, and Wraith. Of course, now Pathfinder, Bloodhound, and Crypto all have the ability to scan beacons and get that intel, which is what made Pathfinder so strong early on, which is where the likes of so many teams found success. Nasky, Strafey, and Dell in Europe, and of course TSM in the American side of things way early on, and a variety of individuals that are in this. One thing about that New Esports squad that I got to point out is they're multilingual, multinational. They got 2 individuals from Portugal, and I believe their third, Rondon, is from Slovakia.
Wow.
So they must be communicating in English, maybe a little bit of Portuguese here and there if the duo is communicating. But you like to see that diversity in team comps. I love this new potential new order, new wave of top teams with New Esports.
What you're telling me is that the ping system is so good that it could basically communicate better than a language, essentially, because
that's exactly right.
Just shout outs to that, of course, but also, yeah, I mean, to these guys, language barriers are a thing. From America, we don't see it as almost a standard of learning a second language, and That's part of the reason why I wish that was different. I teach my kids differently as well, but in Europe, so many people have that versatility of 2-3 different languages, and it seems like English could be a common place that they're meeting, but also just from a skill and a play style perspective, there are teammates you get in lobbies and random games, and especially on the competitive side, you just mesh with. And so it seems like New Esports, they just have been meshing with each other today, and turning into be a very threatening team here in the European scene.
Yeah, I love what we're seeing from Weigers right now as they're currently sitting Fragment West. They're going to place the zipline for the rotation. They were kind of gatekeeping a little bit, thinking maybe we can find this team. Well, unfortunate for them, they can't. They're going to save their 3 bunny hops here, and there you go. Rotation's coming through from Pathfinder. Look at that. A little tricky. It was like SSX tricky right there.
30-second cooldown, a 35-second cooldown for that little bit. I mean, I might have walked it, to be honest. Because now, if he did get pushed, I mean, that is a huge amount of time. And, you know, it's one of those things that feels good, and you just, I don't want to get headshot or something like that. But now you are a little vulnerable for 35 seconds. They must have trusted the position they were heading to, must have scouted out well enough. And so, no harm, no foul. Alliance, though, holding this down on the edge. This circle could go a couple different ways, but it seems like Survey Camp is where it is going to end, at least now. Still teams holding Epicenter, and that's going to end up a lot of crossfire. You have to look at teams like New Esports who are in the mix of that, potentially putting themselves at risk. But we'll see what ends up happening. As you can see, just on cue, Rondon goes down. Is this post-kill going down? He's got 1 health, but oh my god, look at that. The Arc Star is so good. Woo! Oh my goodness, post-kill. Excuse me, Nakshira, one of the best Arc Stars I've seen, and saves post-kill's life.
Wow. Kashira with the massive play right there. I know you said you were a Lakers fan earlier. You got to pay some respect
100%.
to Kobe Bryant with that one. My man just banked it, but they're not done yet. It's the 4th quarter. You got to perform right now, Kashira, as they have their backs against the wall, quite literally. This is looking bleak. This is looking so bad right now for New Esports. The Cinderella story is out.
Oh, and New Esports. You got to say Weigers is wiping the sweat off of their brow, because so far, so good. But the problem is Weigers have already repositioned to a much safer part of the map, and we saw the way these teams are rotating through Epicenter. It was just going to create so much chaos within that moment. Someone was going to contest that building, and it just ended up not working out for New Esports.
And that's a perfect example. Right, that's a perfect example of if you turtle too much in Apex Legends, which is what we saw New Esports do there. They were so content with their Crypto Zone, just scouting, chilling, and then they were just edge of the ring. You don't want to play edge of the ring as a Crypto. You want to get center ring. They were the first team to Epicenter. There's no reason that they're the first team to die in Epicenter, as now Flavor of the Month finds himself in a pretty rough spot. However, Third Impact Black out. New Esports out. That opens the door for Alliance with 42 points in 4th place to get top 2. They need at least 9 points, and they've already got a few in terms of placement points because they are within the top 12 squads remaining. Na'Vi doing their thing as well with a couple eliminations over Lazarus. However, it's going to be Jay Savage just trying to say otherwise in your kill feed right now.
What Weigers really also needs to worry about, who is the first place team here, is Alliance in a position to actually take first, because Alliance with a huge game here, and it's setting up to where they are not too they are where you want to be for a Survey Camp ending. They have a chance to go ahead and blow this one out of the water if things go their way. If a couple of kills trickle in, they could kind of leech off of some of the fights happening on the outskirts of these rotations. But Flavor of the Month, the team trying to stay involved here and just keep their hopes alive, maybe hoping for a miracle. It seems nearly impossible right now, but 11 squads are remaining. It's Game 6. We realize, just going over it one more time, the 2nd and 3rd place team and the 5th place team are all out. And so this is just leaving a ton of room for place 3 and then, of course, place 6, 7, and 8 to really make a move here. And will we see it? Flavor of the Month getting involved with the EVA 8, sliding in, Fallout, and they're going to get the finish.
Yeah, this is the death building right here. Yeah. You see nothing but death boxes everywhere. It's almost like Final Destination. If you enter this building, you die. We'll see if that's the case for Flavor of the Month, as they're the last one standing as it currently stands. Look at this late ring, courtesy of a Crypto here. We get to see it's going to be a wide open vertical finish here. It's going to be an interesting one in Epicenter. I love this finish, and it comes down to these teams. Weigers, Alliance, Na'Vi, and Orglis and Hungry, I believe, are all still alive as it currently stands and all in contention. Those are the teams that have the potential to do it. Insiders with only 13 points. It's not looking good.
And you know what? This ring is catching a couple of teams off guard. Alliance were setting up as if it was going to be a strong Survey Camp ring, which you could have seen that happening, but the circle pushes in a little bit more. And now with that secondary scan, we could see that in round 6 is going to be in the middle, not inside Epicenter, not inside Survey Camp, but in between both locations, forcing both teams to move. And so now we've kind of got a battle on both sides, but right now Weigers, they happen to be the meat in the sandwich, getting shot at from both sides. It's Nook who falls. Will the first place team be going down here as a result of Purge? And it looks like it will be as Sky finds the kills onto all of them. And that is Weigers out of the count.
In Apex Legends competitive fashion, we are going to have a wild finish, much like Poland in the preseason invitational, much like our summer circuit, super regionals, playoffs. It's going to be a crazy one. We got Gambit, Alliance, Flavor of the Month, a few others alive in this one. Na'Vi and Orgless and Hungry, I believe, are still in it. I haven't seen them in the kill feed. We'll try and confirm if we can. Purged in it as well. Those are some of the squads remaining, but the ones that are in contention are Alliance and Na'Vi, and I wonder if they're still alive. We know Alliance is.
This is Alliance's game. I'm calling it right now. If oh my God, something like that happens, then never mind. Hockey's, he got a little aggressive. They had 3 Evo shields. They had good position. Weigers are out. Every other competitor, Alliance, could have made a huge comeback. And is it still something they can do? They're pushing it. The Prowler finds the damage. Big triple takes headshot though. Vapes, what can he do? Alliance Vapes, he shuts it down. And Orgless and Hungry will have to stay hungry. They get taken out. Alliance still has a chance.
And that's huge. They're in 8th place with 33 points. Orgless and Hungry, they are out. They had a chance to claw their way back, but that was all Badoli, the substitute for this team. Shout out to IPN, taking a bit of a break right now. We love you, bud. But it was Badoli with brilliant shots right there with the Prowler, followed by, I think it was the Prowler, followed by I think it was the triple take shot. He connected for 48 damage with the triple take and let Vase just clean up. He just went huge for his team.
And that's the impact of the triple take. I mean, no other sniper is going to get you 48 damage there unless you're incredibly lucky. G7 Scout might have done it, but a Sentinel, longbow, chances of that on the hipfire, it's just not probably going to happen. But the triple take, it's almost a guarantee, and this is why we've seen that weapon become so valuable here in high-level Apex Legends, the versatility and the damage, and then, of course, coming in so importantly, Badoli able to help Alliance stay involved. Flavor of the Month, they're not really a threat as far as first place, but they are a threat in this game, but they go down thanks to 0-0 here, and Taylor coming through here with the Mastiff. He's going to fall again to Boone, so Flavor of the Month looks like their time is coming to an end.
That's exactly right. They're going to be taken out from No Name unless PI can do something miraculous right now, but it's absolute madness. Alliance is going to come in and clean up. Hockey does go down again, but Dolly goes down as well from Insiders. Not looking good for Alliance right now, and that's going to be it. I think Alliance might be out momentarily. 3 squads remain. Piet is somehow still alive, just raining terror into some other teams right now. Look at the damage he's doing. Look at the DPS from Piet. He is an absolute monster.
Good, this grenade hit. Oh my goodness. He did so much damage with the R301. He's managing both squads here, and he's got, this is the moment. He has the full Evo shield, and he's just going to try to find at least 1 kill off of this, 1 placement point for sure, and maybe potentially just rat it out. That is going to be Flavor of the Month Taylor falling, his teammate. And he's not even...
And we know Gambit's alive, so it's Insiders, Gambit, and Flavor of the Month, and I'm not sure if all teams are full strength. If any are, it is Gambit. Yes, it is. This should be Gambit's game to win. So in Gambit fashion, they're going to end up on top, but they're certainly not going to end up on top of the leaderboards, as Gambit coming into this game had 23 points. Unless they did something amazing in kills, which I'm only seeing 1 kill. Oh, this is Galatorix, only 1 kill for Galatorix right now of Insiders. I don't know if it's going to be enough for Gambit. We will see. We'll let the standings speak for themselves, but now Crypto is going to be using this opportunity to scout out the opponents and finding out the situation. He's going to find the rat. He's going to find the 3 players of Gambit. This is why Crypto is so crucial.
Yeah, Gambit are just in such a strong position, having all 3 members alive. You have a 1-man Flavor of the Month. You have a 2-man Insiders right now. And Gambit are
no
sitting
heals.
pretty. Yeah, no heals as well. I mean, this is not what you want, but you do have an Arc Star. And so if you find tremendous value from that, maybe Pierre gets a little bit of damage onto Gambit early on, then you might have a chance as Insiders coming from the high ground, but they've got the farthest to go. And there's the Crypto ult. It's coming in onto Leogri. They're going to lose half and the Watson interception pylon, but what will they do now?
Oh, and Insiders, I think, makes the wrong decision. That was not the right decision. You almost want Pierre to be the 3rd player on your team right there because you need him. You need him to do the damage to Gambit. Instead, Gambit cleans up easily. Gambit Esports is the champion here in game number 6. A great finish from one of the GOATs of eSport, one of the top teams of eSports in Apex Legends in the European side of things. They end up on top. However, I'm curious to see who sneaks into our top 2. Did Weigers hold on, or will the likes of a few of these teams, Rain Day, sneak their way into the top 2? What a finish that was.
I mean, I'm looking at the stats here a little bit off screen, and I'm seeing the fact that Alliance were at 42. Weigers were at 58. We know Third Impact and New Esports died pretty early, so they're 51-47. I almost guarantee Alliance jump past that. But did Weigers stay in it long enough with enough kills to keep their 16-point lead, add a little bit of it, and then have Alliance not really hit that 20 bomb because they did die in about 6th place, right? So if Alliance would have won that game, I might be thinking Alliance could have actually taken first from Weigers, but I feel like Weigers held on. That's just my thought.
Exactly. Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think if you hit the nail on the head, if Alliance wins that yeah, I completely agree with that. I think if you hit the nail on the head, if Alliance wins that game, if Alliance clutches up and it's Alliance is the champion of the game at the end instead of Gambit, it's a different story here. But I think Weigers maybe did enough to help to hold on. The biggest thing that's important to note, top 2 advance and get a spot in the playoffs in December of the Autumn Circuit. Who is it going to be? I am excited to see the final standings and to break down what was a lot of action. We have T-Squared and Kate on the desk. Take it away.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Tom, here's the who could have expected number team, the third impact out first, followed by La Cité de France, followed by I just never expected us to come down to Game 6 and have that kind of a shuffle to the top.
It's going to be a matter of points only, like maybe 1, 2, 3 points max, because we're looking at Weigers most likely holding on barely in first place. And then you have to look at Third Impact, New Esports, and Alliance. They're all going to be so close, right around that 56-point mark, 55 points or so, depending on who got the most kills, etc. Alliance possibly got enough points to go and take over 51 and take over Third Impact Black because Third Impact died. And then you have New Esports, who died in the death building, as they're calling it, over towards the Epicenter's side. Yeah. And it was just such an open circle. It was so tough to deal with. But Gambit ends up winning that one. It's just unfortunate for Gambit that they weren't able to play up to par in the first 5 games. Otherwise, they could have stamped their ticket and got top 2. But I can't wait to see the standings from this game and the overall standings so we could see who's moving on to the playoffs with those guaranteed locked-in spots.
You're absolutely right, and I will say that as you said it right going into Game 6, I said not everybody could win this. It could be whatever. Guess what? We literally had that. I mean, I'm so grateful that you said when we talked about anybody with over 30 points, because the reality was that as soon as Third Impact Black was out at the top, all of a sudden it was like, well, what do we do now? Oh, I guess we're just going to find our way to the center circle, final circle. It was exactly the kind of Apex I want, and more importantly, that we deserve. But let's take a look at those Game 6 results, Tom. This is what's going to tell us who just won our tournament. Doobity boop boop. Here we go. Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
No double digits, but still pretty darn good.
This is going to be so close because you look at where Alliance got. They got 8 points overall, which is going to give them 50 points. So that's not going to be close to Third Impact Black. That's going to be 1 behind them at 51. Meanwhile, you had New Esports not in the top 10, but they did pick a couple of kills up overall. Did they get 4 to 5 points? They need 5 overall to take over Third Impact. So this is going to be, again, within 1 to 3 points when we go and look at the overall leaderboard to see who the top 2 was. But I don't think anyone's going to catch Weigers, as Weigers did put up a couple of points. I think about 3 points overall, as they only got 1 kill in 10th place. So I cannot wait to see. It's a tie.
Oh!
It's a tie for 2nd place, but it looks like Third Impact is going to win the tiebreaker because of placements, and they are going to pass New Esports and hold on to it. Just 1 kill, 1 more placement. Or maybe if Alliance gets 1 or 2 more, they end up moving on, but that's as close as you could ask for. 4 teams within 10 points, 3 teams within 1 point. Insane ending. Congrats to Weigers for being your champion, and congrats to Third Impact Black for taking 2nd place and going to the playoffs.
Absolutely. GG Weigers and Third Impact Black. And of course, so close, so insanely close. If you ever want to hear about, the little things do matter. The details in Apex do matter. Consistency does matter. And these teams, these teams coming down to 1 and 2 points between oh my God. It's something that I just cannot handle, and I love it. I do indeed, Tom. I do indeed.
That's the closest we've ever seen. I'm not sure if we've seen a tie for the determining spot to go into the playoffs. And not only that, almost a three-way tie. And I just go back to, like you're saying, all the little things that add up, especially with Hackies, as he was the solo player on Alliance, picking up numerous kills on that overlook side, almost making his way. And if he could have just squeaked out one more placement, that's possibly 2 more points for his team. 1 kill here, 1 kill there. Maybe you were about to take someone out and someone else from an enemy team steals that one. Those are the determining factors here in Apex. That's why these tournaments are so close, and that's why every game, every moment matters so much.
It does, and what a good way to put it. And the reality is that we have these teams that have to be consistent, that have been grinding so hard, and everybody came from our qualifiers, remember, because now only 2 teams will have qualified, and as we mentioned, it'll be Third Impact, Black, and Weigers. 2 teams that I'm sure people are excited to see up on the top of our leaderboards at the beginning of one of our circuits. You know, Tom, this is an EU region that did not disappoint today, and I'm so excited to see what the rest of the Autumn circuit has to offer.
Yeah, and you look at a team like Third Impact who stamps their ticket into the playoffs. Here's the thing is they almost didn't even qualify for today. They tied in 10th place for North. And how did they go in advance? They were able to do so from another tiebreaker from placement. So absolutely insane to think that 1 point not only determines if they make it in here or not, but 1 point also determines if they make it to the playoffs or not. So I would say the Apex gods on their side have to play extremely well to even get to that point. But man, they have a huge sigh of relief after that game.
Well, we've got our Lenovo moment of the match. And guess what, Tom? It features the one and only Weigers. But this is actually their Game 3 win. There's no comms due to some technical issues that we had. But, of course, this set them up to get into Game 4 and absolutely dominate. And so let's take a look at that moment of the match brought to you by our partners over at Lenovo to see exactly how they came through. Let's take a look. Tom, bring us through this.
Yeah, hopefully this is where they were going and shooting through the crack, but it's not. This is a different game where they go and they win, and this is, again, the consistency that was paying off for them. And how many times did we see them drop with full health and just do so well with all members alive?
This is what you're talking about, right, Tom?
Yeah, exactly. Shooting through the crack right there, dropping down at the perfect time, all players alive, all players extremely healthy. That's how you want to go and win in Apex Legends. Flawless victory there. And Weigers, they deserve it. They're your champions here in OT number 1.
They are. And let's talk a little bit about what it's going to look like in our kill count. I personally cannot wait to find out who it is that tops that kill leaderboard. Each of these individual teammates, these some standout plays. And, you know, we have to continue to give props to Badoli because he came on as a substitute and absolutely dominated this lobby on so many different occasions. And I want to see a little bit of how his kill leaderboard may have been impacted by that incredible gameplay he had game in and game out. So let's take a look at that kill leaderboards if we got it. There it is, Tom. Okay. Yep, that works out.
Yeah,
Weigers
it's blast.
There.
It is. It's very common to see the team that wins the tournament also have the kill leader, and it was Blast today that really did it for his team, because you look at the rest of this list and the next Weigers player isn't for quite some time. You see again Badoli, the substitute today for IPN, doing big things for Alliance. Great opening with Pathfinder, flying in, sending it at the right time. A lot of teams and players are around that 10 kill mark, but nobody coming close to Blast with 15, and we know what the difference between 1 or 2 points is. He has 4 above Badoli, and that tie for 2nd to 5th place. So again, great job to Weigers. What a day for them, winning multiple games and playing flawless when they needed to.
They did indeed, and they are going to our playoffs at the end of this autumn circuit to play for their chance at being our EMEA Super Regional Tournament champions. And of course, they're part of a small but very impressive $500,000 prize pool for the season. Nothing to shake a stick at, Tom, and definitely something worth bragging about.
Yeah, and $6,000 in the bag for day's work today, too. Don't forget about that, Kate. So congratulations to them for that. But again, it's about being the champions, being the best in Europe today, and all of your hard work paying off. So again, not a team that we had on our top 5. We didn't have either one of these teams on our teams to watch. That's exactly what we were asking for. Someone else to come here, step up, and do some big damage. And it was today with Weigers and Blast specifically with his 15 kills.
It was Shakespeare the way it was meant to be seen. But let's talk a little bit about the things that we have been seeing from you on our Twitter board. Yep, that's right. We got some tweets, Tom, and I'm very excited to share them with you as soon as we can get those up. And apparently, we've got quite a few little cuties here. Oh, don't have a cat, but I hope Smiley impressed the dev. Oh, hope JD's impressed. Way to go, boo. Look at this, AD uploads. Well done. Thank you so much. And again, follow us at PlayApex. Use that hashtag ALGS because, as Tom likes to remind everyone, this guy just got 1,000 Apex coins richer.
Am I looking at a Legion laptop in the background, Kate, from our boys at Lenovo?
So meta!
Let's go. This guy has good taste.
He does indeed. Gotta love that backlit keyboard. That's one of the things I love about this laptop. Let's move it right along. Do we have any other? We do. Oh, okay. So I know, here's the thing. I got a cat and I got a dog, but I'm telling you right now, this melts my little heart. Tom,
this nose is too much. I thought that I had the cutest dog on the show. Apparently not. Don't tell him. He's behind me sleeping. But look at that nose. Oh my goodness, and the ears too. Love it. Love to see it. That's the setup. That's kind of how my setup is. I got the 2 monitors there, and then I got my Lenovo laptop over towards the right. But hey, 1,000 Apex coins for you. 1,000 Apex coins for you. Keep sending us dog and cat photos or other of your furry friends.
We're definitely those people who like to see it. Let's say we got one more, I believe. On paper, I'm working from home, but in my mind, I'm in Kings County. Oh, gosh. Wow. Okay. I'm loving this. Jorvik, well done.
Not our best moment, Kate. I think both of our eyes are closed. I'm pretty sure we're dreamland over here, thinking about keeping my free stuff that was sent to me. But
I know.
You look at these awesome Apex Legends characters in the back. You have Pathfinder, you have Wraith, and you have Bloodhound there. Those are fancy. I haven't even seen those online. Curious where you got those.
I was going to say, that definitely looks like what you might get at one of those conferences or places those conventions that we used to all go to. You guys remember that? Those were fun.
Yeah, back when we would see people in person, I miss those days.
Oh, me too. At any rate, it's been so great. It's been so great, Cassidy, seeing everything from your eyes, Tom. Is there anything else you want to make sure our audience has today before we send this home?
Yeah, we love all our fans. Thank you guys so much. Thanks to our sponsor, Lenovo. Big shout out to EA, Respawn, the production team. All of the players couldn't do this without you, all the organizations, and anyone else I missed. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see you for NA later tonight.
We will. And if you would like to see us, make sure to follow us at PlayApex. Use the hashtag ALGS. And, of course, if you see us we see you on our stream, hard to say, then you are 1,000 Apex coins richer. And make sure to keep it twitch.tv/PlayApex. That is where you're going to be able to see some of the drama, some of the action, some of the fun that we actually have later on today, as well as later on in this autumn circuit. You can also give us a free follow at twitch.tv/PlayApex. It's free. It's awesome. If we're going to continue on that free train, youtube.com/PlayApexCompete is another great free sub to make, and that's where you're going to see us as well. And as we mentioned, follow us on the socials at PlayApex. Hashtag ALGS. Now, here's something else. Because, Tom, we like to talk about Apex. We like to show Apex. But some of you like to play Apex. And I mean that competitively. And we have the place for you to go. PlayApex.com/ALGS. You can register to be one of our competitors. Again, this competition may have only had 20 teams that we were looking at today here in our EU region for our first autumn circuit. But guess what? It started off with 119 teams from EU. So lots of opportunity to try to make your way up our leaderboards. And to do that, you're going to go to battlefy.com/ALGS. And something else, Tom, before we go, I want to make sure everybody knows. Are you a Madden NFL fan?
Yeah. What do we got? It's NFL season.
Oh, it is NFL season. That's right. I forgot. Well, let's talk about what you're going to be doing on October 6th. Because that is when the Madden NFL 21 Championship Series continues, starting with the King of the Hill. Catch the top Madden pros and NFL rookies. Each compete in their own gauntlet tournaments. Gotta love a gauntlet, followed by Derwin James versus the world with this week's guest, Grammy-nominated artist Lil Yachty. Lil Yachty playing some Madden NFL, Tom. Gotta love it. You can catch that live coverage at 8 p.m. Eastern on October the 6th, of course. That's just tomorrow, gang. You can catch all the action. Twitch.tv/EA Madden NFL and Madden Competitive Gaming on YouTube. It's a must-watch Tuesday nights. We've got your must-watch Monday morning here for our autumn circuit. Monday afternoon if you're going to stick with us for NA. But now you got your must-see Tuesday tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. That is 5 p.m. Pacific for those of you on the west coast of the U.S. of A.
Yeah, I had to look at my calendar on the bottom right here of my monitor.
I know. I was like,
if you're like me and you're gaming so hard that you don't know what day it is, it's always good to have that thing, or your phone. Because, but yeah, one last thing I want to say is Dan Gaston couldn't be here with us today. He's not feeling too well. Get well soon, Dan.
Absolutely. Get well soon. And GG to our competitors. A huge thank you to our cast and crew for dealing with all of the Wild West that is coming to you live from our home setups to yours. And until next time, we'll see you right back here.